and welcome to the Seahawkers podcast. I'm your host, Brandon Schultz, and we are live from the Clearwater Casino, day 2 of the NFL draft. And hey, we're in the same spot, but we're missing like 500 people here.
Yeah, a little different vibe today, considering the fact that we're in a giant empty ballroom this time rather than with all the lovely 12s that we shared it with yesterday, Clinton. But doesn't take away from the excitement of day 2, where we have how much of a percentage of the picks in day 2?
So the math may or may not be right. And yes, I've been day drinking a little bit, seeing some buddies in Seattle because, hey, it's my vacation too. Don't hassle me. I'm local. But look, 32 picks were taken so far, right? In 60 picks, that takes us to 92 following so far. Wait, that's not right. That's what you were saying.
I was trying to tell you.
Yeah, it wasn't. Either way, we have about 7% of the next 60 picks. 4 picks coming up in the next 60. Fired up for that, boys.
What you're trying to say is basically we have 4 picks.
4 picks in the next 60. It's going to be radical.
That's right.
It's day 2.
Day 2.
We'll be picking 4 times.
4 times.
Unless we don't.
Trade up.
Or then trade out, and then we won't pick 4 times on day 2 as well. So there's lots of ways it can go yet. But there's one thing that we can say for certain. John Schneider made a good portion of the fan base excited last night, including myself. Finally, a guard who can play guard, Gray Zabel, a guy who fits the system, a good old-fashioned farm boys, and I'm fired up for that.
The interview was fun, listening to Gray Zabel on Brock and Salk, and I think the quote that I took away most from his initial interview was they were asking him if he could even get bigger, because 310, and the fact that he can move pretty well, also impressive. So who knows if you want him to put on some of that extra weight, especially if you want to keep some of that movement. But they said, is there room for you to grow? And initially I'm thinking, I think he's a full-grown adult, but they were speaking in terms of weight. And, he said steaks and squats.
Steaks and squats, baby.
Yeah. And they asked him about, I think it was McDonald said, basically, what are you going to do now? And he's like, his quote was, I'm probably going to start diving into these Bush lights. Guys, I got to tell you, if you want to gain a little weight, just go Bush.
Yeah,
just go Bush heavies.
Baby. Yeah.
Go Bush heavy, and those pounds, they will come on. Trust you me.
Yeah, I can tell you in personal experience that will absolutely happen, Gray. So if that's what you want to do, get after it. But I did think that it was interesting that he said in his interview that he had played a little lighter in college maybe than he would like to in the pros, and didn't really give much of a reason for that. Just kind of one of the things that they wanted him to do. Yeah. And it'll be interesting to see what he does with that going forward in terms of the weight. But just the skill set, the personality, everything about him. Like the comps with Hutch have started, and they're in full swing, and I don't mind them.
Well, I think the comps are there just based off of the draft position and the fact that it's the first time they've taken a guard since Hutch in the first round.
Yeah.
So that's where that comp comes from. I don't know if it's necessarily with the player, but we've got Ryan911 coming in with a $9.99 super chat, our live executive producer. Appreciate it, Ryan.
For sure. And so as we kick into day 2, guys, I think because we do have all these picks, there were some guys that just were not drafted yet. Will Johnson, not drafted. Yeah. Well, that majority, in fact.
There were only like 32.
Turns out.
What's the percent on that, Clinton?
About 7% is
I see.
The math says. But, also Mike Green, right? Mike Green did not get selected yet. He was supposed to go. There are some, and the interesting part was, I thought in the McDonald and Schneider interview, it felt like Schneider almost slipped up when he was, I think I saw that part where he was like, basically, it sounded like he wanted to say, there's still some day 1 guys on this board. He cut himself off. But with all this draft capital, if there are day 1 dudes there, do you wait to 50 and hope? Or do you just go get a dude you're like, that guy was day 1 for us, and go get aggressive? Instead of 10 picks, maybe you take 7 or 8.
Well, and just to give you an idea, just look at some of the draft value chart historically. If you were to package either the 50 and the 52 pick with your 82nd overall, so the first pick that they have in the 3rd round, those two together get you into the top 3 of round 2 pretty comfortably. And, maybe you could even negotiate with a team to where, you're giving up the 52 and the 92, moving up to one of the, 5, 6, like with Vegas being there at the 5th spot today, according to the draft value points chart, 530 points. That gets you, that's essentially the 50 and the 92 pick. So then you would have 52, 82, and you'd have an early pick here in round 2. I could see them doing something like that if Cleveland, Vegas, New England were interested, and if there's a player that they like in that top 5. Any players you like, Clinton, Adam?
I would be excited if they went back and got Ratledge a little bit later, just to, again, have that one last bite at the apple to really try to solve this offensive line problem. Took a big bite yesterday. Not complaining. I'm not complaining. But
you want to see them finish the
that's right.
the circle.
Yeah,
On
exactly.
the offensive line.
Absolutely.
Savanea's out there. He's the guard that I like.
Super exciting to me. The LSU tight end, that's intriguing for me. But first and foremost, Clinton took the cake yesterday with the Tyler Warren dream. Like, that was what we talked about pretty much the entire coverage of the first round. And today, I'm taking that. It's all about the Scataboo today. I want Scataboo so bad I can barely talk about it.
Yeah, people might yell at you that you're reaching, right?
Oh, that's another thing, though. I will say this. There's not a reach to be had in day 2. Like, that a reach is literally impossible, because what you're talking about is the variance in how people have graded these players is so huge. And they all seem to be similarly, like when you average it all out, they're all kind of similar players. So I don't want to hear from anybody about any pick for any team that today was a reach.
Drew Kendall over Savanea. You're cool with that?
Sure, why not? Like, but you understand what I'm getting at. Like, there's guys that some people will have graded as like a 4th or a 5th rounder that could go today, and some people are going to say that's a reach. And then you talk to other teams, good evaluators, they'll say absolutely not. That guy was supposed to be a 2nd or 3rd round pick. And I mean, obviously, if you pick some dude who's going to be undrafted, that everybody kind of knows is going to be undrafted, that's a reach. But we're talking about the likely suspect here. There's really not going to be a thing called a reach in day 2.
There's, in fantasy football, there's this philosophy with tight ends, because tight ends there's only so many tight ends that are actually valuable in fantasy football. And then there's a huge cliff. So they call it like great or late. Like, either you go get 1 or 2 or 3 of the greats, or you just wait in fantasy football. I am not enamored. There's people that are with Elijah Arroyo. I do think Mason Taylor is good, but I think there's a huge cliff that was hit yesterday when the Colts took Warren, which they should have. But I like dudes down the board more that I think are round 3 guys. Specifically, I really like Gunnar Helm from Texas.
I'm in on Gunnar.
So Gunnar, to me, if you go in this time, we haven't started yet, but if you want to go watch some tape on Gunnar, anybody out there, to me, he looks like, remember when Will Dissly was like kind of at his freshest best before the first knee injury? It was like, oh, he might have something. And he's a good player. Will Dissly was a good football player. But when he was like all of a sudden smooth and catching a lot of passes and like showing good hands over and over before the first knee injury, that to me is like Gunnar Helm. It's like Will Dissly plus, like young Will Dissly. I don't know about you, but I'm all about that. And he can block. He actually can do the two-way thing that you kind of need tight ends to actually do.
We've got Barry, a.k.a. Van T. He's into Helm.
What's up, Barry?
And we've got Aaron F. saying, % chance you 3 think Sanders will be drafted in round 2, and will Milroe go before or after Sanders?
I'm going to guess that Milroe's going to go before. I think the league as a whole isn't buying the massive media hype that was pushed around Shedeur this entire draft process. And you can see that, Deion's connections in the industry and all that, they were being used throughout the draft process, getting up to this point. And the teams you saw last night, not buying it, not buying it. And I think that there's actual special traits for Milroe where there's really no special traits for Shedeur, in my opinion. Now, with that said, percentage chance he goes in the 2nd, 65%. Somebody's going to take a risk, a team that's, either quarterback needy or knows they're going to be quarterback needy in the next couple days or a couple years.
Well, the Browns are going to be drafting here toward the top of round 2. You could see, you've seen them buy into the hype with players in the past. And so that's a team that could absolutely be in that position. If I were going to pick a team, that would probably be the one. I mean, New Orleans, maybe, but I think that they might go in a different direction at quarterback.
I'm going to answer it. I'll put it way up there in the sense that I think
I want to manifest it to the Rams, though. That'd
be kind of nice now that they traded out and, stole a first rounder next year. By the way, people are killing Atlanta. It's fine. Maybe the Rams are worse this year because of that move. Fine. I'm all about that because I want to win the division this year. Let them go get a 2026 from Atlanta. It probably is a savvy move. You could debate what Atlanta did with that, but that's none of my business really. And with that, I think they're still going to win that division. So now we all get to root hardcore for the Atlanta Falcons all year long. I put in Discord this morning, I hope and predict 11-6 NFC Championship loss by the Atlanta Falcons. This way the Rams are picking 28, 29, something like that.
This puts my fandom in conflict, Clinton. It really does. I don't like this Sophie's choice that you're putting upon me.
Wait, what's the choice? What's the bad part?
He doesn't like Atlanta.
I can't stand the Falcons. I can't stand their fan base. I can't stand their unis. I can't stand their team. I can't stand their owner. I can't stand anything about that. I can't stand their Megatron's butthole stadium. I hate that place.
You don't like Arthur Blank, basically hey, come have hot dogs for $2. It's very nice.
Look, I mean, he also supplies catfish lumber at Home Depot. So I'm not all that happy about it.
All right. So to answer the question, though, that was asked, I think Milroe goes before Sanders, but I think Sanders, I put him at 90% that he does get drafted by somebody in the second round.
We've got the HHG coming in saying, so John can draft O-line in the first. It is possible. We can do it. There was one thing that he said in his press conference interview with the media after the draft that did concern me a little bit. And that's that he said that Gray Zabel hit their radar for the first time.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
At Senior Bowl.
That can't be true.
And I don't understand how that can be true when you have a dude from that same school who has been on your team. How does he not hit your radar maybe when you were scouting the other dude that is on your team right now?
Yeah, the piece that when I heard that, all I saw was Dave Bloomquist yelling at me and saying I told you so. I told you so. And, it's Senior Bowl standout. Don't draft small guys that have, heroic Senior Bowls. And they both said that within the first 30 seconds. And I was like, oh God, was Dave right?
Maybe we can hope that they don't know what the term hit the radar means because because that's usually the first time that you notice it.
I'm wondering if that was more in relation to Mike Macdonald in having it hit his radar for the first time, as opposed to John Schneider. Because there's no possible way on God's green earth that was the first time that John Schneider was like, oh, Gray Zabel. That guy's cool.
John was the one that said it.
I know.
And I felt like with Mike, they talked, Senior Bowl, he said, for a lot of the coaching staff, that just is the time because those guys, they're coaching the team. They're breaking tape of their own team. So it's not really until this part of the season that any of the guys on the coaching staff get involved with the scouting part of it. But yeah, the John part of it was concerning.
Yeah, it is. It is concerning to me. And, it's not like his name is John Arthur Smith or something. It's it's a pretty memorable name. Not that many dudes named Gray and fewer named Zabel, So it's So I'm with it caused an alarm or two. I was like, oh God. But Farm Boy, smashing bush lights, about to smash lots of any defenders trying to get at us in the wide zone scheme. So
I love the dude.
I'm very excited.
I love the dude. Farming, family, football. Done. That's my kind of dude, just crushing cheap beers and having himself a day. And that was exciting to me to just kind of hear that.
He did have one detractor, though, a detraction of his, I don't want to say game, but just part of
the package.
Part of the Gray Zabel package. John Schneider did note that Busch Light, it was not a check in the box for the things that made the.
That's right. But for Trey Kirshner, farming definitely was.
Oh, Well, I would say Busch Light for efficiency, right? So if it's like, if you have to buy a 30 pack and you want to just get somewhere, it'll do the job and it will do it cheaply.
And on the river, that's the beer you want to be drinking. Like, because it's not killing
Busch,
you.
right.
Yeah, exactly. You're going down the river, you see a lot of bushes go by and you call it good. One thing I thought that was interesting from John's deal, they were asking about Booker, and at one point he's like, I don't want to talk about Booker. But then he also like followed that up with he was the highest graded interior player for them. So
no, he was talking about Zabel. Zabel was the highest graded.
No, he said that about Booker. When he was talking about him going to Dallas at 12, and he was like, ooh, we got a little wiggy there or whatever. And then they followed up and asked him about Booker later on in the interview. And he had mentioned that he was his highest graded interior
I didn't
player.
take it that way because I got
Maybe I took it wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. But they did say he did think that he was going to be a good player. So I think that maybe they were projecting Booker to go later.
Yes.
Well, one of the pieces that's interesting that is kind of aligned to that, though, is that during the mock process and everything that goes around it, there were so many people that were like, oh, if you just punt on Zabel or you trade back, don't worry. The sort of clone Donovan Jackson is there. He'll be there at 50. Donovan Jackson will be there. Nope. 24 Vikings get in and they take Donovan Jackson off the board. So, that run for IOL happened, whether people thought it might or not.
Oh, it absolutely did. And there was a ton of offensive linemen taken in the first round. And that was one of the things that John pointed to as well, is that it was, and I think he was kind of trying to be like, see, guys, I told you that like everybody's looking for offensive linemen, but offensive line being one of the positions that was drafted early and often in this draft. And fortunately, I think we got one of the bells of the balls for this when it comes to interior play. And I just couldn't be more fired up about it. I don't know if my reaction yesterday said it all, but I'm over the moon about it, and I can't wait for today.
So this morning was really special. I'm still like on an Eastern time clock, so 6 o'clock comes around, I'm up. Had to check into my flight for, wee hours tomorrow morning anyway. And it was pristine. We're right on Puget Sound. I go get coffee. I sit outside. Absolutely gorgeous. Posted some of that stuff to Discord and Facebook. And I was just thinking about, I clipped the Zabel reaction. And you know what? Like Kelvin Banks, that pick kind of really started the dominoes of Kelvin Banks was another dude like, oh, he'll get to the 15s, to the 20s. Nope. Also didn't happen. So with all these mocks that were like, oh, there's going to be all this offensive line talent, you could just wait. It just wasn't the case, so I'm grateful that John did what he did. And we're in a really good position as day 2 is about to kick off now.
It really makes it so that we have a lot of flexibility coming into this day 2 with 4 picks in probably the part of the draft that all of the pundits have been saying, like, this is where it's at. Mm-hmm. And today's going to be extra exciting, I think.
Yeah.
Especially when they draft Scadaboo in the 3rd, and I'm doing cartwheels.
So Scadaboo would be a lot of fun. And if he's in the 3rd, and we're already kicking here.
We're kicking.
Oh, that's yesterday's music. Okay, cool.
It's just off of NBA Live now.
Yeah. It's back to football.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. There's 2 dudes in specifically for me that would make, well, maybe 3, but Jalen Noel is my favorite wide receiver on the board, period. And I will keep saying, because I just see it, that he really is the Golden Tate smashes up with Angry Doug. And then it's this 21-year-old dude that's got just every single trait. One of the things I was tweeting at EJ this morning, he was like, hey, Bears fans, like, how do you feel about Loveland? And I sent him a note. I was like, dude, all I see with Loveland is that he has the number one ability to get open in small, tiny spaces, which is what NFL scenarios call for. You're not throwing to the field. There's no there's just no wide
not
throws.
The same space.
Yeah, it's radically different. And Loveland to me was lapping the field. Even Warren, who is still my number 1 crush, very similar with Noel. Noel to me is like that dude just gets open, and he can burn. He could play outside. He could play inside. He could sit down in zone, but he's got like Doug Baldwin style ability at the line of scrimmage to make dudes like break ankles. And you just don't see that much. And people talk about special trait all the time. Milroe, special traits. I mean, Jalen Milroe from Iowa State to me is like special trait wide receiver. Maybe he's quote unquote small, like around 5'10", 5'11", but I don't care. I don't need a big X to be satisfied.
So you're not worried about height. You're worried about good football players.
Yeah, good football. Yeah, guy who can actually get open.
That's interesting.
Can catch footballs.
Yeah.
That's also important. With
That's an
wide
interesting
receiver.
way to look at the league. Yeah,
I think so.
I'll tell you what. I went and took some time and watched a little bit more about Noel last night after we were done smashing Coors Lights, not Busch Lights. It's just what they had. And at the end of the day, man, you sold me. Like, I'm in on it. I would be cool about it. I was a little more excited about the idea of the other Iowa State receiver, Higgins. And I still would be cool with that because I think he's a nice talent as well.
He's good.
But I think from what I've heard from people who are much smarter than me about drafting or evaluating wide receivers is they're like, yeah, everybody says he's a slot. And obviously we've got Cup and we've got JSN and they're like, oh, another slot guy. He's like, he's not just a slot guy. Not even close. Like he can play X just like Angry Doug did.
Right.
And
just like Golden Tate did.
Exactly.
He played outside.
And, you know, hearing some other folks talk to that ability, that was the thing that kind of put me over the top with it. And I was like, okay, like he's one of my dudes. He's one of Clinton's dudes that is now like an adopted dude for me.
You could co-opt him. It's not zero sum, right? So you can just join the love there.
I'm in.
There are other wide receivers that I think are quite good. I really would love one the next 4 picks, but he is my number one, and I'm falling in love.
Well, the Cleveland Browns pick is in. And so we'll get a look at that here shortly. Will this be the time that we can stop talking about Shedeur Sanders? That would be okay. But again, I want the dream to still be alive for the Rams to take him.
I'm in on that. I'd love the Rams to take him. I'd be 20% surprised if they took Shedeur here. I
would be surprised. I don't think it's going to be him either. They got on screen that the needs are QB, wide receiver, edge, running back. And if I'm the Browns, I'm taking Will Johnson. Because Will Johnson, if it was rewind the clock a year ago, would have went in the top 10.
I'd also be okay with him falling to us, but we'll see about that.
I'd be cool with that too.
We got Starstruck from London in the chat saying it's hard to fall in love with day 2 players. You rarely get who you want. That being said, I'd be thrilled with having Xavier Watts at safety or Mason Taylor at tight end.
We were chatting about Watts in the Discord this morning, and of course that's Bloomy, Starstruck by London. Great YouTube channel you should go check out. Really specifically, like Dave does an awesome job. If you're going to travel to London, like his channel is freaking awesome because he goes into like micro detail of the things you should go do, and it's way better than something you're gonna find on like TripAdvisor. Plus, he's a funny guy. Xavier Watts is a nice safety, very, very good. My number one I was sharing this morning too is Kevin Winston from Penn State. They're similar. Kevin Winston to me, we were talking with Earl last night, but like, hey, the dude to fly off the screen when you're watching just, traditional horizontal football, which Earl hates, by the way, which is funny. But those type of dudes that are so instinctual that you don't see them because you're watching the game the way we watch the game as, observers. And then they're suddenly there. And Winston, to me, is the surest tackler I watched throughout the entire process. This guy does not miss tackles, and he tackles through dudes, and they don't go anywhere. He just is a baller. But to Dave's credit, Xavier Watts is a very nice safety too. We'd be no complaints if he becomes a Seahawk.
Well, speaking of tackling machines, Carson Schlesinger off the board for the Cleveland Browns. And if you look at I like going by Bootleg Football's draft rankings, and Jihad Campbell off the board, Jalen Walker off the board, Schlesinger, one of those guys right there, and the tier 2 linebackers, both for EJ and Brett from Bootleg Football.
He was getting a lot of love, and like recent love, that he was really, it's not surprising because he was really getting a lot of momentum. And many
draft momentum, my favorite.
Mock draft momentum, right?
Oh boy!
But he was getting
people. I can get into. And in fact, I champion momentum and inside a football game.
Yes, we do.
Draft momentum. That is not a real thing.
No. So with the mock draft momentum, it clearly carried Schlesinger to 33. but he was picking up steam, and he became a bit of a fan favorite, if you will. And I see why. The guy is just a really well-rounded linebacker. And hey, are the Browns having a good draft? Like, what's happening here, right? So
yeah. Oh, Texans already.
But they're being smart though, right? Like they don't need to rush to go get Sanders. No, go get they got Mason Graham. They trade back. They get Mason Graham, and they get more capital.
They're just crushing the defense.
And what? But why not lean into that? Be awesome somewhere.
Yeah.
And then if you're going to suffer,
adding picks. I mean, for next year,
100%
loading up for a quarterback likely next year.
That would make a lot more sense. And also, too, you load up on defense, and then you're counting on your offensive-minded coach then to be able to kind of coach up the deficiencies that you have on offense. And, that kind of sums up the Texans to a degree. Like, they lean into Bobby Slowick. I know he had a rough year last year as the OC, but had a great year the year before that. Really, the problem for them, it's a similar problem with us, like offensive line. And I'd be surprised if they don't go with one of the remaining offensive line.
I think it almost has to be because, they also, with Tunsil, he gone.
Yep.
He's a commander.
Well, the pick is in for the Houston Texans. We'll see if they go offensive line here.
Any predictions? Throw it in the chat, of course. And of course, as we're waiting.
The receiver. Now they did lose Diggs, and the receivers have been banged up the last 2 years, so this does make some sense.
Jaden Higgins, Iowa State wide receiver, going to the Texans.
Not the one I wanted, but this is a 6'4" X. This is your true X, your true outside guy. You're going to see some highlights if you're watching it live too. 6'4" and change, 214, really good hands, good contested catcher, fast enough, right? Certainly fast enough, and had a really, really solid season for Iowa State. This is interesting though. Like for Texans, it's an exciting pick for absolutely for sure. However, like you said, Adam, it is surprising to me. There is more talent down board if they don't give their young quarterback time. He kind of had a regressed sophomore season by all standards. I don't think he got worse as a quarterback. I think he had less time. They traded their left tackle and have not replaced anybody on the line yet. So, bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off.
Yeah, that
trade. Sorry to bump you a trade alert.
Trade. The Titans traded in.
So Seattle.
Oh,
Seahawks and trade.
This
is what I was hoping for. Package stuff together and go trade up.
I'm lukewarm on the trade up. Like I really like the idea. No, I'm just talking about the strategy and just in terms of I would rather have more lottery picks in a stretch of the draft that was loaded with dudes that could potentially be starters.
All right, but do you want to spread the roulette chips around, or if you got a dog what did John Schneider say in the draft we talked about 10 minutes ago? There are day one dudes that did not get picked.
Look, I'm not.
What if this is Milroe?
That's an overpay for Milroe, I think.
What?
Yeah, I like Milroe, but
first round.
He said what?
No, I said they're because quarterbacks are pushed up. I think he's a legit second round pick. I don't love giving up an extra pick to go up and get him. I don't know. Again, I'm lukewarm.
We don't even know. But we don't know what the trade is. I mean, yes, of course you gave up stuff to move up.
Well,
but we don't know what it is.
If I were to guess on what the Seahawks gave up, it would probably be either the 50 and the 50, either one of the 50 or 52,
and one of the thirds,
Right.
I hear you. Having 5 versus 4 is more, right? So the good math there. But I don't know. This screams to me, it was on screen. I forget who said it, but he must, I think it's Nate, that he must really be enamored with somebody.
Yeah. And look, if you have conviction, if you're John Schneider, I get it. And again, I don't hate this. I'm not going out on a limb and being like, oh my God, what is he doing? We really needed to keep all the picks or anything like that. It was just if you were to ask me, I would have said, maybe just use all the picks rather than, making it so that you have fewer bites at the apple.
Okay.
Ryan 911 saying, you said there can't be an overpay.
You said you can't.
Adam said there can't be an overdraft.
I said there couldn't be a reach. That's what I said.
Well,
and Milroe would not be a reach here. I honestly don't think he would be a reach.
I'm really excited. There are dudes here, and Bloomy's putting some on screen. Zaraku, Emmanwori, so safety, Emmanwori from South Carolina, Izaraku from Boston College, a defensive end.
He's supposedly pretty good.
Yeah, and Mike Green's still there.
Will Johnson's still there.
Will Johnson's still there. Jeez, there's a lot of people.
Will Johnson kind of makes the most sense.
Jalen Noel's still there with Jaden Higgins just going off the board. Maybe they're sensing a wide receiver run, and they want to get their guy. They want to get their guy. Oh, man, I'm excited. Look, I might be crestfallen in about a heartbeat. Emmanwori is not my guy, but if they love him, so be it.
If it's Mike Green, we're losing a fan, and Bloomy is gone.
Bloomy.
if it's going small school guy,
Marshall, that would be.
That's great.
Yeah,
that's great. It's almost worked it, Bloomy. Almost.
We'll have our own draft for who can take Bloomy's spot as a fan of this team.
And if you're ahead in the channel, the comments, I would say please don't post it. So
in the chat. Yeah.
So in the chat, so it doesn't get ruined for us.
Do we? Is there any tweets that have the what they gave up?
Oh yeah, 50 and 82, I think. 52 and 82. So
they keep
pick 50.
Still got 50.
Okay, I like that a little better.
It's a little better.
That's a little better. That's two.
It's two
picks better.
It's two better.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know what percent that is, but okay, here we go.
Yep, if you can read it that far away. Yeah, it's a 2025 third round pick. Well, so that they don't even specify which third round pick it is on the screen.
Then the later one.
Maybe they don't know.
Yeah,
it's hard telling. Not know.
That's just
the Geno one
for the distance that they moved into. The earlier third round pick makes way more sense.
So yesterday we had giant screens all around us, 500 fans. Today what is this? A 10-inch iPad that we're rocking?
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry. I was reading Mills.
Actually, I'd rather not. It's fine.
No, that's that screen right there, Clinton.
Yeah.
Huh? That's 15 inches.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's got some depth.
If you say it with enough conviction, she'll believe it. I mean, they'll believe it.
The listeners will believe it.
Yeah.
Oh my, this is exciting. This is exciting.
Hey, there we got Captain Seahawk up on the screen.
Yeah.
Anytime you want to announce.
Yeah, whenever you want to put it in, John. Like,
the time runs out.
You made the trade, you probably know who you wanted. Just guessing.
Why do they make the clock go all glitchy?
No, that's just you. Just kidding. That's like the last 10 seconds. Remember the show 24 with Jack Bauer?
Sure. Didn't watch it much.
Boop.
Yeah.
Boop. Boop.
Oh, who do we got? Who's announcing the pick?
Sherman.
Is it Sherm?
I think
it's a 10-inch iPad from 15 feet away.
Can he draft himself? Would he?
He would if it was allowed. Yeah,
he's coming back.
Look at the outfit. Look at the fit. That's a 12 out of 12. No notes. Ooh.
Sherman's taking his time. He is definitely milking this announcement.
Yeah.
I'm not looking.
Emmanwori.
Okay. All right. They liked him. So
South Carolina safety, Nick Emmanwori, the guy that I was not super high on. I didn't want him going at number 18. And again, I think Mike Macdonald, if they're trading up and getting him and it's Mike Macdonald, it gives me a little more confidence. I did not see enough. I think my biggest problem with this one was the Cam Chancellor comparison.
Yeah, a little much.
And I didn't see a ton of Cam type moments.
No, but a solid tackler.
Derwin James is probably a better comparison.
Okay.
Well, he's a heck of a player when healthy. So
yeah,
if he could look, Emmanwori was again screaming up the boards, had the best combine, the best numbers, and also was like, I think he was all pro. Like it wasn't like the tape is also there. So here's the start of me convincing myself this is a great trade. But now he's our guy. So we got to just roll with it and go forward. But he was one of those dudes that maybe 5 days ago was still like, he's a top 20 lock. So John and Mike clearly love him. If Mike Macdonald wants a safety, and they're going to trade up for him, then who am I to say they're doing something wrong?
Well, especially when you consider what he did with Kyle Hamilton at Baltimore 100%. and even Hamilton after he left Baltimore, he kind of fell off a little bit. So I think the role that he has envisioned for a guy like Emmanwori, when you combine that with the speed, you see the coverage ability that he has, like that part is impressive to me. His ability to cover downfield, that part I like. His speed I like, and yeah, those two things. I think he can be that Kyle Hamilton type player.
Interesting. I wasn't quite as impressed with the coverage ability, but I did like him down in the box in a short tackler. Is he Bam Bam Cam in terms of coming down and laying the wood and really blowing people up and knocking Vernon Davis out of the stadium? No, like that's not on the tape, at least in any of it that I watched. But with that said, that doesn't mean he's not good at downhill in the box kind of safety that can tackle well and be a de facto third linebacker in those, 3 safety sets, which I know Mike wants to lean into.
Yeah.
I think that this is a good fit for the team. And I'm probably a little higher on Emmanwori. I'm just going to go with Nick. Then you guys, like after watching it, because I'd heard both you guys talk and I was like, okay, well, I'll turn it on and I'll see. And I was watching, I was like, this guy doesn't seem like a bust or terrible. Like, no. Do I want him at 18? No, but like here,
that was my big fear, was like he was getting talked up because of his combine.
Right.
And I was like, oh, he's a little hot, right? So this is probably where he quote unquote belonged. And I agree with you though. Like my overall analysis was, I didn't think he had what you were saying, that kind of presence. But I'm like, wait, this guy's he is a very solid safety. They played Rayshon Jenkins like 30% of the snaps last year when he was healthy and playing. That's
upgrade over Jenkins
by far. Okay. And also we saw yesterday.
This is bad news for Kobe Bryant.
That's exactly where I was getting at, because we saw yesterday one of the he'll be a free agent end of the year, right? So you got to decide what are you going to do with Kobe Bryant. And now all of a sudden he had a very nice year. And Adam, you've been very open about how you were just wrong about Kobe.
Absolutely.
And I was wrong, because I thought coming out of Cincinnati, let him be an outside guy, use the boundary, because he was opposite Sauce Gardner and he was awesome. No, Seattle kicks him inside. I'm like, I don't think he's quick, twitchy. Like, why would you put him in nickel? Didn't really work. First go round safety, meh, but it really kind of clicked last year. But all of a sudden, Kobe Bryant, I think, is like on that, oh, wow. Like, so it just gives a lot of depth there, where if John and team don't want to, quote unquote, overpay for Kobe in a year's time, now they're in a position where they don't have to, with big time potential superstar upside, because he has the traits. The dude's 6'3", jumps out the building, runs a 4.3. The traits are absolutely there. The tape is good. Now, can he be elevated to great with Macdonald? I'm not going to bet against that.
The Browns take Quinshon Judkins, running back out of Ohio State. And we've got Bloomy in chat saying, so you're worried about overdrafting Emmanwori, but you're okay with the Galactic Zabel overdraft. Sheesh. The difference here, and I could speak to this, safety, not as big of a need as guard was as big of a need. So while I would probably agree with Bloomy in that with Zabel being an overdraft, it may be an overdraft.
I disagree with that more.
But it's a need. And that balances that out. Like, sure, if they would have been able to move back and get Zabel later, then great. But I think that because of it's a lot like quarterback. You see interior offensive line guys going higher than they probably should, and so you kind of have to overdraft for them. And John hasn't done that in the past, and he actually did. He did it yesterday.
I just flat don't buy this narrative that drafting an interior offensive lineman in the first round is an overdraft, let alone, it is based off talent. This is either the first or the second best interior offensive lineman in this draft, and drafting him in the first round is an overdraft. How is that impossible? I understand Bloomy doesn't enjoy the idea of him coming from an FCS school and all of that stuff, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, everybody who's evaluated this, like people who do this for a living, have all said this guy is a legit talent on the interior. So if you pick one of the best guys at his position, an actual playing position, I'm not talking punter or kicker or any of that catfish nonsense. I'm talking about like guys who are actually on the field. How in the world is that an overdraft? And I don't think Nick is is an overdraft either. This is a guy that was projected as being possibly a first round guy, and you're getting him at the top of the second. And I think if you can get what you got out of Kobe Bryant under Mike Macdonald's tutelage, I can't wait to see what he does with somebody like Nick.
Hey, if you were worried about Emmanwori being overdrafted or Zabel being overdrafted, you probably in your mind can flip-flop those two picks, and they were each drafted perfectly.
Yeah.
They were both either way, they're drafted perfectly.
But I mean, if it, like for Bloomy's case,
I hear you.
if they took Emmanwori with 18, like he'd have probably no problem with Emmanwori 18, Zabel now, and so
Right.
When you
Then we're
start
quibbling about value.
then
at
we're
that
quibbling
point.
about value, and once you get through the draft and you see who we have, now the Seahawks miss out on Jonas Savonaya, who is going to the Miami Dolphins.
Big
I would have
man.
rather had Savonaya than Nick.
Emmanwori.
Yeah,
But it was very unlikely they were going to go back to back IOL.
I know.
Yeah. So
Boy can dream.
yeah, for sure. I mean, they're showing off his thigh arms there, which I always appreciate. Big boy at Savonaya here, and good luck. He gets to go from balmy Arizona to balmy Miami. Just sunshine for this guy.
Dolphins needed this bad too.
Oh, real bad.
Yeah, they needed some offensive line help in a big way.
Seemingly,
They
a good
traded
pick.
with Vegas to get into the spot,
Ah,
and apparently
really?
they had to give up more than what Seattle gave up.
Well, Pete-
Genie John Schneider, look at that. Like, that's some good stuff there.
and also Pete knowing what the deal is. So all right, well, Savonaya off the board. So we're up on 50. So what? There's only 12 more picks before we're back up. This is going to go pretty quick.
It's going to go really quick.
Yeah.
Back to the overdraft thing for just 2 seconds. John actually drafted an interior offensive lineman in the first round. I am not going to allow anybody to try to put the narrative back into his head that he overdrafted a dude there. So it never happens again. Just no, we're not doing
Let's be
that.
real. This is like a 100-year flood. It's never happening again.
It's probably true. Yeah.
All right. So who do we have next up on the clock are the New England Patriots.
They got to go wide out here.
Yeah.
Would be useful.
Patriots win offensive line early. I think they go weapons here. They could go defense.
I think they could really.
Sign Milton.
There's not a place they could go that would shock me besides quarterback.
Well,
Are you saying they have other holes in their roster?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it might be true.
who's the backup quarterback now that they traded Milton to the Cowboys?
They traded Joe Milton to the Cowboys, and then they signed the D lineman Milton from the Eagles, right? Wasn't he the big?
Right, but not for quarterback.
I understand. That was the Milton I was talking about earlier. Who is the backup quarterback? I don't know. Milton was the third string quarterback anyways. It was Brissett. Is Brissett still there?
Hurt Drake May.
Hurt Drake May. There you go.
Yep.
I don't care.
Hard telling not know.
Josh DeHuman saying so far this is becoming the exact fan draft. Zabel and Emmanwori. This is what the general fan dreamed of.
Yeah, a little bit. Except for now, I got to learn how to say Emmanwori. Is that it?
Emmanwori.
Like Wari.
Emmanwori.
I got a little mnemonic.
Thank
device
you.
for
That's exactly
Ready?
what I need.
So how would you say Mario's evil twin guy?
Luigi.
No, that's his brother.
Oh,
Wario.
Wario.
Yeah.
Wario.
Yeah.
Emmanwori.
Emmanwori.
So
Okay.
Wario. Emmanwori.
Today I learned
Emmanwori.
that Luigi was evil.
Exactly.
By the way, that's
Adam,
that's
fine.
Waluigi, which is not quite as good.
But my best character in Mario Kart for
Waluigi.
yes.
All right. So who are you? You like Waluigi? Who do you drive with?
Who's my Mario Kart go-to?
The Switch version.
If mine's still left on the board, this is my dream draft. Let's see.
Gosh, it's been a while. I want to say Toad.
Toad's good.
Original Mario Kart. Toad's my man.
Toad's
Yeah.
really good. I'm a Yoshi guy. Give me Yoshi. Yoshi
Looks like
pimps.
a Yoshi guy.
Fine.
Yeah.
That's a compliment.
Sure. Long tongue.
Lizard guy. Yeah,
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
Oh, Bloomy's saying you might see Noel go here. Cheatriots need a wide receiver bad. Maybe Luther Burden. I'm a little bit surprised that Luther Burden's still here. He was the top two. He was like the second wide receiver on some people's draft boards.
To throw out a name that the Patriots, just because of their history for this style of wide receiver, I also wouldn't be surprised if Jack Besh gets called from TCU, who's being called like he's the Puka Nakua of this draft. And style wise, Patriots have had those dudes, but I hope it's not Noel. I hope he's there at 50 and we nab him.
So let me ask you guys. So with Emmanwori coming in now, and they traded up for him, would you have rather had Will Johnson with that pick
Yes.
than Emmanwori?
I think I would have, just because I like Kobe, and I think that corners may be a more impactful position. There were some concerns that maybe Will Johnson, part of this fall for him, because it seems like a first round talent, but there may be some injury issues there too. Well, he didn't test as very well in some of the combine results, and so I don't.
He didn't run a 40 at all, right?
Yeah, no, he didn't run. I got a good deal. I got a good deal for Bloomy, for us and Bloomy.
All right.
Bloomy could be wrong about Zabel, and I could be wrong about Emmanwori.
I love it.
Right?
I would prefer that. Yeah.
Right? That's a good outcome, right?
Because then we get two good players.
Look, I'm high on the Zabel pick. I think it's fantastic. And I like the Emmanwori pick. I like the idea of big nickel, 3 safeties, Mike Macdonald and his ability to coach up safeties, a de facto third linebacker down in the box. You need to stop the run and run the rock. Like, that's what we have to do. And I liked his ability to tackle in space down in the box. I think it's a great pick.
Yeah, I just fell in love with Winston because of the way he flies on screen, which is cool. That's a trait I really like. But when I looked at that, I had a more of a challenge with Jahad Campbell, where I was like, oh, I don't think I see an edge rusher.
I don't think anybody drafted him to be edge, though. I think they drafted him to be a linebacker.
No, but but the narrative was, but you could kick him outside. He's got the Micah Parsons ability. And I was like, I don't see that. Right. But with Emmanwori, all I saw was like, oh, he is good. I'm on record saying he is good. His tape is good. He's just like, style-wise, I want the guy who flies in. But also style-wise, we kind of already have that with Devin Witherspoon. Witherspoon sits down the box. He flies off camera.
Is he 6'3", 220?
No, he's not that. Oh. Yeah, but that's what Emmanwori is.
But can he play? We're not measuring the size of guys.
But the dude isn't. He is. I'm going to get on the.
He's not just a traitsy guy who can't play.
No, he was like first team All-Pro.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, All-American. So he could play.
I'm just mad that Billy Bowman was on the board. We didn't take my Sooner guy.
Who?
Billy Bowman. He's one of the top safeties.
Billy Boomsies Bowman.
Oh, okay. Boomsies Bowman.
I know. Oklahoma defender. You probably didn't even watch any.
I didn't know they
Oklahoma
had
defensive
defense
tape. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. He's like the one guy in the last 5 years.
Here comes a Pat selection.
Oh, so earlier who took the other running back,
Browns.
just to say a Browns, right?
Sean Judkins.
And they left Henderson on, and we were going kind of quick. So I was like, really interesting that Henderson was not taken.
Did I miss Amari and Hampton being drafted?
Chargers.
He went first round.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So this is the dude that most are like, oh, Henderson is like, quote unquote, he's the Jahmyr Gibbs. He's really, really fast and electric. So, hey, Patriots need a lot of help. There was some buzz yesterday so look at what the Patriots did, right? Yesterday is like, oh, should they go get Genty? It's like, no, they sit back. Instead, they take the best left tackle, presumably with Will Campbell, go protect Drake May, and they still go get a really skilled running back that from the kind of explodability metric might even be the Jahmyr Gibbs to the Bijan Robinson. They're both great, but I think this is a pretty savvy move by the Pats.
Got Nate Schutz in chat comparing Henderson to Kamara. So,
not bad.
Yeah, an effective football player.
Yeah, the guy's been good for nearly a decade now and just does nothing but catch 80 passes and score a lot of touchdowns. And
ooh, man, he just laid out that linebacker on a blitz and pass pro. That was nice.
He's exciting.
Yeah, nice blowing through a hole there. Who's he playing against? Is that Oregon?
That's Oregon.
Yeah. All right. He's got some speed to him too.
He's very quick.
I tried to avoid running backs, to be honest, just because running back is one of those positions that I easily fall in love with.
Oh yeah.
And just knowing that we probably I have my guy in K9. So as long as he's still
for one more
team,
year,
I'll just try and avert my eyes. And that way I don't get tempted.
There you go. Other than the Scataboo, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. That's the other thing about trading up like they did, Clinton. That's one less pick that you can possibly pick Scataboo.
Yeah. And, when it wasn't a guy that I was personally coveting, there's a ding there. It's like a little emotional ding. I'm like, oh, man, I wish we had the chips. But the die is cast, right? So what can we do but say, go Emmanwori? This is This is going to come up quick. So we're up. What are we at, guys? Bears.
I don't know.
Bears beats.
You know what we're up to? Beer o'clock.
Beer.
I'm out of beer.
Well, beer time.
Yeah, we still have a little ways to go. Bears on the clock right now.
Okay.
We got the Saints. Then the Bears go again. Jets, Niners. Yeah, we're still, gosh, at least we're at right about 10 picks away from the Seahawks' next pick.
But we still got all the tight ends, the day 2 tight ends hanging out fresh. Only one wide receiver so far, right? With Higgins from today.
From today.
2 running backs, 1 wide receiver.
See, I'm already losing. Yeah, 1 wide receiver, 2 running backs, a guard, safety linebacker.
We're guards.
This is the other thing that kind of makes this tough too, is that with Adam promoting the idea of getting 2 guards within the first 5 picks, now John Schneider's bought himself an extra round to do that with.
Yeah, because you ain't wrong. It does take a few chess pieces off the board because
Adam can't be mad at the end of the day today if there is no guard, because there's still 1 more pick tomorrow that would make that within the first 5 picks.
True fact.
Okay, but here's the caveat: is those first 5 picks were in the first 3 rounds. Now, it's not, right? Isn't that what we're saying?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So not the same.
Yeah, a little different.
Yeah, and look,
I'm just saying you can't be mad. It's you.
I never said I was going to be mad if you didn't do it. I thought it was unlikely. I just think that's what you should do.
Sure. Yeah. Well, interior, finding a guy up the middle, the beef in the middle is another place that we could see him go.
I like beef.
Maybe not this early, but have to see who's still left on the clock when we get there.
There's dudes. If we want that pure nose tackle, like one of the ones that's right there is Alfred Collins from Texas. He's your 340 nose tackle. Yeah. He does not.
Yes, please.
Does not rush the passer very well. What he does do is take up 2 defenders, and he's very effective against the run, and even on pass rush takes up a lot of space. But he's not out there on 3rd down typically. But he is your true nose tackle.
Yeah, and I think that would be. They talk about the term force multiplier a lot.
Yeah.
And that is a force multiplier for Leo, Murphy, Reed, because all those guys, they can rush a passer.
Yeah. When you have the unit we have there, I think it's like that critical kind of keystone to because they keep saying we really want to unlock Murphy. Like he kind of like did the work he had to do in year 1.
Yeah.
And in year 2, it's like, let him roam a little bit more. Let him get to the 3 technique, et cetera, as opposed to being straight up over the center. Or 1, et cetera. But yeah, there's other dudes too, by the way. There's other guys because there's only 1 Collins, but there's other dudes. And I do think we will take a nose tackle. And again, remember, Cam Young was cut just yesterday or day before.
Yeah.
Yep. Day before.
Oh, the Bears going with Luther Burden. Okay.
There he is. Another wide receiver off the board, second of the day. And Luther Burden falls to the 2nd round. A little bit surprised to see him fall this far. He's a lot of folks talking about him as a 1st round wide receiver and another weapon for Caleb Williams to throw to.
So the exact opposite of draft momentum. He was decelerating with momentum and a little bit of just not as sustained of a year as some of the previous campaigns from Burden. One of those dudes that might have been better off getting drafted a year ago. And, some people think that he is absolutely a huge talent and should deserve to go higher. But he was just kind of almost relegated for one reason or another to kind of fell behind a few of these dudes. It'll be really interesting to see what when you end up talking to EJ, what he thinks of this one, because I think it's I'm not saying it's early late. I just think there's this for some reason, guys. There's some stink on Luther Burden, and I have no idea if it's warranted.
Yeah, we'll have to get his take with the Bears getting their wide receiver pick here. I see Donovan in chat saying, I think Brandon twitches every time Clinton suggests drafting someone from Texas. It's probably true, although for defensive...
It's an involuntary reaction.
And now that, the Lions took Williams, the big man out of Ohio State in the 1st round, I kind of feel like Collins is the one guy that's left that really fits that mold of a guy in the middle that would solve that issue.
Yeah, that sounds like he's that body type that we are looking for there. So then the question becomes, Do you feel like nose tackle is the biggest need there, or do you feel like corner is the bigger need and you'd rather see them spend that draft capital there?
I mean, bigger need versus where it just makes sense to try and build your defense. I think that there's a lot of benefits, I think, of going defensive tackle over corner. I think you can get by with corner, and maybe there's some guys later in the draft too.
Yeah, I'm looking down board. There's a lot of love for TJ Sanders out of South Carolina. Also, he just doesn't have he's big. They're all big. But he doesn't have the weight that Alfred Collins has. Again, Alfred Collins, from a weight perspective, he's up in that 330 range. Chat might know as well. Yeah, 330, 6'6", 332. Collins is a
big boy.
Yeah, true nose. But there are the dudes like CJ West, where he comes in at 315. But again, I think you said yesterday, weight matters to a degree, but it's strength. CJ West, I think most analysts agree, can absolutely play nose and can give you a bit of a pass rush upside as well, which is never a bad thing. So like, it's like if Alfred's a little bit better with the run, maybe a little beefier, a little more stout, versus CJ West, maybe a tick less against that, but he's a dude who can maybe get you 4.5, 5.5 sacks in a year to contribute that way, where Collins really, he gets 1 or 2, it's gonna be about it probably. So there's trade-offs there as well, but CJ West is another dude who has legit thigh arms, and you guys know how I feel about that.
Saints on the clock. Do they take Milroe here? We've got Mr. Phil backstage.
Hey.
What do you say we bring on
Yes.
Phil?
Yes,
All right.
100%.
There we go. Phil, how you doing, buddy?
I'm great. How you guys doing out there on the
he's good.
other
He's
side
just on
of
mute.
the great state of Washington?
Can't hear you yet, Phil.
You cannot hear me. What's
I don't
going on with
think
that?
Is it
I
us?
wonder what it
I don't
is.
think it's us.
I don't know. Hard telling,
Oh.
not knowing.
That's a good
Are
question.
you sure
You know what? I don't think I have. Let's see.
Let's see.
Oh, we're gonna
okay.
play with a setting, Phil. Hold tight, buddy. Hold tight.
Stand
And
by.
we can think about CJ West putting on a little weight, Clinton, because we know the formula, right?
Bushes.
No.
Oh.
Steaks and squats, baby. Steaks and squats.
I get a feeling that CJ West does plenty of both already. you
Yeah.
know?
Absolutely. Yeah. And just an absolute delight, too.
Yeah.
So I still wouldn't be mad about that pick. It will be interesting to see what the Saints do here. Do you just go with the Spencer Rattler year? Because Rattler feels a lot like some of these later round quarters. I like Will Howard better than I like Rattler. I like Milroe a little better than I like Rattler. I like Gabriel better than I like Rattler, but that's about it.
We're about to find out. I don't know.
Do we have you now, Phil?
Ryan Ramczyk.
Can you hear me okay, Brandon?
No.
Bill, I wish we don't have you yet.
Okay, hold on.
Rats.
All right, Brandon's working on it. Hold his beer. Watch this.
Tyler
Shocker
Wow.
the Shocker, huh?
Well, you were on the right wave, but kind of a different plane. Tyler Shuck, he just turned, I think, 33 years old.
49. 49. Yeah. This is just watching his stuff and everything. It felt so Brandon Whedon to me. It's not even funny.
Well, but is it the age bias creeping in because
It's
of that?
it's the you didn't figure it out and put out a really amazing season at any point while becoming old at the same time. And that's what worries me. If you get old, but you put on like a old quote unquote, but you put out like a really good season towards the end of it, and it looks like you figured it out, a little like Bo Nix, then I'm like, yep, okay, I'm in on that. But there's just too many just dumb panic throws out of Tyler Shuck.
Yeah. The age thing for me doesn't bug me really at all now in the 2025 NFL, simply because dudes stay in shape a lot longer. Quarterbacks play into the mid to late 30s routinely. So it's like, whatever. If he's your guy and you feel like you're going to get 10 to 12 years out of him, that's, as you always say, the NFL rotates every 3 years now. So that's fine. That's 3 or 4 full rotations. Interesting, though, there are definitely clearly other QBs still on the board. Remind the folks, Adam, you had, we did our top 10, your top 10.
Yeah.
You had Shuck, maybe 6. Is that right?
Let's see. I had
While you think about that, let me try Phil one more time to see. I know people in chat can hear Phil,
Oh,
but it's getting him into our headphones that would cause some problems.
gotcha.
Are you there, buddy?
Well, I don't want to advertise
No,
for
I
a
do
phone
not have
company,
the
but
audio
can
routed
you
through
hear
the
me
board
now?
correctly. So I will try that again, Phil. We may have to figure something out. So
You look great.
he does.
In my heart, you sound great.
We got Barry, aka Van T, coming in with a $49.99.
Holy smoke!
Well, I mean, that's
Cheers, buddy.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
so
amazing.
we targeting a need or luxury with the next pick.
Well, let's Barry, you gave us a very handsome dollar amount. Thank you. Let's put it back out to the chat, and also you, Barry. What do you qualify as luxury for our team? I'm not sure, because I think that alone could have 2 or 3 different answers. So Barry, and let's go around the horn. What is luxury for the current Seattle Seahawks? What do you think, Adam?
Luxury would be edge. That's luxury to me, because with the DeMarcus Lawrence signing in Mafe and Hall, you're pretty darn good. And then also Nwosu with his restructured deal. I understand the health concerns there, but those are 4 really nice players at edge. Now, if you get a guy who can be a 10-sack guy this late in the draft, I don't know if that really exists, but if you can find that at this point, I think going edge here would be a luxury in trying to build way more on a very nice strength of this team.
Okay. So edge is I think it's debatable in my mind, because I'm fully not sold on Chenna being back. I need to see that. I've personally been like fooled 2 years in a row when he's come back. Like, all right, he'll come back full strength. Why not? And he just has not. So to me, he's kind of off the board until he shows me otherwise. And then Boye is going to be up on this is last year. So we've got to pay the piper with Boye.
Yeah.
And how much you're going to pay a dude that is a solid edge. Boye is good. He's been a good second rounder. Would not take the pick back, but he kind of seems range bound, like maybe, which is good. 7 sacks, 8 sacks, maybe 9, maybe he gets to 10 at some point. But he hasn't yet. So I think for me, it's a little less luxurious than you're carving up at this point.
But are you going to find a guy that is a higher production type guy in terms of pass rush at this point in the draft? I mean, wouldn't that be
potential? I mean, Mike Green's still out there, right? So I get it. I'm just looking at production in football, right? What he did actually on the field versus like Shamar Stewart, who hasn't gotten home. So he's still out there. Ezeraku's still out there. Ezeraku had, I think, 16.5 sacks last year, with BC. So there's a couple dudes. Will they be there at 50? That part I'm unsure of.
What's luxury to you then, Clinton?
Yeah. And if there's anybody chiming in too, let's see if folks have.
What does Barry have to say too?
Yeah, I don't know if they've chimed in yet. Running back is certainly luxury to me. Running back is a definite luxury pick.
It's so funny because my argument against that would be the exact one that you just used in terms of K9 last year, the deal having to re-up blah, blah, blah.
But then there is Sharps, there is Kenny McIntosh.
I'm not a Sharps.
I know, but his performance when he was called on has been good, and he's been stable. He
had 2 really nice games. Yes.
He did more than that. He was, and I'm not a Sharps guy either. I really want, it's like making Felch happen. I really want K9 to be the guy, and that's it. But I can't look at the stats that Sharps has put up and just ignore them anymore. It's like, he's been good when he's gotten the chance, when he gets the workhorse volume, he's been pretty good. And then there's Halani sitting behind him too. And you could go get a 6-rounder or a UDFA, because running backs are running backs. So for me, that's luxurious at this point in the draft. So.
Okay. But if we're looking at offense, there's probably not a luxury pick there outside of running back, in your opinion. And
I think you can make the argument, as much as I loved tight ends, I was really on tight ends. If Fant is long for this team, which if they took, if they had already taken a tight end, I would argue he's not. But at this point, and now trading away one of those picks, the likelihood of getting a tight end early has decreased just because of the numbers. Yeah. So it starts to become a bit luxury if you're like, you know what, we have Barner, we have Fant. It starts to be like, do you really need a tight end? So that's the next one I would go to as slight luxury.
I would go with, we really need a tight end, because I've just watched enough of Noah Fant now in
I'm
his
with
time
you.
in Denver and his time in Seattle, and all the ideas of what he can be because of the talent and all of that. And it just hasn't ever come together. And he might just always kind of be that guy.
I think he is. I think he's also, or better put, like Dalton Kincaid is falling quickly into the Noah Fant track, which is you were a standout in college. You have all the traits. You are fast. You can catch. But when you get to the NFL, you're kind of 500 to 600 yards, a few touchdowns a year. You don't have the best hands. You cannot separate like a wide receiver 3. And you're also not a good inline blocker. So unless you're the dude on 11 personnel or you're playing a lot of 12, you're just not getting the ball that much. Because when you're an 11, your wide receiver 3, who's your slot guy, or your other receiver on the outside, you're just faster than your average tight end, even an above average speed-wise tight end. So I kind of agree with you. I think there's some tight ends that are on the board currently that are kind of a replica of Fant, which I don't want.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we are going to try and bring Phil back in here. Do we miss anything with anybody on the clock here?
TJ Sanders goes to the Bills. I don't know anything about TJ Sanders, Clinton.
Yeah. So he was the other guy we were just talking about where we're looking at Alfred Collins. Sanders is more like 300. So defensive tackle, he is disruptive up the middle, and he actually can cause more havoc than the Alfred Collinses of the world. He's more in the ilk of a Leo Williams, right? Or that's what they want him to be. And, nice player, was rising up. And obviously if the Bills traded up and got him, they coveted him quite a bit. So, I mean, look, the Bills are a good football team. So, if they could use a little bit of help up the gut, we talk about it all the time. You can't really do wrong with trying to go get another really solid defensive tackle.
Well, we got Barry, aka Van T, saying, "I love Besh." Jack Besh still out there. Wide receiver does feel like, if we're talking luxury picks, that might be. You could consider that one. Shane Turner Acoustic with a $7.99 super chat from Australia. Good day, dudes. Got up to see the trade, ran in and got on the telly for the pick. Love it. Clinton, this one had me excited. Great job. Legends. Go Hawks. Speaking of legends, we've got Phil. We've got him. Let's see if we have him in our ears this time. I know the audience can hear him, but it's all about how this audio is routed, Phil.
Can you hear me now, Brandon?
Fail.
No.
Okay.
Not
Switch spots with me.
Okay.
We'll try this again.
We're going to try it again. That's okay. Well, Phil, you still look great.
Absolutely. Okay. So back to Barry's comment there. He said he liked Besh. That must be a Sean Connery favorite pick as well. Like, I could just think of him like in The Rock, like, "Your Besh, only losers whine about their Besh. The winners go home and screw the prom queen. Your Besh." So, like, let's see if Barry gets his wish and we get the Sean Connery pick of the draft.
So when we need like 20 seconds, we get bad Sean Connery.
Dude, you guys just did the thing and abandoned the mics. I had to do something. That's what I chose to do.
That's your choice.
That's where I went with it.
That was a choice.
And you're welcome. And I'm also sorry at the same time.
Want to give some love back to Shane. I know Brand just called him out. Shane's a great dude. So for any of the flockers that are down in Australia, which I know is going to be limited, less than, but Shane, check him out. He's always playing acoustic. I think he's mainly in the west end of Australia. That's Perth. I think Perth is over there.
Absolutely. That's exactly where Perth is.
But, go check out Shane. Find him on Facebook too. The dude, I've watched some of his videos of him just covering tunes, and he's really good at what he does. And I keep asking him, I'm like, "Hey man, any chance you'll make it out here one day and we could do a flocker gathering with some, with some acoustic music from Shane?" I think that would be freaking awesome.
That'd be cool. Maybe you guys could have a little jam sesh.
That'd be a lot of fun.
Your jam sesh.
Jam sesh. We're back.
Where's Bash?
Hold the door for yeah.
You're welcome. Yeah. Again. All right.
Oh my gosh. I'm trying this. And okay, now do we have Phil?
Oh my gosh. Let's see. Drum roll.
Hello.
Yeah. Oh. Thank God.
Welcome me to the show.
Connery, Phil.
I don't have any bad Sean Connery, but that was pretty
No,
bad.
anything
Maybe.
you say will be better than bad Sean Connery. I think that's the point here. We're trying to get away from bad Sean Connery.
Okay. Well, I was going to say third time's the charm, but we failed on the third time. Turns out Brandon, 4 is his lucky number.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Love it. So, Phil, you're hopping in hot. Let's just go right to the trade. What do you think about the boldness to go trade up? And then what do you think about the pick itself?
Well, I kicked on I've been working, and I was sad because I was hoping to be done by 4 so I could watch what was going on because I thought we might trade in. Yeah. I did wonder if we might be interested in this particular safety. And because I haven't been terribly impressed with all the things that I've seen, but when you think about Mike Macdonald and he likes these chess pieces, this guy definitely has some great traits. So yeah, we gave up one of our worst third rounder, if I'm not mistaken, by what I have looked at. We gave up our second third rounder so we could move to the top and get what I expect to be one of those other guys that John considers first rounder that he thought was still available. Is that kind of the recap of what happened?
I think it was pick 82, which would be the better of the third rounders, but it was the better when we showed it on the TV screen either. It just said round 3 picks. So I do like Marlon's comment, though, that we're doing it wrong. I should have kept acting like we couldn't hear Phil. The thing is I think that if I hadn't actually got it to work this time, Phil would have ejected and he would have been gone.
I would just exploded, and that would have been it. I went and got some family things done.
Drummer, yeah. Well, okay. So then how about we look back to, so yesterday was awesome, Phil. We wish you could have been here. We know you enjoyed it. Like,
Mason Taylor.
Yep. My mini dream's gone, but that's okay.
Okay. Yeah. So to interrupt ourselves, Jets select Mason Taylor. Again, this is Jason Taylor's son. Big, lean, fast tight end.
Yeah, I wanted him too. Yeah.
I know you liked him quite a bit. He was pretty farther down the board for me, but again, I had like a big gully once you got past the first 2 dudes where I liked some of the guys down board. But the interesting part here is that Arroyo was getting a lot of love again the last couple of weeks. People going bananas that Arroyo runs away from people. And now, not that he's slipping, but Taylor goes before him. But Phil, you would have really loved it here. Really good energy yesterday. Wish you could have been here. What was the household like for you? And what was I know you were a Zabel guy. How did that feel in the moment? Were you nervous? And take us through, your reaction.
I guess I wasn't as nervous this year as I've often been. I was watching with my sons. My wife was kind of doing some homework / watching it with us. And then we were watching you guys and the TV. And so my wife's reading her book. She teaches literature. That's one of the classes she teaches. Preparing for that. She's like, how do you listen to those guys being funny? Then you got Mel Kiper, and then all of a sudden the commercials come on the TV and they're loud. And so I was like, hey, we have a lot of rooms in our house, baby. You could pick another one. You want to hang out with us. This is what we're doing. And so we had a little bit of fun there. And I was telling him, I've liked this guy Zabel for quite a while since I saw him. And I don't watch a lot of drills, but the way he was tearing people up, some other people on X kind of turned me on to him. The way he was thrashing people with some of the drills, some of the big name guys that are going to be drafted today and have been. I was kind of stoked about him. And then, of course, we have this guy that so many are familiar with. Dave is in our Discord regularly, Hawk Van Dyke, and he has just been poo-pooing my love for this guy for so long that it was finally wearing me down to where, like, okay, I guess if we don't get it, maybe Dave's right, but so I kind of
that to you. Don't let him do that to you, Phil. Don't let him kill your dream. Don't do that.
He worked so hard at it that actually I think for a while I was like, okay, I guess I was right. And okay, I guess I got the guy that I wanted. But it took me a while to get back to where I was thrilled that we got the guy. This is the 4th first-round pick in a row that I wanted and that we got. I can't believe that has happened. It just seems kind of incredible to me that it keeps taking place like this. I hope he is everything that we dream Zabel can begin to be, to put together a solid interior offensive line. You think about a line with 2 tackles that I think we all agree are good, and yet we're 31st by most measurements in our effectiveness, horrific to pass protect, cannot open up anything in the middle for the running game. it's so obvious that we need to get the right guy there. And this guy matches up everything that I would want. An interior lineman, as far as that we could actually get by pick 18, I don't think it could have gone much better than it did unless we traded down just a little bit and still got him. But that's being greedy, right?
I think it was dangerous. And the proof being that Donovan Jackson went at 24.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
like that to me shows the Vikings probably had two of those dudes like sitting there like Zabel or Jackson. We're getting one of them, and they sure did, right? So I think just like we just saw, right? Sanders goes off the board. He's interior DT. The Niners are up, and they take Alfred Collins. So
Boo.
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So they go get it is what it is. They got to be
another
honest.
guy we
wanted, coveted. I think very valuable. The Niners are, again, we talked about it yesterday. I think what they're doing is exactly what they should be doing, which is trying to key back on Nick Bosa and building that defensive line, because it was him and a bunch of nobodies at this point. It really got decimated. Now all of a sudden they are loading up with some young talent where it's like, oh man, if you free up Bosa and he could be a 15 sack guy again, you put some pieces around him, they could get good pretty quick again after 6 wins last year.
No, they can't get good pretty quick again. That's impossible. It's not going to happen. Don't listen to Clinton. Don't put that out into the universe. Let's not give him that sort of juju. It is a bummer that Collins is off the board, but that's okay. Phil, so the Seahawks package their picks. They trade up.
Yes.
They get Nick Emmanwori. I'm working on it. Did I nail it?
Yeah, it's good.
Did I nail it?
I think that's right. Nick Emmanwori. Yeah.
How are you feeling?
Okay, so I had a lot of things to say about this, but it's all coming at me quick because, like I said, I finished up a bunch of work, logged on, saw it happened. I'd already been thinking about Emmanwori quite a bit. We've been tossing around the Discord what he might mean. Really, it's what's in Mike's imagination to use him. But before I get to that, I fell in love with so many players for day 2. I feel like there's so many starters. The hurtful part to me is I was saying I would like 8 second-round picks right now.
Yeah.
There's so many guys that I think, yes, these guys could contribute or be soon contributors, make a difference for us. And so the fact that we had to give up a third, which I still think there's going to be some great quality there, that part's a little bit of a bummer. But if Emmanwori can be some kind of combination of the safety that people fear, nobody's Cam Chancellor, so I think that's insulting to the great man to put that out there. But there's some players out there that they make a name for themselves as safety because of the difference they make and how they're moved around, and because they've been matched up with just the right coordinator, whether it was Mike at the Ravens, whether it was Pete Carroll here at the Seahawks, whether it is Bill Belichick and how he's used guys like Reed and Lawyer Malloy and different ones. There's some of these players, if they match up with the right D coordinator, they can be legendary names. Now, will he become that? I don't know. But it's cool that there's a chance that from this draft, we might have plucked something that could turn into something legendary that we have great memories of. I didn't see it by watching the tape, but I must believe if we traded one of those precious contributor level picks from round 3 to move up and get him, Mike wanted this guy bad. And so that excites me, Adam.
Would you be disappointed if he became less than a not all pro, let's just say Pro Bowl type player? Because that's obviously a step down, and was just a really nice starter at this point.
Okay, so there's no, obviously, the guarantee of him becoming one of these legendary, memorable players. That can't be there. Nobody could say this is going to happen, right? Here's what I believe. They targeted this thinking this is a scratch ticket that could become something great. Mike must see within him some sparks of, I can unlock this guy in a way that's going to make differences on the football field. I believe that's why they drafted him. I don't believe they drafted him to just fill some kind of hole and be available if Kobe gets hurt or they can't re-sign him, or, heaven forbid something happens with Love, that we got a guy we can throw in there. I don't think he's that kind of player. There's nothing about his traits, nothing about his history that makes me think we just grabbed a guy because we wanted a third safety. So your question is, will I be sad if he doesn't become that? Yeah, I'll be a little bummed because I think they believe it's possible he can be greatness. If he just turns out to be an okay number 3 safety, it's not a wasted pick because he's going to make a difference on special teams and we need a third safety. But I'll be a little bummed because I do think they've got lots of aspirations for this pick with everything or all the information around what would lead to this. They're hoping for something awesome. What do you think, Brandon?
So just to update folks on who's come off the board here, we saw Alfred Collins come off the board. I
talked about
you
that
guys
a little
saw
bit.
that.
Yep.
Then Donovan, the edge from Boston College, goes off the board. The Colts.
I wanted him too.
Yeah, I know. We're going to start seeing a lot of these guys were all players that we thought about maybe, would they fall to 50 when the Seahawks have a pick? So we're going to start seeing a lot of names where we go, oh yeah, I was sold on that guy. But going back to Emmanwori, I think that the one thing that does excite me is that a lot of times when you find a guy who tests out really well, where the athletic testing is just off the charts. A lot of times you see guys really jump up the board because they were thought about as 4th, 5th round picks. But with Emmanwori, he's a guy who was a very skilled college player, and so it's relatively rare that you see the guy who is skilled also with those traits and then still have him available, because guys get so tempted by that they end up being 1st round picks because just you don't see athletic traits like that a lot in NFL talented players.
For sure. So Rams are now on the clock after the Colts pick JT Tuimoloau.
I think you know Tuimoloau.
The edge from the Ohio State.
The edge from Ohio State.
All right.
I'm giving it to you.
So is this what was the dream? Shadur Sanders to the Rams? Is that that the dream?
It's still alive.
Yeah.
We'll see. Who
I didn't get to hear.
I
know the listeners got to hear everything Adam thinks of Emmanwori. Did you have like a recap for me of, are you amped about this pick? Do you see it the way I do, that they've got to have dreams and hopes if they jumped up like this to do it?
I guess I didn't have that take in particular in terms of him being looked at as being a great player, because the little bit that I did watch of Emmanwori, I saw that he's a really nice player down in the box and tackles very well. Clinton was a little higher on his coverage skills. And those are all things that you can put in there as the second of the third safety, one of the 2 starting safeties, and then still bring in a third safety and be very effective. I just think that I believe strongly in the idea of Mike Macdonald. And you pointed to this a little bit earlier in what you were saying, his ability to take safety talent and really elevate it to a high level. And we've seen him do it. If he can do that with Kobe Bryant last year, I can't wait to see what he does with somebody like Emmanwori.
Right. That has those, like the skill set that Kobe doesn't have.
Yeah. Kobe's not an athlete, really, and not even close to the athlete that Emmanwori would be. He's just unlocked his, his ball awareness, his quick mind, really. If he can put some of that into Emmanwori, it could be fun. It could really be fun.
Anybody that with the next pick here coming in at 50, Phil, that you are really hoping for, the guy that you're like, if he's still on the clock, that's the one.
Definitely. Yeah. I've got a couple that I'm really hoping for. I don't want to miss out on Jared Wilson the most, though. I like
speaking my language.
What's that?
You're speaking my language.
Yep. I like it. Yeah.
So I've been talking, and everybody on Discord know this was my number 2. He's my most beloved, probably of the whole draft, really, that I would like to have everything I've seen, all the athletic traits that we liked in Creed Humphrey, and also be able to lock down the pass pro. I don't like comps because every person is different. Everybody's background is different, but the way you watch him play, he does all the things right and he can do the extra. Get downfield and massacre someone at the second level. He could make such a difference in the run game and be solid in the pass game. And we have Olu, who's a backup. He's a good backup, but he's trying to fill in as a starter. Think about the level we could take it to if we have a legit, this guy competes for Pro Bowl, All Pro down the road. And I think there's no reason to think Wilson could not become that. So he's my number one. Tate Ratledge, I'm really interested in as well. Imagine the great names on either side with the awesome stashes as we have Gray Zabel and Tate Ratledge, right guard, left guard. I mean, Sam's going to feel awesome just breaking the huddle, knowing he's got these great names with these awesome mustaches coming up at guard if we were to take Tate. But I want Wilson more. Yeah. I think he'll be there.
Look, Adam just walked away. If they draft Zabel and Tate Rutledge, Adam has to come. Oh, he's back. No, I was going to say Adam has to commit to changing his hair to look like Tate Rutledge.
All four of us can get some stashes for a show, right, guys? All four of us can wear a stash for a show if we
go stash, we go mullet, we go Bosworth.
I might get fired if I go mullet, but I could do a stash for a couple weeks.
I got to go find a pic to bring on screen. Give me a second.
Oh boy,
what's going on?
I don't know. He has to find a picture.
You can't. Oh, you haven't found Tate Ratledge yet?
Tate Ratledge looks like?
No. I know it. I know Tate Ratledge.
Okay. You want the screen. Okay. But so I think Tate Ratledge is more in this area from what I've seen for predictions. Like if we're going to get him, we're going to need to get him at 50. I would like Jared Wilson so much that I don't really want to risk hoping that he's still there in the third round because I think that's a little bit dangerous. And I think he'd be a bigger difference maker for us than Ratledge, to be honest.
It would be pretty wild if they could go and get who they considered to be their best guard. And then with Wilson, he's widely considered to be the best center. There's just not a ton of center prospects that people look at. So I think
the only one that's rated higher, possibly by some, Gray Zabel, if he was to play center. That's it.
So that would be quite the draft in the first three picks. And we have the Rams with their pick in. I haven't seen it come up on the board just yet.
I haven't either.
But
I mean,
Rams, if you were to dream like a bad pick for the Rams, Phil, we've been cheering on Shedeur Sanders to this.
Yeah, that's as good as any. Let's give him a quarter, but they should want a quarterback because I mean, how much longer is Matt going to be able to play?
Right.
But if they take Sanders, then I'm worried that he's going to turn out good. I don't think he's good, but I worry about the players that they pick. I wouldn't be surprised.
Typically, pretty smart organization, right?
Yes. Yeah, they are. Yeah.
We got Michael Brockers making the pick for the Rams. We've got Barry, aka Van T, in the chat saying that you could kill a stash. I'm assuming that means you would rock a pretty good stash, Phil.
My daughters
full handlebar mustache stash, that would be strong.
My daughters have seen pictures of me. We used to do the mustache because when I worked at UPS, you could not have a beard. Now you can, but back then you could not. And so every time we were expecting, I wore a stash. And my daughters look at those pictures and they're like, "Dad, you're the ugliest guy in the world." And we always tell our friends how handsome our dad is, but you are disgusting with the mustache. So they might not be down with this. They might not be down with this plan.
Well, not down with this plan. No, Josh Tahuma is not going to like this pick from our Discord. Terrence Ferguson, the Oregon tight end, very fast, very athletic, 6'5", 247 pounds. Dude can play. And in I got to speak honestly. It's like, okay, McVay is really, really good at scheming things. You give him an athletic, pass-catching tight end like Ferguson who really could run. This is nightmare fuel for Seahawks fans. Like McVay is going to find a lot of ways to use this guy, and that stinks. He's a good football player.
Yeah, we wanted more stone hands tight ends going to the Rams. Instead, they get Terrence Ferguson from Oregon. We've got Barry, a.k.a. Van T, coming in with a $19.99 super chat on top of the donation earlier for Phildo. Get a drink, man. And yes,
Phildo.
Donation for shots from us and now one for Phil. So really appreciate that, Barry.
Thanks,
so
bro. Yeah.
Adam just back in. Terrence Ferguson goes to the Rams. Yeah, I know. Athletic tight end, and other tight ends are falling. Again, we had Max Toscano on from Remember the Tight Ends, and Arroyo is getting pushed up the boards. Arroyo might be a day one.
Yeah.
And I had this opinion. I'm like, I don't think Arroyo gets open enough. And all these blown coverage things, that's not going to happen in the NFL. So kind of showing out here that these other tight ends are being drafted. Arroyo's still on the board. Actually, as a Seahawks fan, for me, hate it. And also scares me because we still need a tight end. But he's not my guy.
Yeah, it's a bummer to see one of the good tight ends come off when, I think that's a place that I think Clint Kubiak would really like some extra help. And then also, oh man, bringing Cardinals. Screw you, Cardinals.
Back to back.
Will Johnson. Yeah, being taken off the board. So of course, the stupid four-rack stabbing
could be a steal
back again.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Will Johnson in many parallel universes that we have you here, Phil, we're talking about what if, right? I think he goes in the first round in a lot of other drafts besides the one that we're living in right now. So I hate to give back-to-back compliments to NFC West rivals, but I would take Will Johnson here too. How about you, Phil?
Yeah, he's one of the couple guys we were talking about on the Discord this morning that we were interested in. That it's like injury concerns are the only reason they're not top picks. And I think we're in a great spot to get a guy like that because we have one more year of Reek Woolen. And I think what will happen is he's going to earn us a really nice comp pick if we don't re-sign him. Yeah. Be a great year to put somebody with maybe a knee or a hammy or they're trying to recover. Midway through the season, they start to become that number 3 corner, comes in when Spoon goes to the inside, gets used to playing, and then becomes our starter when we lose Reek and get a compensatory pick for him next year. So I was kind of interested in that. Right now, I'm not as excited for that because we did give up one of our day 2 picks, and I think we should probably focus on a contributor. I'm probably ready to wait for corner until tomorrow if I had my choice.
Oh, the Raiders have traded their pick away to the Houston Texans. The Texans moving up.
Oh no! Are they taking Ratledge right here? They're gonna swoop in just 2 picks before.
Pete wouldn't do that to us, would he? Give somebody who wants one.
Pete's still our quarterback this offseason. Pete will do anything to us.
So the Texans took a wide receiver before, right? Didn't they take Higgins?
Yep.
Okay. So the dream is alive for this is okay by me, unless of course they take Jalen Noel here and just go Higgins and Noel and say
they already have like a stable of receivers.
Yeah, Tank Dell hurt. Tank Dell might not see the field this year. He's hurt again. So
Collins
is very good. Nico Collins.
If we want to make Hawk Van Dyke go crazy,
who's
need to get Harold Fannin. Let's get Harold Fannin as our tight end here on our upcoming pick, just to make his brain explode with another small school guy. That just for those that like to cause the pain over there in London. I'm not saying that's what I want, but it could be entertaining at least.
I love how this has turned into what picks would cause Bloomy the most pain.
Well, he brought it upon himself. Let's be very fair.
That's true. I mean, he set the stage.
Look at the hat he wears. It's like a free bowl of soup with that hat. So guys, I do want to give you not just a preview, but if we have to go mustache, right? If we have to go mustaches, well, I happen to have this beauty right here. So this is me with a mustache. So a Studio 54 party I had to attend many years ago.
It's not real.
No,
I missed it.
Oh, it's real.
That's real.
Yeah, that is me without a beard and a mustache.
There's no way.
I mean, look,
I don't believe
the hair is a wig. The hair on my head.
The mustache, you bought them together as a package, and it's the same from the Halloween store.
That crawling caterpillar is
natural. The Dirk Diggler pack.
That's a natural born That's a natural born caterpillar right there, my man. A little push broom right there. Okay. So that is a real mustache. So just saying, if we want to go there, we don't. Just buyer beware. Know what you're getting into. That's all.
Yeah.
Well, Bloomy does come in and say, note that the highly rated small school guys, Green, Alexander, and Ravel, are falling to the range that small school bums should go.
I love it.
Just like
perfect.
Yeah. Well, how many more picks to Seattle? It can't be too many.
Bengals are on the clock, and then it's us.
Ooh, so very soon. Wow.
Who'd the Texans take? I didn't see it.
Not yet. Pick is just in. Yeah. So Phil, do you have maybe you guys talked about when I was out for a second or two, pick 50, everybody's on the board still. Who do you taking?
Well, we did. And for me, it's Tate Ratledge or Jared Wilson. I want Jared Wilson. I think this might be early. He's the guy I want most. So if we have to drop down to get him, but if Tate's on there, I'm totally fine with getting the double stash guards. That could be awesome. We'd still end the day. I mean, I'd already feel like this is a great draft at that point if we got one of those two guys.
Adam, you got a guy at 50 that's percolating for you, or yes, no, maybe so?
Yeah, Scattaboo. Give me the boo. I mean, I want it.
I did get to meet
at 50.
Well, at any pick, Phil. How can you be mad at whatever pick they pick a guy that's going to come in and change the entire identity of your offense in terms of physicality?
I got to meet Brady Russell yesterday and his lovely wife at the draft party, and he was very fired up to play fullback. And Scattaboo, to me, whether it's early or not, who cares? Yeah. I do think he would be very useful in a Kubiak offense and okay, hey, go play fullback and then give a spell and then play H-back and then get out and block and be annoying and do Scattaboo things.
Yep.
And, oh, by the way, Kubiak likes to do, we talked with Earl Thomas yesterday about, hey, treat third down like it's second down. So you open the playbook for fourth down like modern NFL teams do once they cross basically the 50-yard line. And by the way, when you kick the ball into the friggin' end zone, it goes to the 35 now. It's almost always in play. It's more and more and more prescient that you have to have a plan for third and fourth down. Again, whether it's Scattaboo at 50 or likely not, but that type of tool is becoming more useful in the NFL than it ever has been.
We've got Josh DeHuman in chat saying Jack Besh, Tate Ratledge, Jared Wilson. So Shane Turner Acoustics saying Wilson.
Did Jalen Noel go? Like, he didn't go yet, right?
He has not gone, Clinton.
So, yeah.
Is that your guy then?
Oh, he's by far my guy.
Brandon, yours?
I like Besh a lot, but Jalen Noel's my guy.
I think I have to go Wilson, but I also think that this would be the spot if you're going to take Milroe to go Milroe.
Yeah, you're probably right. This would be the spot. I like the idea of taking Milroe. I'm not in love with it though. Like I
love it.
That's right. Yeah. I think that he's a guy that does have the ability to, or at least there's a decent opportunity to get his accuracy in throwing to a point that is highly effective.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a little overblown compared to what most people say, but yeah, I still think that there's other things I'd like to see.
I think good news for our team that the Texans had to get into position, and now they do what we thought they'd do earlier. They go get a tackle. They need to go get a tackle. They take.
What about Kyle Williams later? Just take Jared Wilson now. Get Kyle Williams later on tonight.
I'm with that, Phil.
Yeah, if we want to get a Washington State Coug, Kyle Williams is really good, right? So I like that as well. I personally think Besh is a little bit better. People who don't know him quite well,
I don't know him at all. So tell me about this guy.
He tears it up at TCU this year, but
doing what? What does he do?
What does Puka Nacua do?
I don't know. I don't even know what we're positioning.
Oh, he's a wide receiver.
Yeah.
He just constantly gets open. He's really good after the catch. He catches everything.
Like his drop rate is the top of all the wide receivers.
He's 6'2". He's always open, right? And he gets good yak, and he's very, very, very skilled wide receiver. What people most don't realize is he transferred from LSU because he back in whatever it was 3 years ago, he led LSU for 1 year, but then he got buried on their depth chart because of the LSU wide receivers. So then he's like, all right, I'm out of here. Goes to TCU and just rips it up this year. So he was, he's a dude who was recruited and went to LSU in that wide receiver room and had to make his own lane and did so very effectively.
With the Seahawks pick coming up, we've got Samuel Gelber in the chat with a $12 super chat saying, for good luck. It's a weird fandom place to root for beating the Giants in divisional round, Falcons in an NFC championship game, and Raiders in the Super Bowl, but I'm here.
That's a great recount. Sam is one of my, I'll speak for me, favorite flockers. We love you all, but Sam,
we don't have favorites. Don't listen to him.
I have favorites. It's cool. You could guess who you are, but Sam is one of mine. He's very active. He's in our Discord quite a bit, and he's got a really good sense of humor, and that's a great encapsulation of Sam listening and really putting out something funny. So it's great.
Demetrius Knight coming off the board, linebacker out of South Carolina.
Here we go, guys.
Now
I'd kind of be bummed if we get a receiver. There's just too many things that I'd like. I think we can take one later tonight. There's a lot of good ones there.
Yeah.
That might make it later tonight.
Is this where John now trades down and recoups the pick that he just used to trade up for Emmanwori?
Yeah. He's wily like that. He might just want those chips back, right? So he might.
Just take Wilson. Go up there and take him right now, and I'll just jump and do flips and all kinds of stuff.
I would be very cool, Phil, with Jarrett Wilson. Because again, it's like, is it, I think, an immediate improvement to a position that matters? And the answer is yeah. And I like Olu. I'm not an Olu basher.
Right.
But
it's a backup.
Improvement is possible.
Yes, improvement is possible, right?
And that's the biggest area of need for improvement is the offensive.
Still, probably likely.
Is it a bigger improvement to go from Olu to Wilson as it is from LaMea, Haynes, Bradford to Ratledge?
Or
that's a great question.
Is it a big improvement going from Bobo to one of these receivers?
How dare you?
Or is it a bigger improvement to go from Olu to Wilson? What do you think?
I will keep pounding the chest, the proverbial chest.
So no trade.
That Jalen Knoll is the love child of Golden Tate and Angry Doug Baldwin. If you liked how those two dudes played and can imagine a mashup, that's Jalen Knoll. So let's see.
All right. Well,
you think we'd have to take him here to get him, Clinton?
Yes. I mean, well, he won't be. Yes, he won't be when we pick again, unless we trade up again. So yeah, I do.
Mike Green could be a spot here if you're going for edge. Now he's slid to the second round where I know I'd be a little bit more comfortable. It even sounds like Bloomy would be more comfortable, just not at 18. And he's still there on the board. That's a position where it's kind of a sneaky need, but with DeMarcus Lawrence on a 1-year deal with Uchenna Nwosu, you don't necessarily know what his situation is going to be with injury. You got Boye Mafe up for a new contract next year. Going edge here could make sense.
The pick is in.
That's more of a luxury to me.
Edge and receivers seem a little luxury. Receivers closer to preparing for the future to me than luxury, but edge is a luxury, I think.
Oh, for sure. I mean, if anybody's trying to rely on Cup for the next 3 years, like you've probably got another thing coming.
No, you need one. Yeah.
I love that comment by Nate Schutz saying, "Yo, how are we just abandoning Christian Haynes already?" And as
I'm not.
As the only UConn grad on this distinguished panel, I would say, Nate, I don't think we are. I think I'm with you. Like we're not.
You just got to get him now that you have Gray Zabel coming in to get him on the steak and squats diet,
and also with Benton, with Clint Kubiak,
it says best fit on ESPN, Jared Wilson. Just do the thing.
Do the thing. Do the thing.
Listen to Kuiper for once.
Yeah.
Do the thing. Please, let's not Creed Humphrey this again.
Somebody clip that. 142 and 10, right?
There it is.
The Mel Kuiper.
Kuiper this thing. Don't de-escourage this, please.
I do got to give a quick shout out to Jeff Stevens. Woke up this morning and he had clipped the Earl Thomas clip from yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Like a little 23-second clip of Earl looking around and going, "This is a good podcast." So thank you, Jeff, for doing that. Appreciate you sending it my way. We already reshared it. We put out the Gray Zabel live reaction yesterday with the room, and that was a lot of fun. So that's out there on YouTube. And then this morning we edited the Earl one. We'll put that out soon, where it's just the Earl conversation too, which I thought was really actually, even though it's a short conversation, I thought he actually got pretty deep pretty quickly. So it was pretty cool.
That's got to be our new zip clip as they introduce certain sections. This is a great podcast by Earl Thomas.
Good podcast. Like Earl, he knows how to appropriately categorize.
But he looked us in the eyes while he said it. So it's like, that's a good plus at least.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, better than
him being like, this was a waste of my time. You guys suck balls. See ya. Yeah.
He gave you a B- with good, right? That's better than average.
No, B+ is good.
We'll take the curve here, Phil. It's fine. We'll agree on a curve.
Because C+, that's fine to just like maybe a little better than fine.
Yeah. So at least
he's good.
Although it depends on how you would say fine. Like if he said, "This is a fine podcast."
Right. That's true.
Then it's like fine wine.
You can put the emphasis, right?
It's like, this is fine.
Yeah. Exactly.
If I was there, we would have been stuck with like, this podcast is okay. So see how much improvement we got by me being stuck on the other side of the stage.
Oh, dude, I stepped out of the booth for the interview, and I think that's the only thing that made that
Is this
happen.
touchdown, Alexander?
Yeah, here it is.
Nice.
Touchdown.
Come on.
Alexander on stage making our Seahawks pick.
Speaking of
How fitting would it be for you if it were Sean Alexander announcing Bo Scadaboo?
Oh, it's not happening.
Do it. Just do the thing.
Let's listen in. Let's listen in.
Let's
Here we go.
Let's go.
Elijah Arroyo.
Elijah Arroyo, tight end out of Miami.
Well, I love him.
Clinton's sadness begins.
It's just not my guy. But that's well, what can I say? I am not an expert, folks, so I might be wrong. I don't love that, whatever that was, him flashing his chesticles to us. But okay, he's fast, and people get excited about him because he can really, really get away from people. In the modern NFL, my challenge with this guy, this type, is you have wide receiver threes that can do these things. You can see he's breaking away from DBs. People like highlight that. He's breaking away from a DB. He's breaking away from a DB. Okay, but he's pretty wide open to start with. And yes, he's running past a linebacker who's never going to make the NFL. I don't think he's much of a blocker. And for me, this is a D, maybe even for me. It's not a good use of capital. I'm not happy with the pick, but that's my take.
You
Luxury
were
pick
on board of going with a tight end
But
at some spot.
Specifically
Not Arroyo, but I look at, for example, EJ Schneider, one of the guys who looks at the draft. He had Elijah Arroyo number 3 on his tight end board behind Tyler Warren and Colson Loveland. So one of the things that EJ said about Arroyo, big athlete who's extremely fluid for his size, quick feet through his breaks and catches the ball away from his body, great hands and catch process, good speed, long strides, can run when he opens it up, and runs away from man coverage.
Sounds like Jimmy Graham when I'm reading this. All it needs to say is used to play basketball.
See, what kept going through my head was Julius Thomas back in the day for the Broncos. Just that big dude, super fast, good catcher, not much of a blocker.
And
yeah. And Brett notes his inconsistency as a run blocker, which to me, though, is that going tight end here, it's probably the last tight end where you could say for sure that, okay, no offense, I may be numbered with the Seahawks now.
He's traded.
Yeah, and that makes sense. And if you're in a lot of 12 personnel, then you got Barner and Arroyo out there at the same time. And then, it's not a tell.
Laporta.
Yeah, exactly.
Laporta. I'm very willing to be wrong. But, my eyes saw what they saw. And I thought it's styles of tight end. There's a tight end type that I like. And I think if you're not going to get the top
is that type named Tyler Warren?
Well, it's a type. Yeah. He represents that type. Right. But
I didn't know that there was others that were outside of that.
But a dude who could play it both ways, a guy who could actually block in line like Gunnar Helm. So I just look at what he does, and he falls into the Dalton Kincaid category for me, where all these breakaway plays that he has in college, they just won't manifest that way in the NFL because dudes are bigger and the field's a lot smaller. And versus Loveland just off the jump is open. Off the jump, he's open. He's creating it against like a press corner, and he's open. Arroyo, it's not that fast. It develops later. And that's college football with all that space and all that freaking time. It gets collapsed in the NFL. So I hope I'm dead wrong.
Well, I think the thing that matters is having a guy who can catch. And Arroyo is one of those guys who, in terms of drop rates, he is among the lowest of the tight ends. So he catches a lot of passes. He does it with his hands. He does it downfield. His yards per catch actually was the best out of this class at almost 17 yards per catch. Yards after the catch, he was right there with Ferguson. Now, I know you said that part didn't necessarily excite you, but
it doesn't at all because of college football. It's just the yak to me, or like tackles broken in college football, I think is such a just fool's gold. For me. And
He's our wide receiver 3, right? That's what this is.
When you look at guys like Mason Taylor, who got barely any yards after the catch, Loveland, who didn't get much after the catch.
Different offenses.
Right.
Taylor was running a bunch of like drag routes, and then Arroyo is breaking away and making big plays. I know that sounds great. Again, I just think it's the translation to does that happen in the NFL? And unless you're Brock Bowers, which I don't think Arroyo is, it doesn't really happen in the NFL at that pace. Max Toscano, who we had on, he happened to have Arroyo like way down the board. I think he was like 7, 8, or 9 for him. He was not at all near his top 3. So, and I had come to the opinion on Arroyo before we had Max on. So again, hey, I might be wrong. I would love to be wrong, but the last 2 picks for our Seahawks, they weren't my guys. What can I say?
Well, we got Yoke Hawk saying, how concerned are we about injury history? That was a reason why he's probably lasted to this, why all the other tight ends went ahead of him too, because medical issues on this one could be kind of tough, but hopefully, Phil, do you know if he was one of the guys that came in for a top 30? Because that would maybe help with that idea, that if they were able to bring him into the building and
I can check because I wrote it down, but he missed 22 and 23 with knee issues. I think it depends on how you scale and weight the blocking ability. Because if you're familiar with Steve Minch on ESPN, he almost only says positive things about these players. And here's what he described him on his blocking. He gets stood up and shed at times, but he's a competitive inline blocker. So I'm looking at him as mostly wide receiver 3. I don't know about you guys.
Competitive inline blocker might be an upgrade from Fant.
It would be if he manifests competitive, I guess.
Yeah.
But again, we got to give, the devil's advocate for me is that Kubiak is in year 1. We knew they'd be targeting a tight end. At least we thought they would be, given how much 12 and 13 he wants to run. And there were other dudes on the board. So they chose Arroyo. They like the type, and we'll see how it pans out. Hey, look, last year Tyrese Knight got critically panned, if you will. Like, that's a big reach. It's way too early. AJ Barner got pretty panned. That's too early. That's a stretch. They might have been our 2 most successful picks. So,
yeah.
So
there's no record of him coming for a 30. We had Mason Taylor. That's the tight end that came to visit us. I don't see any record of him.
So I guess the question would be whether or not Bannon ends up becoming more of an NFL, like a better NFL tight end.
I think there's other guys. Bannon's also very interesting because he's 6'3". He's a bit of a tweener. He just became a tight end a couple of years ago, and he's really more of a pass catcher that could really run with the football.
Yeah.
Again, he's more the move. He's not a 2-way tight end per se. So there's other dudes that are still on the board.
But then you're talking about guys that you're probably taking in the 4th or 5th round anyway.
3rd, 4th.
Yeah.
Which was fine. Take something else here. Right. So
yeah, like center
would have been cool. Jalen
guard,
cool, yeah.
DT, corner.
But hey, such is life. It's
I'm trying not to be sad, guys. I'm trying not to be sad.
He could be a really nice player. Like, that speed may well translate. Like, that's one of the things that we don't know going in. It is interesting to finally be on the other side of it here at Clinton, where I get my pick at the top of the draft, so I'm just kind of happy now.
Yeah.
And they can do about anything, and then to have a second round that is just filled with Clinton's disappointments.
This feels to me like, and I know you love baseball, Adam.
I do. It's such a relevant and exciting sport. Yeah.
This is like, getting your first at bat and you hit a double, triple, or maybe even a home run. So you're 1 for 1, and you get back to the dugout and the coach would say something like, "Hey, have a day," because you started your day really, really well. When you end a baseball game 1 for 4 and your team lost that game, it really,
it still doesn't matter.
It really diminishes. It diminishes the first inning heroics. So that's how I'm personally feeling right now. But it ain't over till it's over. There's a lot of picks to go still.
So without no Milroe there, I would imagine he's going to be gone by the time that the Seahawks pick at the 28th pick of the 3rd round. So I can't imagine that quarterback is going to be something that they're going to address here going into the third. We're starting to get into the late stuff here to where like I have no idea. Good luck.
Well, and it's still possible to look at trades too at this point in the draft. Like they would have the capital to trade up higher in the third round. So that's something to consider. We've got Sam Gelber in chat saying, has center gone in this draft at all? Could we actually take the first one in the third? No. Well, unless you're counting Zabel, who is considered to be a potential center pick too. But Wilson was considered to be, or is considered to be, the best center. And yeah, he's still on the board.
Yeah. And with him on the board right there, the way that Clinton feels about him and when Max was on, the way he feels about him, he does start to feel a little escargy.
Well,
you know, like fever, like all that stuff. And but the best center was on the board. So
yeah, I'm worried this is an escargy moment part two. That's kind of my concern. And those guys get paid a lot. They know more than I do. Obviously, it's the PTSD of what had happened last time, and this time I was even more excited about Wilson. Watched him a bunch.
If we end up with Wilson,
had all the possibilities. You know?
If we end up with your guy Wilson, Phil, I'd be very happy. That's a great pick. If for me, it would also salvage a little bit of this. And I see Leaf saying, you know, they're knocking this draft out of the park. What are you all on about? Well, you know, I hear you, Leaf. That's your opinion, and we could differ. That's all.
It's just the Clinton. Like he was scouting a lot of tight ends. He was breaking tape on a lot of tight ends, and this was by far the one that he had the strongest take against.
I just don't think his stuff translates. It's like he doesn't get open right away, and then he's wide open because it's bad people he's playing. And it's like, oh, he ran away from a DB. I don't care. That won't happen.
But Clinton is very, you know, he can be down on some guys a lot of the time, and so when he's down, he's down there, take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, true.
He's a rough grader. We know this, right?
Yeah,
he's a very rough grader.
Harsh grader.
Yeah,
that's all.
Yeah.
It is.
No, I love the Zabel pick. I think the Emmanwori pick is a good pick. I am fascinated by it. I have a lot of faith in Mike and his ability to get the most out of guys that have a lot of talent at the safety position. And so I'm excited about that. I just honestly don't know enough about Arroyo to have a comment that I think bears any weight. So if Leaf is looking for a voice of positivity on the pod here regarding their Arroyo pick, I could give it to you, but it wouldn't be based on anything that I could believe in.
Well, we've got a couple picks to talk about as the Green Bay Packers are going to the stage to make their pick. After the Seahawks, the Carolina Panthers took Nick Scourton, the edge out of Texas A&M. We got Aladejo, the edge out of UCLA. So a little bit of a run on edges here with Mike Green still on the board, by the way. And Benjamin Morrison, cornerback from Notre Dame, going to the Bucs.
Okay. Chargers are on the clock. Is this where Shedeur finally goes? Go back up Justin Herbert?
that would be wild.
No, it's amazing that he's going to be at best the fourth quarterback taken in this draft.
Yeah. You probably, I mean, and again, with your rankings, you were on top of that. So, although I would say that, you know, Milroe and Gabriel still on the board, but yeah,
better than Shuck.
Yeah.
Better than Dart as well, in my opinion.
Anthony Belton going off the board, NC State. Offensive lineman?
Sure.
I think OT, is that what that says?
Yeah, it says.
Yeah. Okay.
Arroyo does have really nice hands, guys. I mean, I'm watching a bunch of his highlights. It's not just running away from people.
Oh, yeah.
He turns to the ball well. He closes out the defenders. I think that we got him here as a pretty decent value. If he hadn't had the knee problems, somebody would have jumped for a guy like this who can flat out catch the ball and move. Big body. He's really good over the middle, and we like to have a guy who can be good over the middle. Think about the size of Sam throwing over the top to a guy that's good at making catches in those places. This can help us move the ball down the field. It's not just long ball breakaways, Clinton.
Yeah, I hear you, Phil. It's most of what it's not all that, but the yak that gets talked about so much, it's swayed by that. It's swayed by these huge breakaway plays, which, look, other tight ends did not have these gigantic, like 60-yard touchdowns, and he did. So again, that's cool. Credit where due. He can break away. I'm just not sold on breakaway tight end because it just, when's the last time we saw a dude who's a tight ends who are scoring 60-yard touchdowns being like, oh, that's going to happen in the NFL.
That's what Fant was supposed to do. That's what everybody thought Fant was going to be in the NFL.
And
big breakaway, speedy touchdowns.
Right. And Dalton Kincaid.
How's his route run?
I don't think he gets open right away in short area. I don't see.
No, I mean, but overall the route running, because like
I think it's
short. Like Randy Moss was a great route runner, but he looked a lot different than Wes Welker, who was a great route runner, who was great with his sack, right? Short area quickness.
Yeah.
Whereas, Randy's more of a, beat you down the field type of a player. So even though he maybe doesn't get open immediately, that doesn't mean that he's not a good route runner.
Yeah. And Brett Coleman noted his ability to run routes. He called him a good route runner. So take that for what it is.
Sure.
It looks nice on the seams and the crossers. I like those. Aren't the quick routes that Clinton's talking about. Maybe they didn't ask him to do it a lot, or maybe you're just thinking you saw him try and he couldn't, or did they just not?
I don't think it's like an inability to do. I don't think it's an inability thing. Again, it's I don't want to be a broken record or too down on it because he might end up being awesome. And now he's a Seahawk, and I want him to be awesome. I just think his biggest bone is the things he's known for the most are not easily transferable traits to the NFL and skills that we're going to see in the NFL. And then when you say, I don't think he's a very good blocker. And when you compile those things, I think he's going to be, a sincere ceiling tight end, which is fine. But
what do you think we can get for Fant, guys? Like a 6?
No.
Yeah, I think you're hoping for a pick swap at best at some point in the draft. If you were to trade him during the draft now.
Yeah.
I think he's.
I think it's unreasonable.
Maybe a 6 with a swap to the 7th. Maybe.
I think based on the contract that the team's taken on, though, like they have to be willing to. If you're another team, you say, "Well, the Seahawks are good at tight end now. I'll just wait till they cut him."
Oh, for sure.
But then you have to compete with everybody else, right?
Yeah, and
if you trade, you don't have to compete.
6 is like giving up, a $2 bill, right? Like whoop-de-doo. Sure, it's not the most common thing in the world, but it's still only $2.
He's paid a lot of money though. There's dudes.
Yeah, but we paid some of it already.
Yeah, no, that I get. But there's just dudes sitting there that you could take and pay 5th round money and have locked in. So I think the trade value.
No fan production.
No, here's the thing. Everybody always says that. Why would you trade?
80%?
People always say this. Why would you trade for a guy? Just wait for him to cut him and then sign him. Okay, yeah, but then you get 31 other teams in the mix, and there's probably 6 or 7 that would like a good starting tight end. Trade him. The Seahawks have already covered his $8.9 million. You're on the hook for what? The 4.5, right? Am I looking at that right on over the cap, Brandon?
That sounds about right. I think the argument to it though is that you can make that trade, but if he gets cut, maybe you get him cheaper. You want a guy who wants to be with your team, so he would actually be choosing to come to you rather than being forced to go to your team. But like if you're the Browns, maybe you have to do that.
Yeah, because how are you going to get a guy unless you trade for him? That's right.
So it does depend on who your trade partner is for sure.
And he might cost more than that amount if you get him on the open market. There's always that chance too. But depends on what you think of your 6th rounder.
Receiver with Trey Harris, Mississippi wide receiver off the board. Interesting.
I think he's underrated.
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, he's another dude that just gets slammed because he only runs a certain route tree. And Ole Miss has a gimmicky offense. And it's not some of the things I'm saying about Arroyo on an individual level, but the scheme that Ole Miss runs, like, well, that's not NFL. Okay. But Trey Harris, this is an example, Phil, where Trey Harris was not asked to do quite many things, but the stuff he did do, he did very, very well. And he gets open. He creates a lot of space. I think it's a good flyer for the Chargers. That's how I'd frame that one up.
A flyer in the 50s? That's a bummer.
Well, no, a flyer in the sense that he could be a legit wide receiver 1. I don't think,
wow. Okay.
like that type of flyer. And they have Lad McConkey, who the Patriots royally screwed up last year. The Patriots traded down to the Chargers. Chargers moved up, and they took McConkey, and then the Patriots in the same spot they traded down for it, they took Polk. So they really, really botched that one. They had the better players sitting there, and they traded out. So now the Chargers are putting together a pretty interesting. It's a nice compliment too. It's a very different play than Lad McConkey, and I get to see the fit. I think it's a good risk.
Yeah, and that's
and
true.
Nate thinks we're not trading Fant. Is that does he mean we're just going to cut him, or does he mean we're keeping him?
Post June?
He said
we're
not
cut.
getting rid of him.
I think he's a post June 1 cut. He costs way too much money. That's my take.
Carly in chat asking, when are we trading Howell? It may not happen in the draft, Carly. I think that if it were to happen, it would probably happen now. And then, gosh, they may end up. They do have 1 year left with Howell, so they could wait and see what happens in training camp too. And that way, you're hedging in case there's a significant injury that happens in training camp, and you may not want to immediately move on from Howell. I think if they were to draft a player, draft a quarterback, then that would signal the end of Howell for sure. But yeah,
I think they already signaled the phones are open for Howell, and maybe he just hasn't got the call he wants.
Yeah, that's another one that's going to be, get what you can get, right? If there's a 6 or a 7, someone's willing, you take it. Or it might even be a conditional. It's fine. But yeah, I don't think Howell's
wanted to take Ratledge, right?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, did he just go?
No, he was just saying that we got Jimmy Graham light, but he was hoping for Ratledge.
Yeah, that's not. Unfortunately, not a
shorter Jimmy Graham is what it is, right?
Yeah,
but he does have that radius that's out there, just 2 inches shorter.
He's a good athlete. He is.
Bears back on the clock here.
Yeah, Bears got a couple picks coming up here.
Yeah, Bears are having a fun draft for sure.
Got Bears, then Lions, Raiders. After their trade back, they're going to be on the clock. If we're wondering what team could take, we're almost to the point now where teams could start taking backup quarterbacks, which could be interesting for Sanders.
Well, who do you see there though? Raiders,
yeah.
Raiders is interesting.
Even the Ravens?
I don't think so. If Ravens are in win now mode, they need to add
Lions,
get them over the hump.
Oh, the Lions
actually kind of interesting. Yeah.
Well, but they have Hendon Hooker on the team still.
That's true. Only one I really see on that near-term board is the Raiders with Geno. I mean, I know he just signed basically 3 years, but
I don't know. Eagles with Hurts.
But he's young. He's not old.
No, but you could still.
Raiders, it does make a lot of sense, though.
Yeah, Raiders, I could see. That's kind of exciting if they were to take Milroe.
Not going to the Broncos, not going to the Commanders for sure.
Right.
So,
agree.
Or the Bears.
And I wonder if there's some teams on that board that do a lot of fourth down stuff too, which that's actually the Eagles, but they already have that covered with Hurts. Like they already do it better than anybody.
Milroe would be a fascinating backup though for Lamar.
He'd be that's not false.
No, that would make more sense if you're talking Milroe. If we're talking Sanders, and I don't see it.
All right, Bears take Trapillo or Trapillo. Trapillo, okay. So BC, big boy.
Look at him rocking the belt. Is that him?
No. This is the
there
beef,
we go.
Pure beef.
6'8".
That's a big boy.
6'8" offensive lineman.
Ozzy from Boston.
Bears still building their offensive line.
Yeah, interesting. The Bears are going OL after basically going at it for the offseason, right? They really, really overhauled that. But I guess you can never have too many offensive linemen. And there's a pick swap here. Detroit moving up with Denver. So Detroit's taking Denver's spot. Oh, wait, no, the other way around?
No.
All right, looks like Detroit's on the clock. So Detroit, I think
Detroit was on the clock.
And the pick is in. Oh, maybe it was an earlier pick that they're just like rehashing, like maybe an early trade. Once again, folks, we're watching this on a as Adam would call it, a 15-inch iPad, which it's okay. All right. Well,
Lions in, Raiders up next, then Ravens and Broncos. We've got a long way to go to our Seahawks pick now.
What was decided? Do we is it which pick did we give up? The 82, the 92? Which one?
Yeah, I'll check that.
It was the earlier one.
82
Yeah,
got
82 is
sent?
what
Yeah, we're stuck with 92. So we got a while and trading up would be expensive
unless you're talking about
next year.
Well, yeah, you could do a next year second, I suppose. That I don't know if I'd recommend using one of those, but to go from they would need another late third, early fourth to try and move into the early third.
All right. Lions are about to make their pick. And honestly, the last couple of years of their draft, I try to watch them pretty intently because
they've been picking pretty well.
Yeah, they pick great, and they also kind of zig when others are zagging. So
our fourth is a comp pick. That's not gonna. It's like 35 or something in the round. That's not gonna move us up that many slots on the third, unfortunately.
No, that only gets 15. Us up essentially to that 82 pick where we were earlier.
Oh, is that it? Okay,
that's good.
Okay.
So, I think my dreams of Jared Wilson are completely gone.
No, I wouldn't say they're. I don't know. I wouldn't say they're completely gone. I really don't think so.
No?
Completely gone? I mean, just he's
holding on to hope.
No, I just think there's.
Unless we're going to trade Reek Woolen or something crazy like that, it's not.
I just think he's known as a good center, the best center in this class, but it's not known to be a good center class. So.
Yeah, it depends on where you're seeing him rated, but he's anywhere from 50 to 80. So sometimes he shows up as like 80th player on occasion.
Yep.
But I mean, ESPN has him 42nd overall. That's not making me feel fuzzy.
Yep. All right. Well, you want to wait after the Lions?
Sure. Let's see who the Lions pick here. It is coming in, and
Tate, they got him. The Georgia guard.
No.
The other stash.
There goes Tate Rattler.
Good.
There was no way he was getting out of the second.
No. That's perfect for them. So congrats. You got a really good dude who's mauls people and is going to be perfect for what you do. So yeah. Lions. And that's cool for him. Good for you, young man. All right.
Yeah. One of our crushes.
Yeah.
Gone off the board.
Yep. All right. Well, good for Tate, but maybe there's something else that's good for our listeners.
Yeah.
That we should talk about. Yeah.
Let's hear it.
You got to crack him. All right. Yeah. Play that bad boy. All right. Well, we do have a sponsor. It is BodySpec, bodyspec.com/C-Hawkers. You're going to get $10 off on your scan if you're ready to kickstart your fitness journey. Whether you're an athlete, a fitness enthusiast, or just getting back in shape, BodySpec has you covered. For less than the price of a haircut, you get a DEXA scan, the world's most accurate body composition scan. Folks, this really has the numbers that actually matter. We're talking about your body composition, your bone density, your overall health metrics, a super powerful way to take charge of your well-being. And again, right now, get a $10 exclusive discount using the code SHP at bodyspec.com/C-Hawkers. Go check it out. Got a landing page right there. It's a great gift idea. Mother's Day is coming up. Give it to yourself. Give it to someone that you love. Go get yourself the gift of a DEXA scan today at bodyspec.com/SEA-Hawkers. Thank you to BodySpec for being a sponsor of the Seahawkers podcast. Code SHP.
See, you've got my Mother's Day gift covered now.
Look
Just
at
going
that.
BodySpec.
That's very nice for Glenda. So, random fact. I started, it's what they call it, doxing. Did I dox her?
I don't know. I was thinking about Mother's Day for my wife.
Oh, yeah, I don't know her name.
My mom too. We'll go one for the whole family. Get the mother-in-law involved.
So funny enough, Brandon's mom is named Glenda, and I grew up in Deer Park, Long Island, on Glenda Drive. So the first time I had heard that, I was like, "What?" And Glenda Drive was a magnificent place to grow up. So shout out to my brother and shout out to the Gormans who were always hanging out, playing all the sports.
Ryan 911 saying, I see on Twitter we're getting a new alternate jersey this year that we will wear once against a division rival.
What? Do you have are there visuals, Ryan? What do we think?
I'm gonna take a look.
Yeah, if you're saying you see it on, is it like words on Twitter, or is there actually?
Is this all teams? Is this just the Seahawks?
Oh, look at
Back
oh
off the
boy!
board.
I'm telling you, my man, the Raiders are getting good. The Raiders are getting good. Man, they're having a good draft. That's a fun place to go for a young man, right? Get out to Vegas, fast track with Geno. Well, that's the dude that's one of the guys I would have liked, but all right.
Who they got in the receiving room? And
just Jacoby Myers and then like dudes, but Brock Bowers too.
He's pretty good. He can catch the football.
So they just got better. And the nice part for Besh is it's such a good, again, this is a dude who had to get out of LSU because it was way too crowded. So he went to TCU, almost the exact opposite occurrence here. He goes to the Raiders. He literally slips right in as maybe even wide receiver one because Jacoby Myers isn't really a traditional one, but at the very least, a wide receiver two. And he gets to share the field with Brock Bowers, with Chip Kelly, Geno Smith, Genty. Very interesting team very, very quickly.
Okay. Well, that was shared through the official Seahawks account, but no visuals for those alternate uniforms.
Well, that's stupid.
Yeah. Why are you going to tell us?
Yeah.
And not even show us?
Yeah.
Like just a little bit of a tease.
A little tease. I don't like that. Phil, that's some news, right? And a new alternative jersey, but no visuals. How do you feel about that?
I'm interested, but until I see the visual, I don't really know. I haven't liked all of our alternate jerseys, to be honest. But
well, that's true. Yeah,
go all black ones in honor of Bobby Wagner.
I could see that. That make him sad he's not with us, and then finally do it. Arroyo on his overall game says, "I'm an elite competitor. You look on film, you know exactly what you're going to get with me. That's tremendous effort every day out of me. In the past game, I can stretch the field. I'm basically like a receiver out there. I can run every route in the route tree. I understand how to get open. I understand zones. I feel like I'm a great overall tight end. So what about your blocking? I did a decent amount. I really improved these past couple years, and there's still a lot more room for improvement as far as just my inline blocking and just learning how to help the offense in any way I can." What if he turns out to just be this really good player for us?
That'd be great. Like, and the way, look, gotta love a young man with confidence. After the pick, they showed him with the jacket open, just showing off. Look, if I had his 8-pack, I wouldn't wear shirts either, guys. You know, I understand this. So confident young man, no doubt, and kind of par for the course with University of Miami.
Diva tight end from the U.
Yeah, exactly. A tight end from the U, right? That team is known for their bravado in many ways. Look, that's great. If he can be what he's describing, then that's like Brock Bowers, which is really, really special and can help any team. I just don't think he's of that ilk. That's when he says, "I'm just like a wide receiver." That's where I have challenges because that's not the cut of the tight end that I'm after. I think they need to be tight ends that do tight end things that are not just a wide receiver.
To be fair to Clinton, like this was a take that he had long before the draft had started. And so he's being very consistent in his feelings regarding Arroyo. So which I can relate to, man. Like there's been positions I've staked out before things have happened that then it happens and I'm like, yep, this is something I wasn't excited about.
Like your Cooper Cup sports hate.
Yes,
or like,
very much
or like Ryan Grubb being an absolute disaster in the NFL.
Exactly right. And then having to go through this phase of the draft or of those processes where people are really excited about it and they wag your finger at you and say, "How dare you?" This is the way that he feels about it. Yeah. And we'll see how it goes. Right. I do like the idea of the big fast tight end that can go out there and move the sticks and get open and be a receiving target in the red zone. And you said, you know, maybe the breakaway stuff isn't going to happen at the regularity that it does in college. Okay, well, it's not going to be 0% either. So let's say we take even 60% off the top of the breakaway stuff that Arroyo put on film on college. That's still a guy that's going to go out there and give you some explosives throughout the season that can be exciting, paired with a guy with AJ Barner, who's kind of more your all-around tight end. And maybe you're cooking with something.
Yeah.
But like I said, good for you for staying consistent and sticking to your guns. You know, after this first year or the second year and things change for you, then sure. But as of now, I get it.
Well, the point that the positive that I could take out of what Adam just said, and Phil, thank you for reading that out, because I tend to be a positive person, but it is also, you landed the plane there with, you have the other type with AJ Barner, right? So he is a different type. So if Kubiak and McDonald, and if they're like, hey, a successful tight end room is a complement of different skills for us, then I do think there's a formula where that could be really positive. So I think it's a valid point.
Yeah, and for his snap counts, it looks like he's about 2/3 going out for passes, about 1/3 in line, and of his routes, about half of them in the slot. So this is one of those tight ends that at least Miami, they used him out by the boundary some, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, Miami also just threw the ball all over the field. Like, that's what they did, and it got their quarterback drafted first overall.
That's just what I was going to say. He helped get his quarterback drafted number 1 overall. So
he sure did. He sure did.
Well, and I remember you kind of going around the Loveland thing and his not necessarily being a blocker with you like that pass catching ability too there. So it's kind of, I don't know, it's similar to Loveland, but with injury history but the blocking part's similar. I think.
The block for me, I think it is. I think Loveland has a better body to be a more effective blocker in the NFL when he decides to turn it on. I think he can turn that on. That's the thing where I don't think Arroyo is going to just magically block well. But
you just said he has body spectacular. Yeah.
Thank you.
Romance novel cover spectacular for sure.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of blocking tight end, body spectacular, I'm not sure.
I can't believe it's not Butter is rummaging around my memories here, right? But again, for me, Loveland has an innate ability to get open really, really quickly, like a slot guy can too. And I don't see it with Arroyo. But again, I don't want to just be negative about
Arroyo. Was like a first down machine too. Like,
I love that.
Yeah.
Great. Good.
And what if he can play some X? Like, it looks like he did a lot of, like, what if he goes out by the boundary and runs some of those routes for us?
This is where I'll quickly, for me, Phil, tight ends that need to pretend to be wide receivers in the NFL, I don't think most of them, to me, don't make the cut.
Just, a guy can catch passes. I don't care where he lines up.
Just play your third wide receiver. Go in 11 personnel. That's my take typically on that, is your wide receiver 3 is more talented as a pass catcher than most tight ends. They just fall flat when, like, that's the thing they need to go do. That's just my current take. And again, Dalton Kincaid to me it's written all over this, and he's been underwhelming after a couple of years in a high-powered offense in Buffalo. But that's okay. Look,
so it's not Jeremy Stevens revisited, you don't think?
Oh God, no, that dude, criminal. Like I don't mean like criminal or bad, like in the
legal sense,
the moral legal way. I just mean him dropping passes in the Super Bowl that Hasselbeck put in a basket in his hands and just let the whole team down. Terrible Super Bowl.
We're getting to the point in the draft where I think that they're probably way behind on picks, because I saw on X how, like 10 minutes ago, who the Ravens selected, and we're still waiting on the television copy.
Like, I literally got up, went back to the other building, the hotel building, put my half burger in the microwave for a minute, nuked that, ate it, came back, walked back over here, and we're still sitting on the Ravens and Broncos pick here.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on.
Well, there was a trade, right? Detroit traded in.
Yeah. Well, you weren't here for the Tate Ratledge.
Oh, I guess. Tate gone?
Yeah, to the Lions, of course.
Right? Of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Ozzie Trapillo went to
the Bears.
They took a tackle.
All right. Ravens on the clock. They're about to pick, at least for the TV copy.
Yes.
Again, another team I watch, how they draft, right? Eagles, Lions, Ravens. Let's see what they're doing.
Are we all over the special announcements for the picks, like with special guests and all that stuff? I 1,000% am. Like, just
did that for day 2.
I'm feeling that. I like the Make-A-Wish idea, stuff like that. I don't think we need, let's bring back some legend from the city or from the team and have them walk out there to say somebody's name.
Yeah, I just want like the gong, the gong show hook or something that or like a pitch count, a pitch clock, a shot clock. You got 20 seconds.
Yeah, just move this thing along.
Get her done. You got 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's what it is for me.
But if you're Mike Green, how freaking pumped must you be to be like, okay, I'm an edge guy who could cause havoc, and I just got sent to the Ravens.
Yeah.
Like a team that just is like they perennially that was bad.
He's gonna rock.
Just know how to cook and heat up quarterbacks, man. It's good defense after good defense. So
Yeah, no, it's a great place to go if you're looking to develop as a defensive lineman. No
Right.
doubt about it.
where you don't got to go and be like, oh, you got to go get 10 sacks this year.
That's exactly right. No pressure there. End of the second round. That's a nice spot for Mike Green to go.
Right.
No doubt about it.
Versus say like Falcons round 1, right? Where it's like, okay, you're the round 1 guy now, and we are just desperate for anything on the edge. So,
Right. Exactly. It would be the equivalent of basically taking a guy from a small school to fill a need that you've had for a decade, kind of like Zabel, like and put all your hopes and dreams on that, right?
Well, the good news is Bloomy went to bed. He said so he didn't get to hear that.
Okay, that was kind of for an audience of one.
Yeah, exactly. That's all good.
That's wild. That it always seems like these guys that we have our eye on, especially on defense, there's 2 teams that they go to, and those teams snatch them up. It's the Eagles and it's the Ravens.
Yeah.
Yep.
Seems to happen that way.
Sometimes the Steelers.
Great minds think alike.
Yeah, Steelers have done some good things too.
I remember wanting Watt really bad, and we
God,
traded past
when
that.
we just like, just decide to trade down past. It's like, oh, you have the brother of like the best dude in the league. Yeah, let's just pass him. Cool. Good idea.
Well, it wasn't a scheme fit for our guys.
Yeah, who wants a guy who gets 20 sacks a year? Yeah.
No, he's like, there was all these guys on the board, and then we traded down, and all of a sudden they were flying off the board.
Yeah.
So we just took
Poof.
what was left.
Well, that's the ghost of Christmas past with that one. Like you said, Phil, 4 years in a row or 4 first rounders in a row. You've been very happy.
No, I'm very happy. 4 first downers in a row. The guy I was hoping, expecting. Yeah, I'm very pleased.
Yeah.
I'm willing to have hope for Arroyo. I'm sad we're missing my dream of Wilson, most likely.
So this is really cool for the Broncos. RJ Harvey goes off the board, running back from UCF, University of Central Florida.
This is a nice fit.
This dude's really elusive. So where everybody was like, the Broncos are going to take Hampton or they're going to take Henderson, they were patient. Jade Barron falls down. They take the dude who's top 10 and they get him much later. They put strength on strength in their DB room, and they still go back and get what is seemingly a very talented running back anyway. That's kind of a nice way to play the board. So I don't know, Broncos, a lot of teams getting better, boys. I know that's what happens at the draft, believe it or don't, but Broncos are making some noise.
And in some areas it does make more sense to go best player available for need, especially when some of those best player available, they fall
That's
so far.
Something, right? Yeah.
And then in a draft too, where if your position of need is running back, I mean, you're looking at guys here that, I mean, it's a very deep running back draft class. And, I know I look at EJ's running back rankings because this is where he enjoys ranking. He spends his time, he saves his running backs to spend at the end because it's his favorite position to evaluate.
Yeah.
And he had RJ Harvey as the top of the tier 3, and with, tier 1 just being Genty and Hampton, tier 2 being Caleb Johnson, Henderson and Judkins. And right at top of tier 3 is Harvey.
Here's a good
Caleb
team.
Johnson might still.
I think Johnson's still available.
Still
I think Caleb is still. Oh, all right. So
Trey Amos went there.
Yeah, talk about guys that fell a lot. Trey Amos was getting a lot of first round buzz. And here are the Commanders just waiting in the wings and a really good cornerback. Well, seemingly, again, falls to the Commanders.
No, they're all really good. There's 237 future Hall of Famers drafted over this weekend. Yeah,
for sure. But nice, again, if you're a young man and all of a sudden, you get to go practice against Jaden Daniels for the next however many years.
Scary Terry.
Yeah, it's a team on the rise, right, Phil?
They're one of the Super Bowl favorites for me. I think.
Have to be. They almost made it last year.
Oh, they're definitely not a Super Bowl favorite for me this year.
But why? What's the regression?
Just because of the way the world and the league works and what we've seen over time again and again and again. You see the team go from like worst to first in their division, right? And have a big run. And then the next year, it's not quite as good. It's just like the Texans last year, right? And you regress. Maybe you lose in the second round of the playoffs this time, but you still as a team are improving because let's face it, the Commanders going into last season, like nobody thought that they were an NFC Championship game team. Nobody thought that they were a playoff team. They had so many holes on their roster that you're not going to fill them all in just one offseason.
I'm about to blow this narrative up. You ready for this?
You can't. Because
are you going to say 2012 Seahawks?
So Phil's on it, right? So in 2012, how did our Seahawks end their season?
In 2012 with the loss to Atlanta.
Okay, what happened the next year? And they were on the rise. They were really good, and they had a young quarterback. And
do you remember what happened in 2011?
Well, there wasn't much there.
The quarterback wasn't there in
The
2011.
quarterback wasn't there, but the defense was together. We see Cam Chancellor make his emergence. You see Earl. You see Richard make his emergence. So we're starting to look at that defense in 2011 and go, oh my stars, like this is going to be a good team. Like that was a 3-year build. This was last year. Dan Quinn drops in. They draft Jaden Daniels and they microwave an NFC Championship game appearance. Like that's a very different trajectory.
Like a half burger.
Just like a half.
Just like a half burger.
Just like a half.
Okay. Okay.
It's easier to pick a team won't be make it Super Bowl. So you're probably right. And more than likely teams don't go, but I just feel like they're right there in the competition. Someone that's they've got a lot going on right now, a lot of positive momentum, a lot of things on both sides of the ball, big improvements in the trenches, a lot of youth.
I think it's gonna be, and I realize with CJ Stroud, you could say, "Oh, it's only gonna go up from here," right? Because it has to. Because that's how things just keep going up. That's how things.
Not
go.
always just a continuous trajectory to awesome.
No,
right. I understand that. But I think you also were ahead of the curve, and Brandon, about Jaden Daniels being the clear number one.
Well, yeah.
I do think even with the Daniels versus Stroud, like if you put those two dudes on a scale, and Stroud's a good quarterback, I think Stroud's actually really good. I think Daniel's actually better.
I agree.
There was no comparison to me.
Oh, I mean, look, go back.
But
if you watch
different
2 years ago and Stroud, he was really, really quite good, man. He was really something.
I think Stroud's like a 5% better passer, and Jaden Daniels is about a 55% better runner.
Yeah, and Daniels moved
winner.
The team
Leader, winner.
Clutch.
How is Stroud none of those things?
No, he's good. I like Stroud.
Yeah,
I like Stroud quite a bit. Again, we're picking nits on two really good young quarterbacks.
How about this? So Phil said it's really easy to pick a team doesn't not go to the playoffs, right?
Super Bowl.
Or not be a Super Bowl.
Super Bowl, right? How about this then? I don't think that the Commanders make it out of the first round this year.
I got you.
Oh,
and I could understand where you're coming from, and the idea that a lot had to go right to make that particular run last year very successful. I understand that, and usually, if we're playing the what's more likely game, which is your favorite game, things probably won't break in that similar way this time around. Whether that's injury,
Hail Marys,
a tougher schedule, the Hail Mary that should never have happened. The 2-point conversion versus Spencer Rattler that was dropped. That was another chance for them to be lowered. So a lot went right. You get that kind of good luck / momentum.
You get a great season out of aging Zach Ertz. You get a good season out of aging Bobby Wagner. Like all those things start to catch up. Now you make the Debo trade too.
You brought me closer to your point than I was.
Yeah, no, I think so.
I like them bringing in Tunsil though. I think that's a big help for them.
Yeah, getting a good left tackle is usually a cool plan.
It's usually a cool plan. Yes, it is.
Clip that. 2 hours, 32 minutes.
I think Jaden's uniquely special, elevates. That's why I wanted to trade everything for him last year. I was down with anything whatever it takes to get that guy. And I've never felt that about anybody ever in the draft.
Well, I'll tell you real quick, Michael Knight saying so far so good, guys. Happy. Michael a couple of weeks ago gave us like a barn burner. I think he was having a few drinks and he gave us a really hefty super chat. So Michael, we remember this. The North remembers.
Yeah.
So far so good. Thank you.
What's your favorite thing, Michael? What do you love about this draft so much?
Yeah, good question. There you go, Phil. So Michael, first round, second round, third round, you're happy about it, but what's the components? How would you break it down? And for anybody in chat, let us know if there's a round or 2 or 3 that you love more than the others so far.
He loves the Arroyo bombs that are coming here in the next season.
God willing. Let's see.
Play action Arroyo bombs.
I like play action and Royal Bombs. That sounds good.
I like play action. That'd be cool to have again.
Yeah,
You know, like
you would like Arroyo bombs too if they happen.
under center play action. Where do I sign?
Oh yeah, you're just talking dirty now.
Yeah, well, why do that?
Defensive tackle Shamar Turner going to the Chicago Bears. I'm also curious what other guards we are looking for. So if we go,
Bo.
yeah, Marcus Bowe from Purdue played tackle
He's
there.
a tackle, but again, he's projected to move inside, and he is that he's the dude that's like great first step, great mover, great second level attacker, strong enough. You know, he's not going to blow you away with how many times he put up 225, but I also don't care if you
He's a little smaller, right?
I don't know if he's that. He's
300.
Yeah, he's not that heavy. Yeah, that's true. But again, that's why he's a tackle at Purdue and very much looking like he'll move in line. So Marcus and his name's Mbo if you're searching for him, like MBOW, but the M is silent. So
6'4" guy. It's not like he can't put on.
he's just
a little
not
weight if
beefy. He's a little bit lean, but again, give me a guard that can really move in the Kubiak system and
some steaks and squats, and away we go.
Squats and Bush Evans, and then there we go.
Frazier from LSU.
Oh, is that Za Frazier? Or?
Miles Frazier, 4-year starter from LSU.
Oh, I'm on Omar Norman Lott. Wow, Kansas City just got a beast. This guy, Tennessee defensive tackle. He's a little quote unquote lighter, like sub 300. This dude was like the best pressure rate interior guy in all of CFB. Like he just gets home. He only played, I think he played like 1/3 of the snaps, and he still had incredible numbers in terms of volume. And then his percentage of when he's on the field, he just gets crazy penetration. And
never stays blocked, it says.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is a really nice pick that I know a lot of Seahawks pundits were digging
him with Chris Jones too.
Yeah. And you got Karlaftis on the outside who just does nothing but like good work. He's not special, but then you look and he's like, 9.5 sacks. Yeah. Okay.
The thing I liked about Frazier, and I didn't watch him a lot, but he's another guy they said absolutely thrives in the wide zone running game. He's a good pass blocker, fantastic in the wide zone running game. And so when I see that, I'm like, I need to check him out, but I never got around to it. Now, I guess none of you guys did either. Did you hear much about Frazier, Brandon?
I don't know much about him.
No. But we've got TF Easter Bunny in the chat saying approximately how long till our next pick. 3:21 in the morning here in Sweden, but I want to see us pick Scadaboo. You're probably waiting another hour. So
do we think that's that long? Yeah.
I think so.
What pick are we up to, like number wise?
Well, we're
64
to the final pick of the second round.
And then we don't go to
28
of round 3.
These are 4 minutes.
That's a bit. Well,
These are 4 minutes, right?
Eating my burger. I was wondering if we were really going to wait and do this all the way until.
Well, get your popcorn. If you're having a libation, grab one. Get your water. Get whatever it is that keeps you happy and comfy, and buckle in, people. What can we tell you?
If they're 4 minutes, that's a while, guys.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit. That's okay. We're
almost 2 hours, right? Shy of 2 hours.
Yeah. All right. Well,
okay.
We're here for it.
Are we?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, because that's why I was bringing it up.
We can break and come back.
Yeah, we can break. We even have a graphic for it. I didn't upload it, but we have one.
Oh, okay. Well, let's keep that in mind.
We can take a break. It's okay. We're allowed.
Michael Knight also on the Scadaboo train. Taysom Hill, type player, fullback who can catch and run.
He's like 216. I think he's a running back who might do a little fullbacking, but he's a legit running back in that's how I look at Scadaboo.
It's because he doesn't have that top speed that a lot of the other running backs do.
He's powerful as heck.
Yeah,
man.
He just has that thump.
Law firm style.
He will.
That's right.
Yeah, he will run at you.
Look, it's all about the tone setting aspect of what Scadaboo brings. Like, that's why I'm excited about somebody like that, because
they don't have that guy.
Exactly. And because everybody says Sharps is that guy. He's not that dude.
He's not Chris Carson. Yeah, there's no Chris Carson on the team right now.
It's still my favorite.
I mean, Thomas Rawls has more thump than
anybody on the roster.
Sharps. Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
They need a thumper.
Saw that Josh Duhuman also put in the channel earlier that Fairchild and Gray are available too. Dylan Fairchild, the other guard opposite Tate Ratledge, he was the dude, if you remember, who was something like, I don't know, 37-0, 62-0, some crazy wrestling stat. So he was like the wrestling extraordinaire. But look, I for one, I'm a big believer that collegiate wrestling, like those skills, I think they actually translate really quite well to interior guard play. Your base, your stance, your hand movement, just understanding of how to beat a dude who might, and also like it's like the correctability. If you get into a compromised position, how quickly you could reverse that and get into a position of power. That's all wrestling stuff. So I wouldn't hate it. Plus, you're in Georgia, you're playing top talent, and yeah, I'm okay with that. How about that, Phil? How about Fairchild and Wilson, or Wilson then Fairchild? Sounds like a good law firm, you know?
Sure. Did you guys, I don't have to just, I mean, yeah, I like the wrestling talent. It absolutely shows up. I'm not.
That was great.
I mean, to your point, Clinton, leverage is leverage is leverage.
Right. Exactly.
Right. Like it's the same everywhere you go. So,
yeah.
And that's all wrestling's about. And that's all O-line is about. And so, but I'm with Phil when it comes to a guy named Fairchild who apparently played offensive line in Georgia and also wrestled guys in tights. Sure.
Yeah, sounds nice. Did you guys listen to, I want to change the subject here, but did you guys listen to Zabel's interview on Rocket Sock this morning at all?
We did. Yeah. We talked about it a little bit. Before we get back there, Ted Hawley has a question that says, any comments on our tight end that switched to fullback? Oh, and yeah. Clinton, you actually went over to Brady Russell trying to get him on the show.
Yeah.
And he commented on this specifically.
Yeah, absolutely, Chad. Great question. Thank you for it. So yesterday there was the 500 people here at Clearwater Casino, and that included a bunch of Seahawks that we were around. And one was Brady Russell, and his new wife was here too. Very lovely. The Russells were here. So he was kind of standing there.
Oh, and he was announced as fullback when they were doing introductions for all the players.
So I ran up to him to be like, hey, we had a beautiful booth. Thank you guys for making this happen. I'm like, hey, Brady, we're right back here. We'd love to just snag a few minutes. And he couldn't be on. He's like, look, we're literally leaving right now. And I was like, oh, man, that's okay. I was like, but hey, you're a fullback now. And like I said yesterday, he lit up. So Chad, I was like, you're a fullback now. He went, yeah. Like he literally was like in his shows, like, yeah. I was like, we need one in the Kubiak system. He goes, yeah. So he was like super into the concept of probably smashing some heads. Do you like
also,
that,
it's a more direct path for him to see some playing time.
Yeah. I just did what he did. So great question, Chad. I'm really happy that had that interaction with him.
Thanks to Michael Knight coming in for a $2 super chat and saying you guys are an awesome group, knowledgeable and fun. Hey, we're at least 50% of those things.
That's right. Because we're getting to the point where I know, at least for me personally, when it comes to these guys, I'm no longer knowledgeable. I don't dig this deep into college guys and all that. So,
but we can be fun.
Yeah.
A lot of the guys that I watched and wanted have sadly gone off. There's a few left that I'm excited about. So that's where I've come to in this point of the draft. I was looking through a lot of these, but I was enjoying checking out Zabel. I feel like he's really good interview. He is well thought out.
What was your biggest takeaway from the Zabel interview, Phil?
I think grounded. My biggest takeaway is he's a grounded human being that knows who he is. I think he's not arrogant. He just knows he can do his job well. I think he was honest about going into the Senior Bowl, going against other competition. I like that he already from his history, he passed up a lot of money to stay there because of loyalty. He's just got a lot of the kind of qualities that I look up to and say, I like that about somebody. He's got a connection to his family. He's got a connection to his past. When he answers questions, I don't feel like he's at all just trying to say what anybody wants to hear. I think he just really believes that he's supposed to be who he is. And I like that from an offensive lineman, the reliability, the loyalty, those qualities as a human to go along with all the talent and skill that God's already given him could combine for somebody that we're going to like for a long time, I think.
The thing that stood out to me in the interview is I really liked his approach to picking rocks. So they were asked about like, oh, hey, you got punished by having to go out in the field and pick rocks. That sounds terrible. Like, how do you even move those around? Do you like carry a bucket? And he's like, no. He's like, you take the side by and you put it in idle and you can't drive. It might not be the safest thing.
Yeah, that was funny.
Just walk along with it. And I'm like, yes, safety third. That's my guy. That's my guard. Gray Zabel. I was into it.
Love it. That's great.
Yeah.
Michael Knight coming back in with $2. A big thanks to Michael for watching along with us for the draft. If you have not yet liked the stream, if you have not yet subscribed to the show, head on over to YouTube, give us a like, give us a subscribe. It's going to be tough because with these long live shows, you really do have to be here live because for the podcast crew, we're just going to have to do a podcast recap after this is all over for those who listen via the regular feed. So that's why you got to be subscribed everywhere.
That's exactly right. So make sure to do that. We'd really appreciate it. It was a lot of effort especially for somebody like Clinton to come all the way across the country to do this. So if you appreciate that sort of thing, hit subscribe. And if you don't, then still hit subscribe. It's not going to hurt.
What does it hurt?
It was so Giants are on the clock. Let's see what they do. They've been doing some. All right, so Darius Alexander from Toledo. He was another player getting some first round talk. And now that we're in the third round, certainly a second rounder. So maybe some value there. I don't really know that personally. Don't really actually know that much about him. Defensive tackle, kind of just right.
He was a possible first rounder for some. He was a possible first.
Yeah. And maybe small school, and maybe that's why he fell off. I don't know, but Darius was getting a good amount of buzz. He was late first round, a bull. You're definitely right, Phil. Maybe a good time for a quick little story. So we are here.
You can tell a long one. We've got time. Yeah.
So we are here in Seattle. And I was telling the dudes, I've never been here in the spring, ever in the spring, and today was like just cherry mints, like 68 degrees, maybe a
bluebird.
Just beautiful bluebird, sunshine, fantastic. And we're over in, we're across the sound in Suquamish. So I got to take the ferry today. Just this is less of a story more than just being like how beautiful today was. You were mentioning like how, yes, there's a lot of travel to get here, but fully worth it for me. And I was telling these guys, I'm like, look, when I tell my friends that I grew up with in Long Island that I get to go do this, it's like instant hero status. So they're like what? Like what do you mean? I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm just, no big deal. But it is a big deal. It means that much to me that, we're able to get put up here at the hotel. And I have two very good friends I used to work with that I was able to take the ferry over. Absolutely gorgeous. See them for an early lunch, and just absolutely grateful that this is actually happening. So thank you to everybody that's contributing and doing what you're doing, because it helps me actually get out here. So I appreciate it.
Getintheflock.com. You can help support the show that way too.
Look at that.
It's and then Adam, he got to help support the show by doing all this lovely stuff with the set.
It's amazing.
Oh, yeah. No, I was just pointing to getintheflock.com.
You put it on the sign too.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Smart.
I was not fishing for a compliment about
I didn't take it that way. I was complimenting you regardless.
Oh, well, thank you.
We got VF in chat saying, I know we're not high on Sanders, but how shocked are we that he is still not off the board? And as we enter the third round,
well, I was wrong.
Picks off the board.
Oh, that was Milroe that we were talking about earlier. Was it Milroe?
No, we were talking Sanders.
Yeah. I did say 90%.
He's not good. So why would professional people that scout pick somebody that's not very good? He's not a starter for the NFL.
So I know there is it seems like a very hot, maybe somewhat allergic reaction to Sanders a bit at the 11th hour. I think it's getting a little hyperbolic. I know you don't think he's a very good football player, quarterback. I get that. And you did a great job on your top 10. And I know others think that too, Phil. I still think the guy's a pretty good quarterback. I think he can play football. I think
he had the best player in the country to throw to make him look okay.
I realized that. He bailed him out a lot. He underthrew a lot, like you were saying.
All three of his receivers bailed his ass out a lot. Yeah.
But I don't know. I think the guy still can, in the right system. I think absolutely system would be huge.
You're totally right. The right system would involve shrinking the field down to about a quarter of the size. So his longest throw would never be over 10 yards. Shedeur Sanders might be a Hall of Famer at that point.
Gotcha.
If he didn't get sacked,
That's right. Oh, and he didn't have to run anywhere because he's
If
not.
there was no pass rush, I think he might be okay. If they eliminated the pass rush as part of football and he didn't have to hold on to the ball too long because he didn't have to worry about that, maybe he could be okay.
So sanctioned flag football, he might be all right.
I cannot stand quarterbacks that hang on to the ball and don't get rid of it and just take sacks and ruin drives over and over. It's the most irritating thing to me of all.
Hey, you know what's more irritating than that, Phil, is when you watch them hold on to the ball, roll around, have dudes flash wide open. Like, it can't be any more wide open than they are. Like, there's NFL wide open, and then there's college wide open, and then there's top corner wide open. And watching that happen over and over and over again, and him just turn that down to check it down to a back. Like, that's on the film so often with Sanders.
So he's blind too. Okay.
He's just not good at quarterback. He's not an NFL quarterback.
Chad Hawley saying Sanders is the best reality show going. If only we could have a camera on that, I suppose. Don't
we?
I don't.
Isn't that what his other brother does? Is just do social media for the Sanders?
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Smart man.
Are you good?
Keep getting the checks, right?
And low music saying, I like him falling, humble that punk. Does he? Well, I suppose he does.
Nice enough kid.
He does seem nice enough. I think that there are some of the reports though that
No, he treats people like they're small, and he has all these. If you're gonna get me, here's how things are gonna be. That's what I'm hearing about him.
All I can speak to is
the
at
way
Shrine
he
Bowl.
operated at Shrine Bowl.
Right. When we were watching him in the lobby of was it the Holiday Inn or whatever? Or is it Hilton? Wherever the hell it was.
They're not our sponsor.
Yeah. Marriott, whatever. We were sitting there at the bar. I mean, Shador is right there from 10 feet from us for a good, 4 hours, 3 hours? Like a good long time. Different people coming in and out of his orbit, introducing themselves, people you'd recognize, people you definitely don't. And he treated everybody with respect and seemed humble and like all that. That's all I can speak to because that's the only thing that I've seen in person.
Chad Hawley is a little bit disappointed that you censored yourself there.
Well, we have Mr. Phil on, and so I try to do my best to censor myself a little bit.
Now you're making the fans sad. What about Shavon Ravel, guys?
You're making the fans sad, Phil. Let's not get it twisted.
What about Shavon Ravel? Is anybody shocked that he's all the way dropped this far because of a few health concerns? Do you think he's just bombing on the?
Well, small school also, right? So the combination of school plus maybe some health. But again, Ravel was getting legitimate first round buzz. So that's something. I think it's those are the cool ones to call out at this point to say, we saw him mocked in the 30s, saw him mocked in the 20s. What's going on? Why is he still there? So I appreciate you digging. Harold Fannin just went to the Browns.
There it is.
So
there it goes.
This would have been so for me. Back to Arroyo. This would have been, I would have preferred Fannin because if you're going to go with the move guy and the guy he's the pass catcher, et cetera, well, this guy had 1,500 freaking yards last year. He was the entire team. They revolved it around him, and against the best opponents, he was awesome. Like they don't play the just schedule at Bowling Green, but when they played top 20 teams, he shined even brighter. Like they could not shut him down. 8 receptions, 13 receptions, 150 yards. To me, if you were going to really go for that wild cardy tight end, I think Fannin was more interesting than Arroyo.
That's
when an organization like the Browns pick you, he must be good.
They got a great track record.
Well, here's the interesting part now. So now he's the next tight end off the board, correct? Fannin after Arroyo.
Right.
Is there anybody in between?
Oh, no.
Okay, I didn't think so. So there's your comparison going forward for the next couple of years when you're trying to judge.
But he's got the Brown stink on him.
Look, man, this is the position you staked out. I can't help you with where he got drafted.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, the Browns are kind of the picks that they've had so far. It's kind of hard to knock the Browns draft this year.
Well, wait, they made the picks though, right?
I know, apart from them being the Browns, but they get Mason Graham after trading back.
Yep.
And Schlesinger, the linebacker at the top of round 2. Then they get Judkins at running back.
That one to me is that one. I think Judkins is good, but I like Henderson better. Same school,
Sure.
I just think
the thing is how many years have I watched the end of the draft and like this year the Browns knocked this draft out of the park. Look at all this high-end talent that they were able to accumulate.
They win the offseason.
I mean, isn't it been like many years you read that afterward? If there's one team I'd like to highlight, Bob or whoever they're talking to, the Browns, their draft is a nice one.
Yeah.
And then what happens to all their players?
Cleveland.
Their talent leaves their body as they land at the Cleveland airport. Like it's just fucking sound.
Oh man.
Better than the Jets though, who just take terrible players.
Jets.
Yeah. No, they actively ruin players.
I literally I actually have in my life thanked the Lord that I grew up on Long Island.
Yeah.
When the Jets were actually pretty good. This was like
Testaverde,
Al Toon, then Keyshawn Johnson and Wayne Corbett. Like even though I was younger, Mark Gastineau. Like they were actually kind of exciting, and I avoided it. They never lost on Monday Night Football. Remember that streak they had all through like the 80s and early 90s? They never lost on Monday Night Football. Yeah, when they were on primetime, they were winners. And I'm also a Long Islander who was a Mets fan. So, folks.
Usually those are part and parcel, right?
Like it's usually Mets, Jets, Yankee. Then Yankees go along with Giants. And that's,
so front runners. Okay.
It's just colors and rhyming teams. And they rhyme or their colors match, right?
Yeah, and I really. Boy, did I dodge a bullet, guys. Like
sure did.
Miserable experience being a Jets fan. Oh, man.
We've got Garen Taylor in chat. Guaranteed barbecue. If you're ever going through North Idaho on I-90, you got to find Smelterville. If you see the Walmart, I think it's the only Walmart that you really see from the road going on I-90. If you see that heading to Montana, then you're getting close, and you turn off there. And Garen Taylor saying hi a bit late, but just close the barbecue trailer. Did we get anybody good?
Yes. We got
maybe.
Emmanwori.
A yes and a maybe.
Who I think is going to be good
I like him
with Mike Macdonald. I like that fit quite a bit. And then we got a really fast tight end who catches balls well and runs routes good. So there's that.
Yeah, we might have gotten two studs. Look, there's a better than zero possibility by a lot that I'm incredibly wrong. And Adam, you're very gracious when you're wrong. You just say it.
Oh, because I'm just dead wrong. Sometimes like it happens.
They're like Dirty Dancing, right? He comes up and says, "When I'm wrong, I say I'm wrong." Right? Yeah. So I can't wait to be wrong. It's gonna be great. Oh, there's a nice pick. Oh, the Patriots, man. Kyle Williams. I kind of liked him. Coog. Dan Viennes is crying in his beer right now about that.
Yeah, that's his guy.
He's also a Coug, right? He went there. He bleeds this school, and Kyle Williams. But Jalen Knoll still on the friggin' clock, which either says I'm really right or a lot of people are wrong.
Does that mean that like he has blackmail material on like all the teams or something like that? Like how Knoll? Like how is it that he is still on the board at this point?
I think it's like type in place, right? But Kyle Williams is, I think, similar to Knoll. But I think Knoll could play the outside a little better. But really nice. I mean, he's a very, very talented wide receiver.
He ended up in the Palouse, huh?
Was that?
He ended up out in the Palouse.
Oh, I didn't know what
team with no conference.
Oh, yeah.
I guess that means Eastern Washington.
Yeah, so it's basically like some of the rolling hills mixed with volcanic rock from
when I drove through that, it just looked terrible. Yeah. Everything's beautiful in Montana, northern Idaho. I couldn't believe how gorgeous that was.
Yeah.
And then you just hit stuff that looks like the nothing wiped through.
It's called the Scablands for a reason.
That's it. That was the name. Yeah.
You leave Spokane and it's pretty bad for a while on your way out to Seattle. It's pretty terrible.
And then it just turns. And then you look and it's like everything's steep and evergreens. You're like, whoa, this is gorgeous.
Just so you know, we have a lot of people that listen to this show that live out in the Scablands and
I love them too.
Yeah.
I love them.
Yeah.
They should move west.
Geologically, it's a fascinating situation out there from when you think about the great floods from Lake Missoula, Glacial Lake Missoula, and all of that stuff. So
cool.
there is redeeming qualities.
So is Long Island not pretty then, Clinton? I always kind of assumed it was.
Oh no, Long Island's very pretty. It's flat. There's not there's some hills, but there's no mountains or nothing. It's a beach on both sides and a skinny island, right? No, Long Island's great. Long Island's really cool. It's crowded as heck though. And you think about like New York City just dumping into a skinny, long island.
Yeah.
So it just takes you a while to do anything down there. But no, I mean, it was a great place to grow up. I love my childhood. But then I went to UConn and, I met my wife, and that's that. UConn in Connecticut's kind of lovely. Here's a dude. So Isaac, it's like Tesla with the two A's there. Another wide receiver. So we're getting
here's the run.
Yeah, exactly.
I hear he's electric, Clinton.
Another just scatty type.
Late to
dude.
the joke, but I liked it.
Oh, Tesla. Get it. Yeah, that's good. That's good, Phil. Yeah, I really enjoyed. Do you guys ever see The Prestige?
Okay.
Yeah, not as
Good
big
one.
as a lot of people are.
Real? Okay, fair.
Yeah.
Christian Bale, if he's in it, it's good, right?
Oh man, and yeah, I'm not going to give the spoiler alert, but I almost did.
Yeah.
But
It's not a bad.
It's been long enough.
okay. Well,
I just think Nikola Tesla's real story is like 40,000 times more.
I get it, but it's a movie and it's David Bowie.
Yeah, no, you could. And it's who?
David Bowie.
Yeah, exactly. That's a minus for me. Yeah, not a David Bowie fan. Ever since a little kid watching the movie Labyrinth and getting I was scared to death of David Bowie and forever will be, even though he has left us and gone on to the afterlife. Like, I'm still terrified of that man.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Garen coming in saying, Clinton, my mother-in-law works for me now after she retired. She's from Connecticut.
Oh, wow.
I have a barbecue sandwich named after her because it's an East Coast style sandwich.
Well, I have questions.
Mhm.
What's the name?
What is the name?
Right. What's the name and where in Connecticut? Those are my two questions.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
That's it.
There you go.
Not three. Just two.
Michael Knight mentioning earlier that we had talked a little bit about Emmanwori, and Michael was high on Emmanwori, and there was some talk of Malachi being better. Yeah, we did discuss that a little bit because you were higher on Malachi.
From a coverage perspective,
Right.
Very, very different safeties, in my opinion. And then Winston was still. Is Winston even? I think he's still there, right? Kevin Winston's still on the board, Penn State.
I thought he went.
We're not going to take a safety. Maybe he did. Whoever got him got a very good football player. But that's what we were talking about yesterday too, Michael, was that for me, Kevin Winston was the best safety
Winston's
on the
still
board.
on the board.
Okay.
No, he's
so,
still
again,
there. Yeah.
Jalen Milroe is my favorite wide receiver in the whole thing, and Winston's my favorite safety, and they're both still available. So I don't know.
So you're saying there's a chance?
There's a chance, right? All safeties.
On field goals, Emmanwori is the guy that Michael Stuffer was just sure we were going to get somehow. And I'm like, I'm not so sure. Turns out he knew what he was talking about.
There was right after the combine, Emmanwori was like spiking to like he's guaranteed top 15.
Right.
Like it was like as hot as it can be, like really like a stock that just gets bloated, right? Overbought. And because there's again his RAS score, and I know you could take it or leave it, but it is emblematic of obviously athleticism. He's the only dude to ever score literally a perfect 10. He scored a 10.00. So in that
Only safety or only human?
only safety. So
Okay,
he-
yeah.
he's the only
I thought I'd heard others.
No, he's so, but in that RAS measurement, he is
Yeah.
literally he's number one in every safety that has gone that they've measured since, and they look back in time because RAS only came out a couple of years ago. He is athletically the number one ranked athlete that's ever been measured for that position. And he's 6'3" and something or other, runs a 4.3, like jumps out the building. Like the athletic profile is insanely great. And he, again, was a first team All-American. So it wasn't like it wasn't on tape. Style wise, I was always like, I like a guy who brings his hat a little bit differently.
Yeah. Emmanwori I never saw the brings his hat type part. So
I mean, he's not a soft tackler.
No.
But he's not a thumper in that sense. But he's a short tackler,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I don't give a crap whether he knocks the boogers out of him or if he, just olays him but still barely makes him fall to the ground. As long as he gets him to the ground every time for life, that's all I care about. And he's a short tackler, and I think that's where it's
And that's
at.
the thing. We were watching some pass rushers, my son and I, different ones that possibly could be available today. And we were starting to notice some of these college guys. I'm like, I kind of miss the big QB smash them. And then I'm thinking, you know what? I like it that these guys are beating their guy and they're figuring out how to sack the quarterback and not get us a 15-yard penalty. Like the fun of the penalty, the kind of hit we miss. but to realize, hey, these guys are actually learning how to just get the guy down and win the down. Maybe that's what we want. It's kind of sad to say goodbye to yesterday, but for success, guys to do the thing they need to do, we want those guys.
Yeah.
All right. We got an update from Garen. It is the Nancy Lou sandwich.
Nancy Lou.
It's a pulled pork sandwich with coleslaw on it, which East Coast thing.
Yeah. Well, that's basically how I eat all my.
That's how you consume your coleslaw.
Well, it's how
and any vegetable.
I actually love coleslaw.
It has to be on pulled pork.
Yeah, but it is how I consume my pulled pork sandwiches. Always heavy coleslaw.
Have you guys had Garen's mac and brisket?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's my family's favorite, and I can't have it because I can't have gluten. But they rubbed it in my face.
No.
Oh no!
I didn't realize you were a glutard, Phil.
Glutonian. Glutonian. Thank you.
I'm married to one. Like, yeah.
You've called me this before, though.
I just forgot.
He's called you things before, Bill. You know, it's
Glutonian. I think that one's the preferred term.
Glutonian.
Now we can say
I'm going to be. Yeah, I identify as an glutonian.
The back to the important thing with coleslaw. Dayville. Okay.
Danielson?
Danielson. Yeah. So we're talking like, I think it's Upper West Corner, Putnam County, Connecticut. You all are here for,
Connecticut geography.
Yeah. That's a big in this area.
Hey, we got a while.
Yeah. We got a while, but,
sounds like it might be time for a break.
So back to the coleslaw real quick, an absolutely delicious version of coleslaw is like a Carolina coleslaw, which is made with vinegar. So not mayo, you use like an apple cider vinegar. And then Bobby Flay has a couple of restaurants where he makes a Carolina burger, and it's just topped with like apple cider slaw. So it's just red cabbage with slaw. So it gets that bitterness. Oh, it is so damn good. So another version of really, really crisp, delicious coleslaw is that. So I'm a fan of coleslaw, as you guys could tell.
Okay. Well, getting back to the Seahawks and scheme on defense, Chad Hawley saying, so with the pick of Emmanwori, like how could that shake up the Seahawks defense? Like we know that Julian Love, or Jordan Love, if you prefer, but Julian Love will continue to be the Seahawks safety.
Great.
And how does Emmanwori then play the other safety spot? Are we talking about a big nickel type guy like they use Kyle Hamilton in Baltimore? If he's the big nickel, then are you then talking about Witherspoon being more on the outside? What does that mean for Kobe Bryant? Chad Hawley saying Kobe Bryant in the slot with Witherspoon to the outside. I don't know.
Kobe in the side.
No, not that. I like Kobe as the deep safety.
Yeah, I do too. So that if you're doing the big nickel type thing, I think that makes the most sense to me with Kobe deep, Julian Love, and then having Hamilton more as your slots like nickel. Yeah, big nickel guy.
Yeah,
even more.
It's kind of like playing linebacker when they're running 13. Or 31. I mean, with 11. When they're running 11, playing linebacker, kind of a little bit.
But the Kobe Bryant back to the slot is like, I've seen that movie. Won't recommend. Don't recommend. Be kind. Don't need to rewind. Throw it out. I like my slot corners twitchy and fast. And Kobe Bryant's a great athlete amongst humans, but he's not that in the NFL world.
Yeah.
Yep. Very
we could
true.
get another Kobe Bryant in this draft.
Yeah. True. Kansas, right? Kansas cornerback.
I've had enough Kobe Bryants in my sports life. Like, I'm good on that.
Well, what if you had all of them, though? All the Kobe Bryants?
No.
Are there any good names that we need that John Schneider is going to be on his radar to draft just based on name? That's, I think, where we need to be looking pretty soon. Let's see.
Gunnar Helm is a good name.
That's a good name. You're right.
I mean, Nick Nash is a good name, too, but we'll see.
Also, right.
That's fine.
That's pretty good. It's a good wrestling name. Like Intercontinental Champion Nick Nash.
Sure.
Okay, gotcha.
Right?
What about Za Frazier? That's not bad. Za.
Speaking of
Gray Zable's a fabulous name.
A good name.
Yes.
Does he go by Zay or Za?
But
I know it's
it needs to be a name that's somewhat famous sounding.
Oh, never mind. Kobe Bryant's all you got then, bud.
Yeah,
There's
right.
Bond.
Cheers.
Isaiah Bond.
Isaiah Bond, yeah. Isaiah Bond.
Yeah, I like that one.
So the Jets took Azariah Thomas, the corner out of Florida State. Landon Jackson, edge player, going
Arkansas,
to the Bills.
right?
Arkansas edge before that.
He's lengthy, and I think he's pretty good. He's not like as tall and lengthy as Groot over there in Buffalo, but he's not that far off, So Another,
I'm just happy for him getting out of Arkansas. Like, just congratulations to him.
Congrats, you're in Buffalo.
Oh, wait, huge upgrade.
And I actually have a lot of love for Buffalo, but
Yeah. No, it's a massive upgrade for him in his whole entire life.
yeah, Buffalo's actually kind of fun. And it smells like cereal. Big chunks of Buffalo. There's like a big cereal factory. It just smells like sweet cereal.
Yeah.
That's a good smell. Cereal's a good
There's
smell.
way worse things you could smell.
Yes, saying that's a more traditional way of thinking of positions. I think this gives Mike another freak athlete to put out there and confuse the other team.
I think that's a great point. Like that is, again, McDonald and the flexibility of what he wants to go do. You're like, okay, we have the safety that is so athletically gifted, and even his level athleticism, maybe even like a queen on the chessboard, like that type of can actually go anywhere and do anything well, and some things exceptionally well. As this wears on,
I was gonna say, I think you're warming up to this.
I'm falling in love. This is what happened.
Yeah.
Right? I'm very much more that pick. Just wasn't my guy, but I totally got it. Whereas the Arroyo one, just give me another half an hour. I'll be fine with it.
No,
That's it.
Emmanwori could be terrifying down the road if he becomes Mike's guy. If he
absolutely.
can learn it, that
Well-
OCs are going to fear Emmanwori. There's a great chance.
But Phil, I mean, it's a great point because I keep saying about other dudes. Well, usually it's more of the offense. Well, it depends on where he goes. Depends on what scheme he gets. Well, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? With Mike Macdonald and his defense, you get a chess piece like Emmanwori, and let's see what his scheme can do. He just got a really, really versatile weapon. It's exciting.
Oh, I think versatility is kind of the key to what we're seeing in the secondary, because Witherspoon, very much a guy that you can move all over. Emmanwori, you could play him deep safety. You could move him up into the box. You could, and so, yeah, and I think we've seen that even we started to see it a little bit with the Pete Carroll defense, but with Mike Macdonald, you see sometimes Julian Love will be playing the deep safety and Kobe will be closer to the box. So I think he'll want all those guys to be.
Earl and Cam. Earl and Cam flipped that every once in a while.
Sure.
Just to
but I guess in my mind, when I was going through, I was thinking of more where their ideal positions were.
Multiple.
Yeah.
That's the word that keeps coming to mind. And yeah, you can use Emmanwori as like a joker type in that defense. And as you said, Clinton, like we talk a lot about guys going to different offenses and if it's a fit and yada, yada, yada. And that's certainly been true for a good long time. And I think one of the big changes in the NFL over the last couple of years is with defensive minds like I think Mike Macdonald is, and is the spearhead of really changing the way defenses are being played in terms of the way they disguise and how they get to a myriad of different packages from the same look and really do a good job of confusing defenses. I think it's becoming as complicated as offense. And so fit is starting to matter more on the defensive side to where it's kind of catching up to offense that way. And that's one of the things I've been excited about bringing in Mike Macdonald as the head coach is just, he is that next wave of great defensive minds. And, I can remember a few as we were growing up, Buddy Ryan, like coming in, or Monty Kiffin. You can go down the list.
Bill Parcells.
Guys that see the game differently than the rest of the league, and so they can be out front of the rest of the guys, and that's why we're excited about Coach McDonald.
Yeah.
Well, one of the ways they described him when McVay was coming, I heard quite a few people say he's like a Sean McVay on defense. Like he's just going to be scheming things uniquely to put certain players, special players in special places to make a difference. And we're with guys like Spoon and Leo, we already have guys that make a massive difference. I'm just fascinated. That was the thing when I saw Emmanwori on the board. When I looked there, I was like, this has got to be a Mike call. He's planning on doing something special with this guy, and that makes me excited.
We spent a lot of time yesterday, especially the first 10 or 15 picks, talking about like, hey, is this the right environment to package things up, trade up to go get what you think are true blue chip guys? And I think if we just step back and look at this and Phil, what you just said, It's like, I think Mike and, the team look at Emmanwori in that way. It's like, this guy is a true blue chip style talent.
Or at least a red chip guy, right? That you could get at the beginning of the second, and that's worth
purple chip.
Yeah. So I do think it's just that, right? This is the type of draft where, especially with the capital we have, that you're better off with less, and hopefully through that actually getting more from what could be absolute studs, which, I think we're going for it. Michael O'Hara has a good comment here, says some names I'd love at 92, Jordan Phillips at defensive tackle, Ty Robinson, defensive end. I'll get back to him in a second. I don't know how to say that edge name, and Ayumenor, which is Alec from Stanford. To me, he's quite slow. I don't like that guy, but I've got a name there I love. How do you say the
Uman
Milan? That's how you say that? Okay. Yeah. I don't know him well. I'm not sure about Milan.
He was a guy that they brought into the VMAC for the 30 visits.
Yeah, Michael, if you got more on him, I'd love to know. I'm not going to know all the dudes. I appreciate it. Of those names, Ty Robinson from Nebraska, he eats. Talk about dudes that are just absolutely disruptive, the high motor guys that just cause guards to panic. And you watch Ty Robinson, that's over and over and over again. He is a strong, and he's also like corn-fed type, like a little bit like he takes his helmet off and like, this guy's a little bit psycho. And sometimes that's how I like my football players, a little bit psycho. So I think he'd be really cool as a Seahawk.
Dan Lowe Music saying, love Ty Robinson. Dude's a beast and can line up anywhere on the line. So maybe a name to watch for coming up. It won't be Nick Martin, who just went off the board to the San Francisco 49ers. He's going to be a bust. And wide receiver Pat Bryant going to the Broncos.
I've been kind of looking at Deion Walker.
Still there, huh?
We were looking at him this morning a little bit, but I've been kind of wondering a little bit about Deion Walker from Kentucky. Great big guy, just to play the running downs. Probably not going to make a huge difference in passing. I know people don't like the guy that does one thing, but if you do one thing really good, take up blockers, take up space, and occasionally be a little disruptive, this could be a spot where we might start looking at someone like him.
Well, he's like we did a whole episode on what should you do if your draft crushes, if you're crushed by your draft crush going elsewhere, because the likelihood is you're not going to get your draft crush, just the way the math works. He was another dude behind Alfred Collins, possibly, because he does that thing. He's 340 pounds. He's huge. He's not going to pass rush a lot, but Adam, you were saying it earlier, and we've talked about, but Phil, it's not just about the fact that the multiples you were saying there, but it's like, okay, but if you have that kind of legit nose tackle, what does that do for Leo? What does that do for Byron Murphy? If he doesn't have to do that himself now, and that's where you get this multiple effect. Because
I think of him like a blocker. I think of him like a blocker for the running game. You got the guy that takes up the space so the other guys can go make plays.
Yeah, I think that's a good metaphor across the line there.
It's not the exact same, but the idea there.
Similar, yeah. Cowboys. Oh,
there goes Ravel.
There goes Ravel. Okay, so Ravel just went to the Cowboys. Phil.
Okay. That makes sense. With the Emmanwori and Zabel thing, here's what I kind of think. I mean, I'm not in John's head, but when you watch his interview, he had some guys on there that he was thinking, these guys are first rounders, and I'm surprised they're still there, or one or two. I almost wonder if Emmanwori might have kind of been one of the team's crushes, but they had to have Zabel. They love Zabel. You can tell everything they say. That's the massive hole. Like, nothing's going to improve the team more than filling the massive hole with a legit starter. So you got to do that. But then if they have a chance, if they can find a dance partner, and obviously they thought so, because you give up a third-round pick, like someone that would contribute or certainly compete for contributing, to come all the way up and take him, they had to absolutely love him and be drooling for them to go ahead and choose him. So there's a lot of people that really believe in Emmanwori, which makes him one of the most exciting picks.
Yeah, no, it's well said, man. Michael's asking a really great question. Say, hey, we're getting closer to 92. Can we discuss?
It's an hour and a half away. We're going to be there, Mike.
Where are we?
Marcus Bowe still on the board, the guard from Purdue. If he were to fall here, that would complete the offensive line. Like,
how about Jarrett Wilson too?
Jared Wilson's still there.
Jared Wilson.
I'd be more interested than him because you guys said Bo's like 264.
No. He's like close to 300.
Okay.
He's
like-
a little over 300. And he's
Okay.
6'4".
6'4". Okay. I thought you said he was like 270 or 264. And I was like,
no.
hey, a little undersized, huh? Okay.
No.
Oh, and there goes
Princely.
Milan.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
So I knew him by his first name because of his first name.
Princely.
Yeah.
I know. I kept seeing Princely.
Like throughout the process, I was like, I knew the name, but there we go. Okay, cool.
It's a good thing that he became a professional football player. Like, got to a level of like famousness with the name Princely. Like if he'd have just been a fry cook at McDonald's, like that probably wouldn't have been a good look.
Soon he'll be
You
on.
think he comes out to Purple Rain or something?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
That's just me.
Okay.
I would.
So
I mean, you could also
Princely,
choose a good song.
download music not in with my Bo pick.
No?
I know who you're gonna pick.
Not
Bo.
Scatterboo.
No,
Well, Jared Wilson's there. Jalen Knoll's still there.
Milroe is still there. I mean, Milroe, if you get Milroe at the bottom of the third, do it faster because I like the idea of having a legitimate hope as a developmental quarterback behind somebody like Sam Darnold, who I'm just flat out not a believer. So,
Yeah. And Milroe can do some packages right away, right? You think?
oh, for sure.
Yeah, day one.
Yeah.
He could do the Jalen Hurts stuff.
Oh, 100%. Clinton got mad, had to hit his mic.
get out of here.
We're close to where we could move up with Brandon's package idea. We're in shooting range if we love somebody to trade our fourth.
Garen asks, are we at a different location tonight? Still at the casino? No, still at Clearwater Casino. They allowed us to keep our setup in the same room in the same spot for day number 2. And then unfortunately we will not be spouting any nonsense for day 3. We will be traveling back home tomorrow.
That's exactly right. Better for all of our deals, I think. Yeah.
Probably.
You guys don't want to go 8 hours driving with the 4th through 7th round?
No.
Day 3 is generally rough, but this is where I'll promote and say bootleg football.
Yep.
Does day 3 better than anybody out there anywhere, whether it's ESPN, NFL, bootleg football. They study so far down on the draft board that you'll hear like on ESPN they'll get to guys. Well, they'll just stop covering the guys.
They don't even talk about them.
They don't even talk. They just day 3
quarterback
is to put on a show, and they list the guys if you're lucky as they're coming off the board. No, bootleg football guys, they will tell you in detail about the guys on day 3 of the draft.
Absolutely. This is the stuff that they really do live for. Like it's their niche and they're fantastic at.
Oh, Garen's closed tomorrow. I was counting on going through there.
Yeah. Well,
all right.
We still can.
Well, we still have to.
Yeah.
All right. So coming up at 92, Vieth saying 92 will be Jamari Caldwell if he's not already taken.
Okay. I don't know who that is. So
we're getting to the point where that's the case with a lot of them.
Okay.
But draft
Cardinals.
coaches. Who else?
Cardinals are coming.
Cardinals next up on the clock. Then the Texans. Then the Colts. I'm still, Adam.
Yeah.
Where is Sanders going to go? Like,
okay.
Who's finally going to take him?
Let's look at where we're at here. Panthers aren't going to take him.
Cardinals. They're
maybe. I mean,
Yeah.
you're not going to pay Kyler forever. We all know the ceiling for Kyler Murray at this point, right?
Colts. Colts could be
Colts could be a sneaky one, considering that they're pinning hopes on Daniel Jones bringing out the best in Anthony Richardson, which is like the weirdest logic in the entire world to me. Like, yes, let's bring in a dude who sucks nuts to bring out the best in a guy who can't hit a barn at 5 yards. Like, I don't understand that one. So maybe there. I don't see the Bengals. Don't see the Titans.
Oh, Jamari Caldwell's
maybe Steelers at 19 or at 83.
Yeah. Yes, saying Caldwell's the nose from Oregon.
Oh, okay. I thought that was Harmon.
Yeah.
What pick was Russell Wilson? Was it like 87?
Yeah, something like that.
80, 81?
Yeah, I could see him going to the Steelers, Tampa.
Throw those
Clinton's
picks
locked
in
out.
there. He didn't see me do the backpack trick where I put it in the door.
So
All right, coming up.
No.
Oh, there's another Oregon defensive lineman coming off the board of the Cardinals, Jordan Birch.
Noel's still on there. I can't believe it.
Well,
What's
still
going on?
out there. I know Clinton is. He's going to be.
Wanting to trade up.
Yep. All
I
right.
wanna
So,
trade up
any
for Wilson.
players that you like coming up?
Well, I wouldn't mind Noel for sure. You guys already know I like Wilson. I also was quite interested in the tackle from Kentucky that we just talked about. Let's see. Those are the three on my mind right now, but I'm just trying to look to see if there's anything I'm missing.
Yeah. Yeah, we've covered a lot of the guards and centers that we like that are still on the board.
Like, I feel like
That's just
Deion
me.
Walker is probably tomorrow, right? But
Yeah.
that's probably a fourth rounder. But I wouldn't be mad if we went and got him.
But the way things are falling, though, with 12 picks until Seattle picks, there's a chance that one of these guys that we really like is still there.
Yeah, there's some good ones. There's still some good ones here. Definitely some receivers. Definitely some defensive tackles. And there's Milroe.
Yeah.
Which would be fun.
Green
Texans.
Zone, Ty Robinson, Jalen Noel, Cam Scattaboo, all of them there. Oh, there's Noel.
This guy,
Noel went.
yeah, because Tank Dell's hurt. This guy's just like him, but better.
Wow.
Okay.
It's so late for him. It's just so good for him. Good place, good quarterback. But my word, he should have went
Yeah.
30 picks ago. But okay,
That's a great spot for him right there.
yeah.
Just wild how many pass catchers the Texans have. I feel like they're
He's good.
pulling up their depth chart, guys.
That's what I was just going
I
to do.
can't
But
believe
watch these
that-
highlights that are here. Watch his first step. If this doesn't remind you of Doug Baldwin with like Golden Tate's gonads, like I don't know what's going to. Like, look how
They
this
got
guy moves.
Christian Kirk, Higgins, Collins.
He just
right. They drafted Higgins earlier.
Yeah.
So they did take both,
They took
Yeah.
both.
and they're smart.
Yeah, they got.
I've
John
never been a
Mechie.
Christian Kirk fan,
Bill.
so
No, but I'm saying they took Higgins and Noel.
Yeah.
The Texans.
Both Iowa guys.
That
called
is
BPA in it.
remarkable. I do want to see what Brett Coleman thinks because he's a Texans fan. So
It's just loading up. I think that based on, I guess they did go and get the tackle Cam Robinson, but
Yeah.
you're
I was
telling
going to
me
say, if you watch the Texans, I thought they needed pass protection.
you're telling me that
But
you're
they took-
happy
they
with
took a
Jarrett
dude.
Peterson at center, and Juice Scruggs as your right guard.
he's like a second year guy, right?
He's the second year guy.
so,
So is
yeah.
Patterson,
Yeah.
and but
But
Titus
they have
Howard.
Laken Tomlinson.
They got, but they took what's his face from Boston College, didn't they? Like today, right? They took a tackler guard. They took a dude.
Did they take a BC guy? I don't see him on here.
Pretty sure.
Ursery.
Yes, Ursery.
Yeah,
who
yeah.
Also got first round buzz, kind of faded a little bit, but man, I'm
And
just
Laken Tomlinson's just going to really elevate that crew. We know.
and what pick are we around now? Like what number?
We're like
are-
12 away,
Yeah, we're right in that range.
11 away. We're at 81 right now with the Bengals.
81.
We could trade up from here. Anywhere around here, it's possible.
Okay, I'm just bummed. What can we say? Okay, it happens. And
Justin Wally, cornerback, Minnesota to the Colts.
So good point here from Dan Lowe, Jalen Royals, Utah State. So another really fast, quick wide receiver, also still available. I have to go through the therapy I was trying for other people. Like what happens when you're crushed? I'm crushed by. It's just I didn't expect Noah to last this long. To see him just keep staying on the board and then go. It's like, and we're with our original pick at 82. We're right behind this. Like, but
Yeah. It kind of makes you wish that you had that other pick there.
Yeah, and then used it to go get Jalen Milroe. But yeah, well, that's okay. I mean, you can't get everything you want. That's the way this works.
Bengals
This
now
is the pick
on
we got for Gino, right?
82 was, yeah.
That's the one to the Titans.
Fair. Okay, so here's a good pick. Bengals absolutely need, just help across the line.
Yep.
They take Fairchild, seemingly plug and play guard, and kind of still has a lot of upside from what they say because he hasn't played football that long. But look at him just destroy people.
One Georgia interior player still on the board.
Oh yeah, that's Spencer, doesn't he?
He's gonna last just so long to be snatched out and away from me, like the guy with the fishing pole and the dollar bill.
We're gonna have a special guest coming on in just a second as well.
Oh,
yeah. We'll introduce him as he gets up, but hang tight. If
You don't want to jinx it, huh?
Yeah,
Okay.
when he shows up, we'll spike the football then.
do you need me to get off here so you can use the screen, or is he coming in live in
You
person?
can,
No, you should be fine. You just be like having a three,
you can do a 3-boxer.
three boxer. That was it. I was gonna
That way,
say,
if you have any questions.
yeah, I was about to say 3-way, and I stopped. I was like, that's not right. That's not what it should be. It's 3-boxer, 3-boxer. But yeah, so special guest coming in soon.
If we went wide receiver, says blue and green zone. I love Ole Miss Savion Williams.
I mean, he's big and he's a bit of a bowling ball, right? Like he bounces off people. He kind of has like this Debo Samuel type thing, even though he's bigger. But he's I don't think he's like field stretchy because of speed, but he's really tough to bring down and he's yacky. And he just has this Savion Williams. He has this like Debo like quality, and we were haunted by Debo a lot, Phil, right? But watching him in his prime, just continue to drag people and bounce off people. Savion Williams has a bit of that in his game that is interesting to me because again, it's a type. We don't really have that. You're not getting that with Cup. You're not getting that with JSN. They're not dragging people. They're not like just bodying dudes and going for 6 more yards or a gang tackle to take them down. But Williams does have that to his game. So I think it's a cool call out.
While we're talking wide receivers that are still out there, Isaiah Bond from Texas is still out there.
Yeah. He was the number 1 heading into this year for Texas. And then Matthew Golden supplanted him. With that.
Ankle problems throughout the year. That really messes people up.
Yes, especially when speed's your game, right? So.
All right. We are welcoming back to the show Max Toscano of Remember the Tight Ends. As the Seahawks drafted a tight end, we figured it was time to bring Max back on and talk about our new pass catcher. How you doing, Max?
Hello, guys. How you doing? I'm currently crashing out about the Bengals draft.
Oh man, yeah. Folks need to remember, if you don't, that Max is a Bengals fan. So yeah, before you give us the lowdown on Arroyo and your take there, what's eating you about your Bengals, man?
Well, let's see. So the Bengals go into the draft in pretty desperate need of a guard because they did not sign one in free agency, despite a couple of startable ones being available.
What's that like?
Yeah, that sounds familiar. Go on.
We feel that.
Right. No. So you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. And so with Tate Ratledge on the board in the 40s.
Oh man. Yeah.
And several of my favorite defensive players in the draft,
Linebacker.
Savon Ravel was available. Nick Scorton was available. I thought was like a top 25 player. Who else? Oh, and Trey Amos, who I thought was a first-round pick. I thought he was going to go to the Bills or something at the back end of the first round. I love that guy. He tested well. He's long. He fits the system. He plays man coverage well. He's played at the highest levels of competition. So instead, the Bengals take a 40-year-old Justin Strnad projection like they are a team that is full of stars and has luxury picks to blow, which is just crazy. Oh, and by the way, then Tate Ratledge went to the Lions, which makes total sense, of course, which,
how are the Bengals at linebacker? Was this useful inside linebacker?
Well, I mean, they want to replace Jermaine Pratt. They want to, so basically they need to replace their second inside linebacker, which they signed Oren Burks to do. I mean, he's not great, but like this is not going to be better than this is just not going to be a better asset than
Ratledge.
Than certainly not than Ratledge, certainly not than Revel, certainly not than Xavier Watts. Well, Xavier Watts is still available, so I don't know what's going on there. Yeah. Oh, who they passed on by the way again. And so they do that, and then they have to go take Georgia's second best guard, who I actually don't hate, but is probably projects to be like an okay journeyman guard, and they have to force that because they refuse to take Ratledge. And now they come away with very little on defense because they refuse to take any of those guys for a second linebacker. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's
yeah.
And
Steelers got Caleb Johnson.
We hope it goes a little better for you from here on out. Caleb Johnson goes.
It won't.
We can't at this point. All the premiums are gone.
To be fair, we are getting kind of late in the draft to be selecting starters.
Yeah, that's you're absolutely right.
That would have been a nice, it would have been nice for them to use the starter part.
Right. Yeah, the first 3 rounds, right? So, so Max, thank you for bringing.
Sorry, Phil. Thank you.
No. We asked. You're a Bengals fan, man. This is your passion coming through. You were 3.5 hours in, getting a little talk. I was talking about coleslaw for about 5 minutes straight, not too long ago, Max. So it's okay.
I like coleslaw. I'll die on that hill.
There we go. And remember, folks, this is at Max Toscano 1 out on Twitter. Definitely give him a follow and go check out his Substack. Remember the tight ends. Max is an absolute tight end guru. We had him on, I don't know, maybe a couple of weeks ago, right? We broke down about a top 10 and what was out there. And, I'll let you tell the story, Max, but I know how I feel. I know how you feel. Seahawks take Elijah Arroyo from the U, and, you follow tight ends, looking at the Kubiak system, looking at A.J. Barner, that room. What do you think about the fit, and what do you think about the pick in general?
Well, I just think it's a little early for Arroyo. I'm sure he would have gone just because he is so freakishly athletic in a linear way. And the NFL, I did a big thread about this last week. And my big conclusion about the NFL overdrafting tight ends is pretty much that they overdraft based on linear speed and 40 times. Now, obviously, he didn't test in the 40, but everyone knows he would have run in the 4.5s. Like, he's really fast.
Yeah.
The problem, and Noah Fant was part of that case study, is that while athleticism is a critical prerequisite for this position, you have to, if you're going to be a really good tight end, you have to be very athletic. It's not the only thing. And I do like him. I do like what he's becoming as a receiver. I thought he developed quite a lot over that last year at Miami. I thought his feel for space got better. I thought his ability to stretch that second level got better. He's always been really good after the catch, but I think his nuances in his routes, both against man and zone, have grown quite a bit, and it's really promising stuff. I don't think he can clear that wide receiver horizon, though, the way a Brock Bowers, Travis Kelce can, and I think that's what he's going to need to do if the blocking doesn't develop. And right now the blocking is a total project. And I don't necessarily know if he has the raw strength and the proper build, even though he is 6'4", 250.
Right.
I just don't know if he has the mass in the lower half and the pure anchor strength to ever be more than serviceable if everything goes perfectly right. And with tight end development in blocking, it just tends not to go that way. And if it does, it takes a while. So I'm skeptical that he's really going to give a lot more than Noah Fant, which I would have been really fine with in the third if they wanted to go that route and take that upside swing. Because if Elijah Arroyo hits, he's going to hit pretty big because he does have that high end athleticism, that high end, not just pure athleticism, but real receiving ability. But I don't really see him translating in line unless his blocking development goes really, really, really well. And I'm also concerned about the injuries in that way as well. I think he's somebody that can get beat up. This is a position that you have to be oversensitive to injuries because even the healthy guys have nagging stuff all year. So, look, I would have preferred Mitchell Evans 2 rounds later, which I think could have been done, which I think is personally a much higher floor player and a better value. But look, if Arroyo hits, I'm going to look like an idiot, and he's going to hit huge. But I just think it's a little early.
How does he compare to like a Vernon Davis, like his type, like fast, big up top, but maybe doesn't have the trunk that that you would want for an inline blocker? Does he have any potential to even reach that?
I mean, Vernon Davis, the thing about Vernon Davis is that he was such a freak and he was such an elite playmaker and athlete. Like he was on another level than Arroyo. I think Arroyo can be a slightly better Fant if everything goes right. And Fant is a useful player. And he's not going to be an every down player and every package player, but he's a useful 12 personnel player. That I wouldn't necessarily pay the money that they're paying to, but obviously that consideration goes out the window with an Arroyo who's going to be on a rookie deal, obviously. So if they want to replace Noah Fant and swing for what could be a 20% upgrade, I see the vision and I definitely see the style. I just think it's a little early. I don't think he has the juice that a Vernon Davis has, though. But if he does develop into a solid inline blocker, he can be a really good receiver from that role. But if that doesn't develop, I just think it's going to be a solid rotational player.
What routes do you like best on him? It looked like he does some crossers and seams, and
he's really good on that linear stuff, right? When you pop a guy behind the linebackers on a deep over, when you pop him into the seams, certainly when you slide him into the flat on boot action or RPO.
Okay.
He can really outrun those linebackers to the edge and create after the catch there. I liked him a little bit on some slot fades when Miami would get into 12 personnel. I think he does have the juice if he can get off the line and stack that DB to potentially get away a little bit. And he has obviously the size to win at the catch point. So I don't want to be too low because I think that his raw receiving ability as a tight end is really high end. And I think if he develops well, he could be a really good player. And again, a potential upgrade to Fant, not a huge one, but a solid upgrade to Fant. But it's just a little early because he went, I think 7 picks after Terrence Ferguson, who I had, I think, a full 2 rounds higher in my grade. So it's just a little early.
One more on Arroyo, because here's what Fant didn't do that I wish he could. What about any post up? I mean, I know he's not Jimmy Graham, 6'7", but how can he do on posting up in the red zone? Will he be a difference maker at all? I saw he had 7 touchdowns.
He's got the ability to elevate, which is part of why I was so bummed that he wasn't able to test this, because I thought he was going to blow those guys away. I thought he was going to be the best athlete that tested. I thought Warren and Loveland were going to test really well too if they tested. Obviously they didn't. But among the other guys, I thought Arroyo was even potentially even more athletic than what Terrence Ferguson was, because I just thought he was going to run a little bit better in the 40, and I think he was going to be competitive and all the other stuff. So I think he's got that ability to get up, right? And he's got good length. He showed it at the Senior Bowl for sure. He was going up and making contested catches. So I think there's a little bit more of that there than Fant, just because Fant doesn't have the same ability to get up into the air athletically. He's not as good of a leaper as Arroyo can be. So I think that there's a little bit more there.
Well, DK could get up in the air a mile, but he still didn't do anything up in the air when it came to contested catches.
Right.
So
there's a lot
not
more.
Everybody has that just because they have the
hops, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same as rebounding, and I think basketball coaches do a better job than football coaches of understanding and developing the nuances of body positioning, high pointing, the ability to keep your leap stable with your core against an opposing force in another body. Basketball coaches teach that at a really high level, and they really dive into the details of it. And I think football coaches just kind of think it's about being taller. So I think you're definitely onto something there. It's about more than that. And I think that he has the raw ability, but it doesn't really get developed in football. So we'll see if it shows out.
So Max, quick question on the state of Seattle's tight end room now, right? We talked about this when you were on before, saying that if Seattle were to spend some early capital on a tight end, which we now have, like what that might mean for Noah Fant and what is a rather large contract. So what you're in your position, whether you're the GM, like you can take it from that position, but what do you think John Schneider does with Noah Fant at this point?
Yeah, I think they're going to be looking for a way out on that. I think that the writing's been on the wall for a while. with that, but I think that it really becomes even more clear now. I know his cap hit is what, 13 million next year, if I'm looking correctly.
Yeah, it's around that.
Which
Yep.
is that's a lot.
We're on the hook for a lot of the dead money, no matter what happens. Like
Yeah, I think his dead hit is 4.5.
Oh, is that all? Okay, so the 9 we could get out of.
Yes, it looks like it. I'm on one of those sites right now, so I'm just looking at it. But I mean, if the dead cap's 4.5, I mean that's not too bad. I think that they're going to be looking for a way out. Just looking at the tea leaves here, they have everything they need at tight end.
Yeah, if we can save 9 cap, that's no brainer. I couldn't remember which direction it was, if we were on the hook for 9 or if we could get out of the 9. If we get out of the 9, that's a no brainer.
Yeah, and I think I think that's why I don't want to call Arroyo a reach. Personally, for me, he is. I think the league values him higher than I do, just because of the stuff I talked about earlier with what they value. I tend to think that their noses are sniffing under the wrong bushes, but they value what they value, and the market's the market. But I think that their motivation to get Arroyo is definitely in large part around the fact that it allows them to get away from Fant, which does soften the blow a little bit, because now you have cap savings. Everything in football, down to who you put on the field, who you draft, who you put in what personnel package, is a holistic value. And if you attach that $9.5 million cap savings to a second round pick, it starts to become a little bit more palatable, even if it's a little bit of a reach. And it's certainly got upside. So
you could definitely, it goes down a lot easier with that, right?
Right.
Now we go buy a defensive tackle, because we already have decent cap space, but now we just freed up more, put in a rookie for 4 years that's given us at least what we were getting from Fant with potential for more, and we go plug and play somebody. We need to eat up some space.
Yeah,
I kind of talked myself into it a little bit more.
Well, it's the thing there, Max, is for me too, is like, we had talked about this too. It's like, well, any tight end selection would have done that, right? It's like, okay, a high tight end selection. It happens to be Arroyo, but even if it was others, you still get that relief. But something I think you could really offer Seahawks fans, because, and again, we're talking Max Toscano. Follow him out on Twitter at Max Toscano number one, just at Max Toscano 1, and also his Substack at Remember the Tight Ends. Clearly, if you've been listening the last few minutes, Max knows his stuff and really specializes in this position, which is a super cool one. But going back to the room, let's say Fant's gone. You talked last time you were on about Kubiak. What does a successful Kubiak offense look like when they're in 12 personnel and AJ Barner and Arroyo are on the field? What does it enable? How do they kind of play off each other? Because they are different style tight ends.
Yeah, well, Arroyo does give you something that, a lot of these guys have run into redundancies with slot receivers just because their blocking role is the same, and that they just dig out nickels and safeties in the box. I think when you start to get away from those 6'3", 230, 6'4", 235, 240, like fake tight ends, that's when you start to get a little bit more ability to truly attach these guys and create an extra big. Even if you're not going to ask them to block the end, it does give a little bit more formationally that defenses have to honor in the run game. And so what they're going to want to do is they're going to want to do that. They're going to want to condense up, create extra gaps, run the ball, particularly run outside zone, which I think is actually quite a good fit for Arroyo, just because you negate the play strength concerns a little bit, because you get everybody on the move, and it becomes about your footwork and your hand engagement. And so much of that is taught. Like if you ask O-line people, they will tell you that outside zone is the best way to negate play strength issues for your interior O-line, because they don't have to move people. The same thing does apply for tight ends. And so if they can teach that at a high level, which Kubiak should be able to, you can get those 2 extra guys on the line that are credible big bodies and create those condensed sets, and then force teams to load the box, create those easy looks, not just in play action, but in your drop back game as well, because they like to drop back from under center to marry all elements of their offense to the run, not just the play action game. So it's really all going to be built around outside zone. It's really that true like late 2000s, early 2010s version of the Kyle Shanahan offense, which I really do love to see out there. It's a good fit for a guy with play strength issues, but with good size.
Do you think there'll be some play boots and stuff off of that quite a bit that they can use him on?
Yeah, I mean, it sort of goes back to what I talked about earlier, right? He's good on the linear stuff, and that really goes into boot action well, right? When you're slipping a guy out into the flat to control that defensive end, whether you're slipping him behind the linebackers on those boots when you get them to fast flow to the other side, it's all stuff that really fits him athletically very, very well, especially early while he develops.
So Max, Adam here. Oh, we haven't had a chance to talk, and thank you for coming on.
Thanks for having me, man.
Yeah, for sure. On the tape, when you're watching Arroyo in the system he played in college, and I'm not a college football guy, so this may be a basic question that you've already covered, but is this sort of thing that you're talking about, being able to mitigate some of that play strength by running wide zone, is that something you see on the tape in the system that he ran in college, or were they running something completely different? And it's not something that if we go back and look that we're going to find examples of that.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, this is a very downhill, spready run game where they're just trying to run downhill into light boxes just to do it. They don't love to run the ball. They don't emphasize it very well. They do it just to do enough. It's almost really like a modern version of the air raid where they still have a tight end and they still do run the ball, but they just want to do it as much as they need to keep defenses honest and get into the bread and butter, which is their ability to space the field and drop back, which obviously suits their quarterback, who, obviously went number 1 overall, suits him quite well.
Would it be reasonable then that Miami has not invested in the best teachers for run blocking, wide zone, versus Kubiak's in the family, he's going to know all the guys that know how to teach that stuff?
Yeah.
You might expect that we wouldn't have seen Arroyo do much of what they're hoping for him to do in the run game coming to Seattle. Am I barking up the right tree?
You're absolutely barking up the right tree. That's a huge issue that NFL guys have had for years with tight end in college. They do not get taught how to run block. I mean, the offensive linemen barely get taught how to do, NFL stuff, but the tight ends they do not teach tight ends how to run block in college pretty much at all, unless you're at one of those real true blue, we like to run the football places. Some of them will teach it. Michigan teaches it well. Penn State teaches it. Yeah. The FCS schools, South Dakota State there's a reason I always love to go to South Dakota State to watch tight ends.
Iowa.
Iowa. They all teach. That's why Fant had issues getting on the field for a lot of his career at Iowa, is because he never developed in that way. But you're right. And that's the case with a lot of offenses, and it's certainly the case with offenses like this. The issue, so you're right. In short, that's the case, and that's sort of a big tank of hopium that I have for guys like Gunnar Helm and Terrence Ferguson, who are actually not very good blockers, similar to Arroyo. But I do think the difference is that they have a degree of lower body raw strength that Arroyo doesn't. And that's the thing I'm looking for. I'm not necessarily looking for your technique to be complete or even good, because I think that it can be managed. I want to see that raw size and that raw strength. And I'm a little bit not there yet on the raw strength aspect in the lower body.
My guy's still on the board, guys. My guy's still on the board.
Yeah, we're coming up soon.
He's Max Toscano. Remember the tight ends. Max, I really want to thank you for coming back on and helping break down the pick and explaining it in a way that fits into the scheme.
Fantastic stuff, Max.
Yeah, we'll be hitting you up in the future for sure, buddy.
Absolutely, man. I can't wait to see how he develops.
Yeah, appreciate you, dude. Thanks, Max.
Really cool. I loved it.
Good luck.
Good
Great
luck
to
with
meet
the
you.
Bengals. All right, we are just a few.
Ooh, I can't believe it.
Yeah.
And
how far are we now? Just to check in, because I can't.
There's only the Rams and the Ravens.
Wow, that's it.
The Pickett's in for the Rams.
Oof, we're basically.
Who's the Rams center?
So on baseball, we call that double deck. We're on double deck.
Oh, is that like some ancient game term, like from back
in
yonder?
golf, we would call it being in the hole.
This is one of my favorite
Oh,
tropes we
okay.
have, is me mentioning
Yeah.
baseball. I love it. I love it so much.
and watching me just go, sure. Yeah.
The Rams have a good center, so we might be okay.
Yeah, there's again.
Jamari Caldwell, unfortunately, off the board. Went to
Ravens
the
have a good
Chargers. Savion Williams, wide receiver at TCU, ended up going off. Caleb Branson.
The Rams got Coleman Shelton. They're set. How about the Ravens at center? Do you guys know?
They drafted a center 2 years ago.
Yeah, he's good though.
Yeah, he's okay.
Oh, okay. When we're talking about offensive linemen, if you can play and be a starter, you're good. Like that's where we're at.
So is Olu good?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I've been saying that forever. I'm like, he's good. He's fine.
He's okay.
He's
a good backup. He's a very good backup.
He is a mid-level starter in the league, like for sure.
Here's one on screen from Blue and Green Zone quick too. That Marcus Bowe is still not picked, and this is a guy that other folks are like, hey man, this guy's got all the talent in the world to be a legitimate guard in the NFL. So interesting.
Only thing I could think is that maybe if he's set on playing at the tackle spot, like if that's the impression that he gave off in the interviews, if that's going to end up hurting his draft stock, that would be my only guess, and unless it's some other physical issue, injury issue that
maybe it's the silent M, just throwing people off.
Yeah.
Like, where's the guy? I can't find Bo. Where is he? Oh, he must be gone. Okay.
I can't find him. I'm looking in the bees. Yeah.
Where's the Bo guy?
That's a good call, Clinton. Come on, man. Don't let Rams, please don't trade out just to ruin us.
Oh, pick us in.
Okay.
Pick us in for the Rams.
Hallelujah. This is now, I'm way more tense. This is like when I was waiting for Byron Murphy to last year.
Off the board, the guard from West Virginia. So there's one guard available.
So the Ravens trading out is the only way that Jared Wilson won't be there for us. And then if we don't get Jared Wilson, I'm going to break something.
I like Wilson. I like Scattaboo. I like CJ West. I like
CJ West next.
You like Lamp? You love Lamp?
I love Lamb.
I do like a rack of lamb.
Yeah.
Especially on Lamb Day when the Hawks are playing them. I like to enjoy some tasty lamb.
That's a good tradition. I'm gonna have to start that one up too, Phil. Like I like
smoke up a leg on that day. We've been doing that.
Real funny. I just texted Max, love you. Max, if you're watching, that was meant for my wife, but I DM'd you, love you. So I hope you're watching.
You might follow that up with another message, Clinton.
I did. I wrote, meant for my wife.
Okay.
I saw Clinton. You saw my picture when my
I do. I fall in love every day, man. I fall in love easy.
We're only 2 days removed from the boat.
Yeah.
And I'm looking for a divorce. Look at me. Jeez.
Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. Josiah Stewart just goes off the board to the Rams.
Fine. You can have Josiah Stewart.
Right, but this is the Michigan edge when you're looking at Kenneth Grant and you're looking at Mason Graham. This is the other guy who just gets home off the edge and does it over and over and over again. I hate that the Rams got this guy because you start pairing him with the Kobe Turners and everything else they have there. They just got another guy that's going to give us havoc.
No,
we can block him.
It's not going to happen.
He's
probably really good, but he's going to be terrible there.
Charles Cross going to own him.
He's a problem. He's good, but hey, Rams are smart. Rams draft good people. So what can we say?
Ravens, don't trade out. Take somebody you need right here.
Pick us in, fan.
Wow.
Okay. Oh boy.
Could be Deion Walker.
Yeah.
Big man in the middle out of
Darius Alexander still out there.
Yeah.
Milroe's still out there.
Milroe's still out there.
You think I can see him grab Milroe. That'd be a cool.
You know what? I gotta get a freshie for our pick.
Do that, and then I'll open it for you.
Are the CL still here too?
No, not yet.
That's fine.
But there's one more Medela for you.
Okay.
So I'm trying to hold it and not use the restroom to see our pick, and this may be a mistake.
Right? Well, you have at least one commercial break between now and when the Seahawks pick. So.
Oh boy.
Seahawks pick is already in, boys.
Really?
Oh, yeah. You just run up there and take him.
Emory Jones Jr. for the Ravens. There's a guard out of LSU. It's not a guard that I can
letters.
You know who the best available player is on ESPN after Shador?
Oh, after Shador. I'm going to say Shador's been there ever since number 5, I think.
You know who number 2 is?
Who is it?
Let's hear
Jared Wilson.
Jared Wilson.
Okay.
Wait, are we done?
No.
Oh God, I was like, okay.
No, Phil was announcing who is the number 2 available player.
I just stepped back in. That was in my
Please.
ear. Oh my God. We did the thing. We got the guy.
This is the most I've wanted somebody since Byron Murphy.
Since the last time when we selected a tight end in round 2.
I wasn't that. I wanted him then, but I really want him now. There it seemed a little high. Right now, it's
bunch of buddies texted me like, "Oh man, you got Arroyo, great." I'm like, so hey, my friends like Arroyo. So I'm like, yeah.
What's
I
your
just
problem?
choose to be positive.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe they're just being friendly and they're like, "Oh, my friend Clinton loves the Seahawks." That's
No, this is Johnny Parmesan, who's
He doesn't,
he's straight hour Gennaro. He tells it like it is. So.
Okay.
All right, so we're on the clock, boys and girls. The pick is in.
Yeah.
All right,
We're gonna get him. It's happening again. We're gonna do it.
Last for the day. Yeah,
a drink to the Seahawks.
Yeah.
There's still the hope that they won't
future
go to
Hall of Fame
commercial
pick right here,
right now.
Yeah.
Come on.
All right, Carly's hoping for Jalen Milroe here.
Okay. I mean, I'd be down for it. I think it would be a nice spot to take him.
Touchdown.
Bo, I'm down with Bo if we don't get Wilson, but I really want Wilson. I can't remember in the 3rd round that I've wanted somebody like this.
Oh, a family call. This could be Milroe.
It is Milroe.
Oh,
That's kind of fun.
Here we
Oh,
go.
goodness. Wow.
Russell Wilson revisited. No.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Okay.
I
Boys,
can't say I hate it.
this is exciting.
That's kind of
I know
fun.
there's a lot of people out there that they look at Milroe and they've bought the narrative that he can't throw. And if you've only seen him in a couple games when he's had his struggles, because let's not get it twisted, he's not a perfect thrower of the football to this point. But there's a big difference between guys like Anthony Richardson or Malik Willis or even Will Levis or guys like that, the big arm guys that you look at and you go, okay, he's an inaccurate quarterback with bouts of accuracy. What the difference for Milroe is he's much more like Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson and guys of that ilk, where they're an accurate quarterback with bouts of inaccuracy. Those are two very different things. And he can sit behind Darnold. He can sit with Drew Lock and really start to learn the offense. And the thing is that what he can do, like right there, the highlight they just showed on ESPN, that was a dot. Like, it's not like,
no, he's good.
When you're watching some of the other quarterbacks that were chronically inaccurate, like you didn't see, 50 to 100 throws that are just absolute dimes on their tape. Like you see like 1 or 5.
Mm-hmm.
And with Milroe, you see a bunch of those and then a couple not so good ones. And that's something that can be fixable. And you can at least mitigate to a point to where you're in the league of an Allen or Lamar or guys like that really struggled or didn't struggle in college, but were viewed as struggling as in college. But the running ability is literally a plus trait. I mean, he's much closer to Jaden Daniels and Lamar than he is to somebody even like Malik Willis, who's known to be able to run around a little bit. Like Willis is an okay runner. Like he can do that, but it's nothing like Milroe. This guy is a legit.
He's not like Taysom. Does he run like
he's
Taysom?
way better than Taysom Hill.
Taysom's
way
very
better.
No, I mean running.
Oh yeah, he's way better than Taysom Hill as a runner.
It's like Lamar.
Yeah,
It is.
He's Lamar good running.
Yeah, these are elite traits. And then you pair all of that with who he is off the field. Listen to his interviews, listen to his story. This guy is a top-notch human on top of all of that. This guy, and on top of all of that, the injury stuff, like he's pretty good about not getting injured. Tough, smart, and reliable. That's this guy. That's what the Seahawks are looking for. I'm fired up for this pick. I know it's not Scattaboo, but I think that this is a great pick, especially for somebody like me. I'm just not into Sam Darnold. Like this is great insurance in case Darnold does not put up the type of year that he did in Minnesota the year previous.
Your number 2 quarterback on your quarterback board.
Yeah.
And talking about the situation, Carly Perkins in chat saying this is the perfect situation for Jalen Milroe because you have Sam Darnold here. You have Drew Lock. Like, there is no pressure for him to come in and be the guy right away.
Yes.
Exactly.
The biggest piece for me, and we've talked about this starting all the way back last year, and it's not about Milroe. And that board, by the way, when they show Zabel, Emmanwori, Arroyo, Milroe, boys, we're taking our swings. Like that is, these are big, these are big swings. By the way, after getting the first thing that's, oh, we need a guard, take care of it. And then swing, swing, swing. Very exciting. It actually makes the Arroyo pick a little bit more effervescent for me. But to me, this is all about the fact that we have Clint.
This takes
Kubiak.
a half hour.
We have Clint Kubiak, right? And he's going to want to do things differently on 3rd and 5 to set up 4th friggin' down. He gets to come in with Sam Darnold in an environment where he could just do certain packages. I know, Adam, you've talked about, well, what if we didn't do wildcatty things? What if we didn't do the 4th down packagey things? That's why I wanted Tyler Warren so bad, because he could do all the H-back things. You just put Milroe back there on 3rd and short, 4th and short, put him in shotgun, let him just go do amazing athletic things.
I like that.
He is a chain mover, and it's going to have like week 1 impact while he gets to learn how to play quarterback in the NFL. Yeah. So
I have one question for Adam, though.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Here's the question, Adam, and it's not where you think I'm going. You've been saying for several weeks that by day 2, we had to get 2 interior offensive linemen. That didn't happen. How do you feel overall with these 4 picks?
The main reason that I was saying that we needed to have 2 in the first 5 picks is that I had a very small belief in John Schneider going out and using your best pick.
Okay.
The one that has the highest probability of success, because that's what first rounders are, right? You spend it on a guy that you think is going to come in and start right away and be a serviceable guy. I didn't have any confidence that he was going to do that right out of the gate. So the main reason I was saying you need to take 2.
You weren't thinking we need to. You're saying we wanted to take 2 to get a. Okay.
And that's the problem. Like, that's why I was so frustrated with the free agency aspect of this offseason. And I know that really frustrated a lot of people that listen to the show, but like, look, you basically punted on one avenue to solve one of those problems. And so then you left it to just 2 avenues to solve that problem: the draft and the development of the guys that you have in the building. And so now you, at least on paper, have solved one of those positions.
So now it's all on Zabel.
Yes, and that's why I was so frustrated in free agency. Like, I just wanted more redundancy to be able to solve the problem, because out of the draft, all I was hoping for was to get one guy to solve one of the guard spots, and then have either one of the guys develop or your free agent that you brought in solve the other one. And obviously we didn't do that. We didn't take the 2 at the top of the draft here with the first 5 picks. But with that said, going back to the Milroe pick that was just made, there is no denying, and you can ask anybody who watches football and quarterbacks and all that stuff, this player easily has the highest upside of every single quarterback in this draft. And it's not
every player, right? Every player in the draft, he could have the highest upside, right? Could you say that?
Absolutely. That's how special the skill set is. That's how good the arm talent is. That's how good the running is. And you pair that with the Kubiak system, like Clinton was talking about, in, play action, run heavy, all that stuff, that can do nothing but help a young passer who's trying to figure that part out. And never forget, in college, these guys, they don't do football full time. Right? It's not their job. Now all Jalen Milroe has to do is sit and learn how to be a quarterback full time. And that's a huge deal.
Shane Turner Acoustic coming in with $2.99 in the super chat, saying gadget and develop. This is cool. Excited. Adam, what do you think about that idea, though, of, I know some people in chat have been saying, Taysom Hill, in terms of him being used as a potential gadget player while he learns? Or are you of the mind more so that, hey, just keep him off the field and don't put any additional pressure on him? Or is that athleticism, is that too enticing to use in the meantime to go ahead and try and get at least a little bit out of him while he's learning through the season?
Well, Clinton brought up a nice point when talking about 3rd and 4th down and short yardage. And you're talking about the enticement of using somebody like that in those packages. And Yeah, I think in limited exposure to get your feet wet, feel the speed of the game and all that, that's good for him. But, you guys are talking about using him like that until he develops and then can play quarterback full time, which is the correct way to talk about it. Because the thing that gets my hackles up about the Taysom Hill analogy in comparison is that he's so much more than Taysom Hill, so much more in terms of being a thrower of the football and being a pure quarterback.
I wasn't saying he was Taysom Hill. I was just trying to get an idea of how good he could be when he comes in to do a Taysom Hill package.
Better.
I know he's got a bigger upside in the future, but if he comes in and runs the Taysom Hill package, how much more could he do?
Better. Yeah, he can, other than being a receiver.
I would just advocate that I think we're underselling Taysom Hill's athleticism and his size. He's a really outstanding athlete.
I understand. I understand.
And
better.
And I think Milroe's ceiling is higher.
But I also understand that look at Taysom Hill's career he has those 2 games a year where he's really awesome and a difference maker. And then the rest of the season, he doesn't matter. And Jalen is way more than that.
So, I mean,
short yardage stuff, he matters every game that he's out there in ways.
I think Clint Kubiak's very first session.
And there goes my quarterback off the board.
Gabriel.
He's ours. You came to him first, though. That is for sure. I like Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah, I like him too. Brown's having a nice draft. Again, we'll say that for the 5th time, which is something.
Yeah.
And I also just want to point out, we had all of these quarterbacks ahead of Sanders. So
yeah, and guess what? There you are. There you are. So
it's not so much. I don't think it comes across a little bit as celebrating a fall of a guy like Sanders, when in reality it's more celebrating the idea of quarterback evaluation versus and evaluating quarterbacks in the right way versus using some of the media narratives of quarterback evaluation and promoting a guy who maybe doesn't need to be promoted as much. And as we watch Oklahoma, it does remind me a little bit too of maybe one of the downsides of Jalen Milroe, because it was that Oklahoma game where he comes out of the gate and the very first pass down the seam, and it's like a dime, 40, 50 yards downfield. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to hate watching this Oklahoma game because it's against my team. And then Milroe proceeds to throw some of the worst interceptions that you will see a quarterback throw. And it's throws like that. Then you go, wait a second. You have the upside, but there's also these throws that you scratch your head and what is he seeing in this moment?
Yeah. So processing and everything above the shoulders, that's something that's difficult to evaluate when you're watching the tape. But to go back to the Sanders in not celebrating a fall and more celebrating the idea of real evaluation in comparison to the hype in the narrative. And that's one of the things on this show that I think from the beginning, Brandon, when we started 12 years ago or whatever it was, 11 years ago now, 12. Yeah. At that point, we were doing this early and often, taking media narratives, breaking them down and talking about how ridiculous a lot of them were. And that was one of the things about the Shedeur stuff that it reminded me a little bit about some of the Caleb Williams stuff where they're like, oh, he's this kind of player. And you turn on the tape and you're like, but wait a second, that's not how he plays. And that's how I felt about Shedeur Sanders in watching his stuff. In terms of Milroe processing and making some bad reads, bad decisions, all that. His last year was in a new offense. We all know and despise this offense, the DeBoer Grubb type offense. And he survived that and still managed to get drafted in the NFL. I think that's more a feather in his cap than it is something I look at as a liability.
So the Patriots just got done. They take Jared Wilson. So right there, right? So this is going to be,
Phil.
So we're going to have to think about this one and it'll take a few years to probably play out.
Oh, no.
The center, what's that?
Oh, I just don't want this to pit me and Phil against each other over the course of the next 4 years. He's I want
the Milroe thing is fun. That makes it better. If we'd have just taken a linebacker or a cornerback or a receiver, I'd be way more irritated. This has got the chance of changing our entire franchise, and John's been good at identifying good quarterbacks, so I'm sparked to think this could be something great. And Adam's proven to be very good at identifying quarterbacks, so a lot of reason to be
wish he was learning under Gino instead of Sam. I really do.
That would be, well,
Well, Gino isn't known to be easy to get along with, so it may be
I
better.
don't know that I believe
I don't
that
know.
at
Like,
all.
I mean, Drew and Gino seem to get along real well, right? So they were actually really like fast friends. The biggest breadcrumb that Clint Kubiak laid out at our feet was his very first press conference, where I think it was actually Nemhauser who asked him, like, how come with the Saints you were so successful in short area stuff, third and two, fourth and whatever.
Mhm.
He didn't miss a beat. He goes, well, I had Taysom Hill. He's like, I had a special guy.
Yeah.
So throughout this process, one thing I could say that we've been really consistent with that I didn't actually hear from that many other Seahawks dudes, and I listened to a lot of them.
Mhm.
The reason I was so hot on Warren, besides being a good tight end, was because of what he could do in short area. The reason I was so into the idea of Scatterboo is because, yeah, he's good, but he also fills that extra role that I know Kubiak likes. So for me to come around to Milroe, besides what could happen in 2 or 3 years, I think Kubiak laid it at our feet because he didn't think about that answer. It was like, that was like in his fabric. Like, I had the guy, I had the Taysom Hill, I had the cheat code. This is a cheat code. And I think
he'll be a contributor. I think he's going to make a difference in some packages, maybe even in some red zone packages.
Agree. It's hard to not see him be used out there. Like you said, it's too sweet of an enticement.
There's also a possibility too that he comes in his rookie year to rookie minicamp, and everybody's like, "Holy smokes, he's way more accurate than I was told. Like, he's a way better leader than I was told." Like, same sort of stuff when Russ came in of like, wait, I thought he was too short to do any of this stuff. Right. I thought he couldn't do this. I thought he couldn't do that, but just really took the bull by the horns. I think that Milroe has a bigger hill to climb trying to overtake both Drew Lock and Sam Darnold. But
third round repeat.
There is a world in which he ends up second half of the season being rolled out there as a starter. I don't like that. I would really hope that, much like Jordan Love, he gets to sit for a year, maybe 2. I think that's going to be the best for his development.
So this is the John Schneider draft, where he is turning on all of our narratives of not drafting a quarterback, not drafting an interior offensive lineman early in the draft. This draft will go down in history for John Schneider for just those 2 things.
You know, I said a while back on the show, a couple months ago, after we punted on free agency, fixing the offensive line, we got rid of Geno, we trade DK, where I'm like, look, I'm about 3 rounds away from being like, I can't do this with John anymore. And to his credit, he's broken all the tendencies and the narratives that we're talking about here, Brandon, that you just brought up.
Lazy narratives.
Lazy narratives.
We've developed over the years.
Like the girl you're about done with, and then she took you on that awesome vacation.
That's right. That's right. No, I'll change, and then actually he does.
There you go. Sam has it nailed. The draft that John got bullied.
Yeah. I've been saying for a while. I was like, I'm glad that he's been hearing the noise and that he was so annoyed in the press conferences about people asking her about stuff. Because it was like, finally he's feeling the heat.
Garen Taylor saying maybe McDonald kicked him in the butt. Hey, if that's what he needed, we'll see.
Yeah,
but
I think all the channels kicked him in the.
Yeah. But we still got 300 people with us. 4 hours and 17 minutes into this live stream, which is amazing.
Diehards.
Yeah, so absolutely. So
the other cool thing about Milroe and his fit in Seattle and with what Mike Macdonald wants to do. I mean, he's talked about how he wants to build the team through the spine. He wants to build, the trenches. He wants to stop the run and run the football. Boy, Jalen Milroe really does add to that and is an absolute dynamic threat. And those are the guys that we've seen, and I kept mentioning Josh Allen and Lamar, but really the prospect that he reminds me of the most is Cam Newton. People act like Cam was a fantastic thrower of the football and super accurate in college. And it's like, I mean, he was decently accurate, but he took time to develop that to turn into that MVP
but he
type
was
player.
Huge.
Milroe's not small.
Yeah.
He jacked. Yeah. But Cam was a Superman, like in terms of his height, right?
Well, what's
Milroe is similar to Taysom's size, isn't he, guys? Isn't he almost the same size as Taysom?
Yeah.
6'2", 220.
Actually, I don't know what.
No, he's bigger than
I don't know what his height is, to be honest.
Taysom might be 6'4".
Yeah, Taysom's big. Taysom's way bigger than people think. hence me defending his
Milroe
athleticism.
6'2", 217,
Okay.
That's plenty big.
but not Cam big.
Oh yeah, Taysom Hill 6'2", and 221. Yep, I thought they were the same size.
Yeah, very similar.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Well, I mean, guys, we've been at this for 4 hours, 20 minutes. We want to say thank you. 300 people now there. So make sure you're liking, make sure you're subscribing. I'm sure we'll hang out for a bit longer.
Yeah.
But, let's recap, right? Let's recap the first 4 picks, right? So 2 days, 4 picks. It's a tough mental exercise, but Phil, you're good at these. So I'm going to call on you first.
Okay.
Define the first 2 days in under 5 words.
Ooh, lots of thought.
Yeah. You got anything, Phil?
I don't want to say it wrong. You give me 5 words here, and I always thought you were going to tell me, talk about the first pick, and then you were going to pass it around like the way you set it up. Then you said define.
Sam
Words.
already gave us the 5 words. John Schneider got bullied.
Yeah. Yeah.
I did it in 4.
Now I want Phil's version, right? I can name this draft in one song, in one note.
I'll think about it. Give me a second, guys. Go ahead.
That's a pass for a second. Let's see. Do you have one? Or are you stealing
I'm
the?
stealing Sam's. That was too good.
I got mine. I'm never going to ask a question I can't answer, right? Mine is. Let me think real quick. How do I want to say it? Mine is.
I already have the answer. Let me think.
Mine's just 2. Yeah. 2 words. Huge swings.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Huge swings. These are 4 premier talents on the board. Even that I'm not Arroyo guy, but Max did a great job being like, if he hits Brock Bowers big.
I got it.
Oh, I know what you're going to say now because I'm about to say it. So I'll pause. What do you got?
Oh,
You got it.
getting our guys. Go get our guys.
Oh, nice. All right.
I would say big talent across the board.
Ooh.
Big
nice.
talent.
You used all 5 too, which is bonus points.
Yeah, look, man.
Like,
I don't know. If
Scrabble.
you saw the camera, I was counting like 15 times to try to get there.
You said under, so I was trying to get under, but
Oh no, yeah.
I think John got the guys that John wanted to get combined with his, the people that he's getting them for.
Ooh, Marlon saying boom or bust.
I can understand that.
I think that's right.
Zabel's not boomer
Or
bust.
like I think I understand.
I think there's a lot of
I
reason.
think the other 3 are. I think today was boomer bust. I think yesterday was filling a need. Today was all big swings, boomer bust.
But it's a great point though. Like doing what we did at 18 allowed for, I feel like in many ways, the swings that he took. He took home run swings today. So we'll find out. But
The interesting thing is that the likelihood of all 4 of these guys hitting that boom
No.
is awfully low. Like
Right.
that's not the way that the
Doesn't
league
go
works,
that
right?
way, yeah.
So
2012 doesn't happen very often.
it does not. So
You don't get a Bobby and a
if you hit on half of them,
right.
you're having yourself a day.
Right. Well, if you hit that, and that is probably how it rotates is like if 2 of those guys actually hit, their ceilings are gigantic.
Yeah.
And for me, Phil, I think you're right. I almost put Zabel in the free square category, and I hope we're right about that because that's the biggest need we've been talking about for 6 months.
Yeah, I think that fills it. Could boom too, but I think it's got a high floor. The other ones don't. I think they're all swinging for fences.
I think Emmanwori has a pretty high floor. I
Do you? Okay.
Yeah, I do. He just wasn't my favorite, but again, at that point in the draft and what he does athletic wise is insane. But I think the floor, I think decreases basically. I wouldn't even say that. I think Milroe is probably the 3rd highest floor. Okay. I've said enough. You, what do you got?
I'm going to steal Jeff's
Take it.
2 words, playoff team.
I like that.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know that this draft ensures a playoff run any more so than going.
It definitely does. You're wrong.
for this year. Okay. All right.
Perennial. Oh, how about 3 words? Perennial playoff team. Now I used all 5.
I think that's more accurate.
There we go.
I do. Because if you were to pick 2 of these guys that you would think have the highest likelihood of hitting, who would you pick? For me, it's Zabel and Milroe.
Of hitting,
Yeah.
Interesting.
the first 2.
I would say based on situation
And when I say hitting, like being really dang good.
I'm qualifying that as like a good NFL player.
Oh, okay. Because if we're
long-standing good NFL player, we're
No,
like
Milroe makes the biggest difference if he hits. There's no doubt.
Yeah,
But I think the most likelihood for the hit would be Emmanwori based on his situation, based on his coach.
Okay.
And yeah,
That's why I think he's second after Zabel. But
yeah. I think Zabel's floor is so high that for him to hit is more likely than not.
Yeah, by far. I think so.
And just the idea of first rounders tend to be the most likely to hit overall anyway. That's a lazy narrative by both you guys.
Facts equal lazy narrative.
That's the 5 words or less. Lazy narrative. John broke all the lazy narratives.
Broke all the lazy narratives. Well, I really want to thank everybody who has tuned into the show today. I want to thank everyone for your super chats. Ryan 911 came in today. Barry, aka Van T, with a massive super chat.
Thank you, buddy.
Shane Turner Acoustic. Barry came back in again. Samuel Gelber, Shane Turner Acoustic again, and Michael Knight with 4 super chats. Be sure and like and subscribe. Get in theflock.com if you want to help support the show. And a big thanks to Clearwater Casino for putting us up out here. A beautiful location. A great draft party for the first round of the draft. And man, oh man, if you have not visited the Clearwater Casino in Suquamish, Washington, the setting out here is incredible. And after sitting here for about 4 hours, I can't wait to go outside and just look at the sound and the beautiful view out here.
I'd love to give people a way they can, right? So if they become a member of the flock, we're dropping pictures of this beautiful place on our Discord, out on our Facebook page. So getintheflock.com, support the show that way. And then you could see what this beautiful place is all about, because they were really gracious hosts too.
Super gracious host. Giant shout out to little flocker Christopher Hart. You're awesome, man. Thank you for putting this together and making this happen. And as you guys said, the setting here is beautiful. The facilities are really top notch, and the staff has been fantastic through and through. Gigantic thank you to everybody here.
Yeah, I would love to do this again.
And I think with that,
There's only one thing left to say.
Go Hawks.
go Hawks.
Go Hawks.
Go Hawks.